All right. Well, good morning. Good morning, El Dorado County. It is my pleasure to, that's okay. Good morning again. It's my pleasure to open the special meeting on February 1st. My goodness, of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Hard to believe it's February. And so if you will join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance and honoring our flag. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And before we get into the adoption of the agenda, I want to mention that Supervisor Heidel is joining us via Zoom. Good morning, John.
Morning.
And Supervisor Lane had conflicts in Tahoe that were unavoidable. And she wanted to assure everyone that she will be going through all of the presentations afterwards and understanding what everyone is presenting today. So she will be fully informed. All right. Any motion for adoption?
Oh, move to approve the agenda.
Second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Lane being absent.
Thank you. And we had a robust day yesterday. Certainly appreciate all of our department heads and leadership that brought their departments to our attention and let the public know what they're up to in preparation for this upcoming budget season. And we welcome another full day of presentations and discussion. And so with that, the auditor is just eager to get started, our auditor controller.
I'll just item into record.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Item
Kim.
number 1 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board receive presentations from departments outlining the department's mission, structure, services, budget, role in the strategic plan, and upcoming policy issues.
Thank you, Kim. Good morning, Joe. Welcome.
Good morning, board. Thank you for flexibility. My handlers have told me it's best if I'm not hurt. Good morning, everyone. Sue Henneke, maybe a month ago, sent me an email outlining the expectations that the CAO's office on behalf of your board had for my presentation. I opened that email yesterday morning.
Glad you're prepared. Excellent.
So my presentation might be a little bit different. You know, the auditor controller's office, what we provide, besides a lot of accounting and payroll services, we're part of the county checks and balances. And it's fairly easy to summarize the cost of what checks and balances cost. You know, we could estimate the cost of checks and balances, but checks and balances also save money, and it's extremely difficult to measure the money that is saved by checks and balances. So for the short run, a lot of the checks and balances at the County of El Dorado are baked into the charter. And so for at least the next 3 years, a lot of those checks and balances aren't going to change materially because they're baked into the charter. And I see Supervisor Heidel's taking a look at me, which is good. Now, briefly, I want to talk about checks and balances at cities. And counties may, in many cases, may be less efficient than cities. They could well be because of the baked in checks and balances and the baked in segregation of duties. But a lot of the real crazy financial malfeasance that's taken place in California and local government has taken a lot more of it's taken place at cities than counties. And there's an easy way for a city to mitigate that, which is have the finance officer of the city be hired and fired and reported by the city council versus the city manager. Anyway, I just wanted to touch briefly on checks and balances. Now I want to really talk about the upcoming challenges that we're going to have and the changes that the whole county is going to undergo, and certainly my office is going to undergo. Just about everything we do in our office is based on a risk assessment. We try to do a quick analysis of everything we see. We get one invoice. We take a look at it and we do a 10-second risk analysis on it. In some cases, a lot longer than 10 seconds. But the level of effort we put into things is based on a risk analysis. And certainly something's about to change here at the County of El Dorado. Dawn, I wish Dawn and I had tape recordings of the highlights of some of our phone conversations over the years. Because certainly we don't see eye to eye on everything. But the current CAO's office never tries to sneak anything by the auditor controller's office. And so sometimes we'll get a claim for something, and the contract related to the claim is 3 to 4 inches thick. And we need to do a risk analysis. Are we going to read the contract before we pay the invoice? Or are we just, or we going to do a superficial review of the contract before we pay the invoice? Dawn's approval and signature, Laura Schwartz's approval and signature means something to my office, and lets us assess risk at a much lower rate, because the culture over there is they do their best they can. They do the best they can not to surprise me and not to try to sneak anything by. What the future brings, because I've worked with a lot of CAOs over the decades, and that's not always that's not always the goal of the CAO. Sometimes it's the opposite, in fact. And I'm really getting a little bit off track here. The other thing I'd say about the current CAO's office, there's two kinds of meetings in a bureaucracy. There's a meeting to solve a problem, and then there's a meeting to assign blame. Those are the two basic kinds of meetings we have at the County of El Dorado and in most bureaucracies. I remember distinctly some conversations, a meeting I had in the CAO's office. I had a department, and I'm going to say they were 97% at fault for the failure to properly get things on the property tax bills. They were 97% at fault. Early at the beginning of the meeting, one of the CAO's analysts said, we in the CAO's office can do a better job. Even they were maybe 1% responsible for the process. When you do that at the beginning of a meeting, it disarms the meeting. Everyone knows the purpose of the meeting is to solve the problem rather than to assign blame. And I hope that culture continues at the county. We don't know what the future will bring us. All right, I'll see if I can get a little bit back on track here. I'm very concerned. Well, one problem we're having in the CAO's, or excuse me, the auditor's office currently, and it's a risk that we're facing, is in the last 3 to 4 months, I've lost 80 years of experience in the county. I've had 4 retirements. I've lost 80 years of experience. I didn't bring my cell phone over with me today. It used to be when I spoke to the board, somebody to ask me something, I could text my chief deputy. He wouldn't even have to look it up because he was sharper than I was. But if he did have to look it up, he'd text me, or if I was speaking to you and made a mistake, he'd text me. and I could get the record straight before I sat down. But I've lost 80 years of experience in the last 3 or 4 months. And it makes everything we do just a little bit slower, of course. I'm sure a few of the processes, not many, will improve since we've had these staffing changes. but for the current situation, we're kind of, it's a major setback to our office. Our office, we have a lot of seasonal work, I'll call it, where we just got to get a lot of work done from June to September of every year. We used to be able to do real well hiring extra help employees. Now, maybe things are about to change, but over the past year, we haven't done real well. And I hope nobody, I mean, I do have a few extra help employees working right now, but the list, the quality of the extra help employees that the county could, my office could recruit appears to be slipping. And that's going to be a challenge for us as we try to close the books this summer. And plus just try to keep up on our work. That's going to be a challenge. Another challenge my office is going to have over the next 5 years is I have some, all of my key managers are at retirement age. I have two accounting, I have great accounting division managers, and I have great financial analysts in my office. They're great. I have an accounting division manager that gets a call, minimum one call a week from all over the state, asking for her interpretation of law or her advice. I have an accounting division manager that the auditor controller of Monterey County and the assistant auditor controller of Monterey County spent 4 hours with, drove up here, spent 4 hours with her, explaining, having her explain to them how you run a Mello-Roos district. What are the pitfalls of running a Mello-Roos district? I have great accounting division managers, but most of us are at retirement age. If Don was staying here, I have no doubt, if I told him my property tax manager was going to retire in 2 years, he would figure out a way to convince you to let me hire a second accounting division manager 18 months before she left, or a year, something to help me with this transition. For the short run, I don't have a problem. In the next 5 years, though, I'm going to have to deal with some loss of, and again, at my age, and I may not be here, but my office in the next 5 years is going to have to deal with the loss of a lot of corporate knowledge, a lot of skills, a lot of great work ethic, when some of these managers begin to retire, as it's already started with my chief deputy retiring last year. Really, the thing I'm going to need your help with the most is the current Kronos version of the Kronos timekeeping system that we're using. Our time card system is near end of life. And Kronos, assuming we want to stay with a Kronos product, they have a suggested migration to a newer product, but they're not going to maintain this. They're not going to support this product much longer, a couple more years. They rate how difficult it is to do a migration, a 1 to 100. They're calling the difficulty of migrating from our current Kronos system to some updated system that they're going to support. They're rating it 100 out of 100 for difficulty of migration. We also have had some trouble with that our Kronos software talking and transferring time data to our Munis payroll system. And we've come real close to we've certainly had some breakdowns, but we've managed to get payroll out on time. But it's been touch and go for a while, mainly since we've migrated to Microsoft 365. But IT's working on that. The short one for our short-term problems, I think we're going to be okay. The longer-term problem, again, if what you should direct your CAO to do before he leaves is demand that the IT director, myself, and possibly in his office be involved in putting together an agenda item where we give you a broad outline of how we intend to migrate to this new timekeeping system. And certainly we need to take a quick look at, we'll probably stay with Kronos, I would guess, but maybe not. And that's a decision we're going to have to make. We're going to have to get the ball rolling on it this fiscal year. So yeah, if the timekeeping system doesn't work, well, the good news is I'll resign. And so that the bright side is if I can't get payroll out, I will leave. I will let your office select a better auditor controller if I drop the ball on something huge like that. The other risk we have, and it came to mind this morning, is we never know what the state's going to throw at us. The state of California has a GAN system, a GAN limit problem. The GAN limit is something in the Constitution, which there's a constitutional limit of how much money they can spend. So they have a GAN limit problem. And so what they're doing is they're transferring the problem to California counties retroactively. And there's a limitation on how much of our tax money the state of California can spend. They are redefining what they used to call grants, Frank. To simplify it, they'd call it grants that they gave. They'd say, we at the state collected taxes and we're sending grants to counties. They're defining that. And some of these definitions have been in place back to the 1970s. They're changing the definitions because they have attorneys who try to evade the intent of the Constitution and evade fairness to the public in California. No, but sorry, I'm trying to start a fight with Livingston and he's not biting. But so there's $36 million in grants they gave us for the year ended 2022. They're redefining, it wasn't a grant, it was actually tax revenue that we are collected, and it goes against our local tax limit. We have about a $70 million difference right now between our GAN limit and the money we spend with tax revenues. We're cutting that in half because they're redefining what they used to consider their programs and calling them grants and sending it to the county of El Dorado, about $36 million actually. They're now calling, oh, that's your tax revenue. And this goes against your GAN limit. How they communicated this, the Department of Finance, to CSAC. CSAC communicated it to the CAOs. Some of the CAOs didn't send it on to their auditor controllers. Actually, I did. Don Ashton, as soon as he got it, sent it to me. As always, saying, Joe, this is your new problem. But we're struggling with what this means and how to comply with it. And frankly, they're going to provide us a presentation on it in April, even though they're asking us to revise our GAN limit in March. So the point to this story is the state of California is always throwing a monkey wrench into what the county does and what my office does.
Agreed.
Another thing we're going to have to face with, and there appears to be more and more demand, it's frankly for out of state teleworking. We're not set up to do tax returns for the state of Minnesota or Oregon or Nevada or Arizona to do payroll tax returns. There's more and more, as it becomes more and more difficult to hire qualified accountants and engineers, you name it. there's more and more push from department heads saying, I've got to hire this individual who lives in Nevada. Undoubtedly, we could set up a system where we do tax returns, payroll tax returns for the state of Oregon. I do think there's a number of other problems. In California, there's certain required training you're required to give annually or every other year to your employees. If we start hiring out-of-state employees, I certainly think there's a lot of complications. But there's more and more pressure to do that. We can do that in the payroll department. It just may take, in my payroll office, but it may take some additional resources. And frankly, with this Chronos migration coming up, I'm certainly not going to cheerfully volunteer to put something else on payroll. We are starting something new on payroll. LAFCO has asked us to start doing their payroll. Right now, it's 2 employees in LAFCO. Right now, I intend to provide LAFCO payroll services for free. I could bill LAFCO for this. If I build LAFCO, essentially they would bill all the special districts in the county. They would bill the 2 cities in our county, and then they would bill us. So it seems like but that's probably a policy decision for your board, whether I bill LAFCO for payroll services or not. My intention is to not do it, and I'm bringing it to your attention right now. Seems like a lot of paperwork for not much revenue, but we're going to start doing LAFCO's employee or their payroll April 1st. I had a lot of great stuff just for Brooke. I was going to tell her about the payroll services I provide, Happy Homestead Cemetery District, and the accounting services I provide for Lake Valley Fire. But I'll have to do it another time.
Sure, she will welcome that opportunity.
Well, I don't know. Nobody's usually that interested in accounting. So my budget's approximately $5 million. We have 5 different units in my office: administration, property taxes, reporting, where we do the county's cost plan, the cost allocation plan, which is required if we want to collect overhead from the state and from the federal government. And there's hundreds of financial reports that I'm required to sign that are prepared by HHSA or the road department or various departments. They're required to do some specialized financial reporting to the state or the federal government, but my signature is required on the report. So we spend a bit of time reviewing those. I also have a payroll, as we talked about, a payroll unit, and we call our accounting transaction processing unit. I have a lot of I have some boring statistical data I could tell you about how payroll does 2,100 paychecks every 2 weeks. We do payroll for around 10 special districts. I'd prefer not to go into the detail. I prefer just throw it open to questions, but it's up to you.
I think that's great, Joe. So let's go to questions from the board. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for our auditor controller?
I don't.
I see Supervisor Heidel with his hand up. Good morning, John. Go ahead.
It's the cityhood thing.
This is it.
Yeah, good morning, Joe. Are you financing that too? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Joe, one of the things we've asked most of the department heads to do is give us indicators of service and performance. And so I'm hearing your needs, the change, the transitions in your organization and those kinds of things. But how, from a public perspective, do we measure where we have performance and or service needs that the board can then respond to by providing budget? We're not going to solve your problem, but if there is a need for those things, how do we define what it is?
It's somewhat difficult, especially with the state throwing monkey wrenches into everything. I mean, I can give you statistics and measures related to my property tax section. I mean, I would think, if you ask the CAO, he believes my property tax section runs fairly efficiently, but everything changes every year. And the state, it's very hard to compare apples to apples. We're still implementing our megabyte property tax system where it's not fully implemented. So it's difficult, but I'll tell you what I'll do, John, is I'll email the board and I'll CC the board clerk a lot of statistical data related to what my office does, and I can compare it to what we were doing a year or two ago, last 3 fiscal years, say. But it's difficult.
I understand, but I think, we're trying to understand needs. At least that's where I'm coming from. How do we determine what the overall need is for the various organizations? And when we set budget, try to balance those needs against the resources that are available and trying to come up with that right balance of how we run our local government.
Right. I'm very optimistic. HHSA, they have a relatively new CFO. I'm extremely optimistic that she's going to prepare accurate reports. She's going to highlight for me all the risks. And I mean, rarely do you hold up a report and say, I'm 100% confident everything in this report I've verified it's 100% accurate. That doesn't happen. What does happen, though, is if HHSA asks me to sign a report, they can say, Joe, here's what we did to prepare the report, and here's where we believe the risks are that the report's wrong. And then I can, first off, my staff then doesn't have to duplicate maybe the same efforts they made or checking the report. So the more change we have here at the county government, I really do think, John, I know in the ideal world, you have incredible amount of information about what you were doing 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year, what you hope to do next year. It's just things are changing. I mean, there's been some talk about reorgs at HHSA, which will, if we do that, everything we get from HHSA will be different, and whatever the new department is, it'll be different. The controls over at HHSA will be different.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll change.
That's what the risk assessment is intended to do, though, is look at what is the consequence of making those kinds of changes. But I understand, and recognize you understand risk analysis pretty well. So thank you for that.
All right. Any other comments or questions?
No.
All right. Well, Joey, we appreciate you being with us this morning. I think it's so helpful.
No,
for us.
nobody tells me that except my mother.
Yeah, well, are you calling me your mother?
No, I'm not.
Appreciate understanding the upcoming challenges of the Chronos and the decisions we're going to have to make. The GAN limit, that's an interesting item. I'm really happy to have a heads up on that.
I'll send you more than you want about it.
Okay, sounds good. As well as the challenges with your staff in transition and the potential teleworking issue. That's good to have. I appreciate having a heads up on those items so we can be proactive rather than reactive.
I won't have that many. I can't tell you. The current CAO understands that I plagiarized most of my work from other county auditors. And when he sent me this GAN limit thing, I sent it out to a bunch of my colleagues, a number of CAO's offices. Of course, there's a number of vacancies in CAO positions. So there's some interim CAO, they didn't know what to do with it. So it just stayed in their inbox. There were a number of auditor controllers had no clue about the state's demand that we retroactively actively adopt a GAN limit for last fiscal year. They were unaware of this demand, and it's just great to have a good relationship with the folks in Building A.
Agreed.
Thank you. Oh,
Thank
you know
you
what?
so
I'm
much.
going to add to that since you said those words right there.
What?
Consider when some of these big things are happening and you want us to have a heads up, just call and come on over Building A and chit chat and inform us. Because I think that, and I wanted to mention that yesterday and I kind of
Right.
forgot. A lot of our department heads do give us heads up on things, so we're not caught off guard and we can be more supportive and helpful. So please always reach out if you have some of these burning issues that we need to be aware of, always.
Well said. Our door is always open.
Okay.
Great. Thank you,
Thank
Joe.
you.
Appreciate it. And how we're going to handle this is we're going to next have a presentation from our Chief Probation Officer on probation. Following that, we will have public comment on these two items, and then we will go into our general government presentations. So with that, I'd like to welcome our Chief Probation Officer, Brian Richard. Brian, it's a pleasure to have you with us this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Brian Richard, Chief Probation Officer. I believe Kim's going to bring up PowerPoint for us. Thank you, Kim. So good news for you is I have a 10 o'clock appointment down the road, so I will make what was going to be a brief presentation even more brief. I believe you probably coordinated with the county auditor to ensure that that was the case. You're going to miss me when you're gone. Thank you very much. As you can see, the probation department cannot get over Christmas.
Love it.
It was a joyful time of year. We love all the shiny faces of our probation staff, of course. That was with, I enjoyed the picture. It was the morning of the work the DA does in taking children out shopping, and probation, of course, participates in that. And all of those staff got the chance to go out and go shopping with youth and entertain them. And they had a great time that morning. That's 6:30 in the morning and those people are smiling. So
That's great.
yeah, fantastic. Am I able to drive? Excellent. Thank you. Your probation department, our vision has been for some time, safe communities through changed lives. And while I won't get too deep in the weeds on that, I think a lot of it stands on its own. The reality is that that's how your probation department is successful. Our mission is to change the lives of those people that come before us through actions of the court. And sometimes just through actions of their own when we're dealing with individuals prior to them ever reaching the court through county pretrial and through our juvenile services, where most of the youth that come through the probation department service portal never see the courtroom. Most of them are diverted out of our court system and handled informally with their families as probation is providing services to support them and their family to get to a better station so that they don't find themselves in a courtroom or in locked detention. And we find that maintaining the highest quality of staffing is the way that we do that. You'll see there in our value statement, we believe our well-trained, dedicated, and compassionate employees are the probation department's most valuable asset. We have a lot of assets within our department, but none that are greater than our department staff. And I know you as employers, as county board members, know how valuable your county staff are in general. In the probation department, we echo that value of the county, and we provide world-class training and world-class equipment to our staff so that they're the most well-prepared to go out into the community and serve the community. And I find that to be an obligation on my part to ensure that I am advocating for the best of the best in order for them to be able to provide the best services to our clients. If they are the most well-trained in the things that are the most effective in intervening in crime and delinquency, then we reduce crime and delinquency. And the end result is twofold. One, you have people that would have otherwise been involved in the criminal justice system or the juvenile justice system that are no longer involved or not deeper involved in the system. And two, you have victims that never were. And to me, that's the core mission of the department. I really respect the fact that our law enforcement agencies in this county are so proactive in avoiding crime And that's what your department, your probation department's core mission is, in eliminating the next victim before they are ever victimized. So every time you see that a probation officer working with a youth, their family, or a felony probationer that's returned from state prison or been released from jail, our job is to ensure that they don't create the next victim. That is our mission at its core. We do that through our 5 divisions. We have an adult division of services, a juvenile division of services, an operations support division, a juvenile residential services division, also known as juvenile hall, and of course, our administrative support, our administrative services division through our county, our chief fiscal officer in the department. Each of those 5 department heads reports up to my office, and we have a total of 123 FTE that are our probation officers, our deputies working in the institution, and of course, all of our administrative support staff that help them provide those mission critical services. I gave you these narratives for you to take and read for yourselves at some point in time, but I'll quickly cover. Our adult probation services range anywhere from pretrial services, where we're working directly with the jail in ensuring that people that are prepared to be released but need some level of supervision prior to arriving for their first time in court are released safely back into the community. So our job is to essentially take a look at who would be most well prepared for release. Some people can be released without any supervision whatsoever. They've been arrested for a low-level offense, they're released back into the community, and they receive no supervision at all before they go to court. Some people need a little bit more support to ensure that they make it to court and go through the court process, and also to have sort of a guiding, supportive person in the background checking in with them to ensure that they're not being placed further at risk of committing another offense before getting through the process related to the offense with which they are being charged. So our pretrial services happen long before court. And then of course we have the services leading into court, where probation provides reports and recommendations to the court around what should happen in a felony services case. And then your traditional probation services, where a person is placed on probation. Instead of being sent to state prison, they may have served a short jail sentence, they may not have, but now they are in the community being supervised by a probation officer. That actually breaks down 3 ways. We have formal probation, traditional probation, which you have most common understanding of. And then there are 2 other forms of probation. There's mandatory supervision, which is you don't have a choice to be on probation. You can't choose to go to state prison. You're placed in local prison as a result of public safety realignment. And then you are placed on a mandatory term of supervision after you are released from local prison, which is our county jail. Those terms could range anywhere from less than a year to up to multiple years in the county jail. And then you are released onto the street under the supervision of a probation officer. And that came as a result of public safety realignment. The third piece is also from public safety realignment, and it's, you've probably heard the term or heard me reference it, post-release community supervision, PRCS. And those are the people returning from state prison who would have otherwise gone on parole prior to 2011, but then they are now placed on local probation as a result of public safety realignment. And of course, we have our community corrections partnership that receives the money from the state of California as a result of public safety realignment that we bring to you each year during the budget process as to how we recommend it be distributed amongst the partners, the sheriff, Health and Human Services, and probation, and that pays for those types of services. So I'm going to stop there for just a moment because I want to break this up in just a few pieces and ask if there are any questions about the adult services of probation.
Any questions from the board? John, are you okay? All right. Good to go.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Chief.
Of course, most people associate juvenile services with probation. In fact, there are some people in the community who probably think juvenile services are the only thing that we do, that probation is kids. The reality is kids are a very small percentage of our business relative to the totality of people that we supervise in the community. Juvenile supervision are those youth that have been referred to the probation department, generally by a law enforcement agency, but not always, Some referrals can come directly from school districts, although that's a fairly rare occurrence. Generally speaking, a kid in school or a kid in the community has been referred through a law enforcement agency, local police department, sheriff's department, and has come before the probation officer as an iterative step in the delinquency process in California. In other states, it doesn't work that way. In some states, you go directly to court. Probation is not part of the intervening process. In California, because we are an intervention in and of itself, a child can be dealt with informally as a result of their delinquent act or pre-delinquent act, and the probation department can take action absent court oversight. When courts get involved is because the probation department has moved that case on to the district attorney's office and asked the district attorney to consider filing charges in juvenile court with that minor, because we think that it is important for us to take a more formal approach, have that minor placed under the supervision of the court and its probation department for a longer term, or for the opportunity to place them in custody if need be, if that should be part of the rehabilitative process for youth. Most kids never see the inside of our juvenile detention center, just FYI. Most cases are deferred or referred to our informal services or to the services of a community-based provider that is contracted either through the probation department or is providing services through a school district or directly to a family under their insurance. And they're receiving services through the community, being supervised by the probation department until those services are completed. So we're ensuring that they participate and that they complete those services. And if we're satisfied that they've done everything we've asked them to do, we close that case informally. There's no record of it, and that doesn't follow them on into later adolescence and adulthood. Any questions about juvenile probation?
We're good? All right. Thank you.
Outstanding. Then, of course, we have our juvenile residential services, also known as Juvenile Hall or the Juvenile Treatment Center in South Lake Tahoe, where we do provide detention services. We provide detention services to our local youth. We also now provide services to our local youth who would have otherwise been sent to the Division of Juvenile Justice of the California Department of Corrections, the former California Youth Authority, a lot of people know it as. That is closing in July of this year. They stopped taking intakes in July of last year, and any youth that are committed by the court to a long-term program, which is now called a Secure Youth Treatment Program in a Secure Youth Treatment Facility, or an SYTF, those youth are now retained locally. Now, there are two ways that we can do that here in El Dorado County. One is we can manage the youth here in our county, in our institution for a period of time. That period of time will be years, multiple years. Or we can contract for that service outside of the county. It is extremely expensive to send youth out of the county and into a treatment facility elsewhere. It's a locked treatment facility. It's going to be provided by another probation department. I'll give you an example. There was a little bit of controversy surrounding this when we proposed it, but there are regionalized facilities for some specific types of treatment. For example, Sonoma County is providing a sex offender youth treatment program in Sonoma County, and is most likely the facility where we would send a youth if we have a youth convicted of a sex-related crime and we needed to provide them that type of treatment. We would send them to Sonoma County at the cost of many hundreds of dollars a day, and they would provide that treatment service for us over a period of years, depending on how long that youth was committed to the program and how long the services that program provides takes. There are some specialized treatments that we will have to send out for service, and that will be part of the cost to the county when we do that. The reciprocal is true as well. There will be opportunities for us to be able to provide services to other counties. We have contracts with multiple counties in the northern part of the state, where we currently and have for years provided residential services to those counties for basic juvenile hall services. But now that we do have an SYTF program, and in fact have a youth in our SYTF program who has been with us for several years and was returned to us from the Division of Juvenile Justice, we will have the opportunity to receive revenue from other counties who will pay us that large daily rate for fees of service in order for us to provide support to them, because they are counties without juvenile services at all. So we will do that very selectively and for only certain types of generalized cases, none of the specified types of at-risk programs that other counties are going to be providing. So any questions about juvenile detention services?
This one I do have a question, and maybe
Yeah.
I misunderstood. So the state facility that's closing in July,
Mhm.
do we have any youth in there that we will be getting, or are they preparing for that ahead, or is it, how's that gonna work?
That's my question too.
Okay.
Yeah, that is a great question. The good news is we have no youth there. We have not sent a youth to
Okay.
DJJ in many years. The one youth we have currently in custody as an SYTF youth came back to us from DJJ quite some time ago. And there was court-related reason for that, but at the end of the day, it was important for us not to sort of layer our problem by sending more youth to DJJ. So fortunately, we found ourselves in a position of not having to do that. So
Oh, very good.
many counties are not in that position. And in fact, there's an entire task force that's just been established, of which I participate, to help solve that problem, because those youth are going to be coming back to their counties mid-commitment and mid-programming. And so if you have a youth who's a sex offender, as an example, coming back to your county, you don't have that program. How do you broker that service? And where does that youth go? And how do you interrupt their treatment at DJJ and now provide it in a different environment? So there are a lot of issues related to the closure of DJJ that we're navigating our way through. So
Right.
I think Supervisor Heidel might have a question.
Yes, Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, Brian, with respect to helping other counties and providing the services that, you know, are going to be in increased demand, it sounds like, do you have a feel for how many residential youth we might be bringing in? You mentioned the one. Are we talking about another 3 or 4, or could it expand the program out significantly as you look forward, you know, in the upcoming years?
Yeah, I appreciate that question, Supervisor. The reality on the ground is that we suspect that it could be upwards of the numbers you're referencing, 3 or 4, perhaps 5 at most. The good news is we control that. We have no obligation to any other county to take a youth. We will do so on an as needed or as it is available basis. So if we have say, for example, a conflict where we have a high risk or high needs youth in custody that would be in conflict with bringing another youth in, we can say no. So it's at our discretion, and our primary responsibility is to our own kids. The youth we have in custody is an El Dorado County youth. So we'll make sure those services are able to be provided first. And if we can expand our services to help other counties, we will do that. Fortunately, we aren't in a position where we have any obligation to provide any services. So we get to determine what that's going to be.
Yeah, my concern was with the state and the way they operate. If they could basically edict that existing facilities have to accept youth from other counties, and because we never know what the legislature is going to do, right? So
you're absolutely correct. And we have been taken an offensive posture with the administration and the legislature to let them understand they created this problem by passing legislation that closed their own facility. They did that over our objection. And as local governments and probation, we objected to the passage of the bill that closed DJJ. We explained to them all of the pitfalls of it and said, now, if you are going to saddle us with this, you cannot saddle us with rules and regulations around how we execute this. So the execution is happening as a result of the coordination among probation and in collaboration, frankly, with CSAC and CASE. We're working together to continually communicate to the legislature and the governor's office how to make this successful. In fact, I have a meeting today at 4:15 with the governor, and we are going to be talking about this specific issue so that he understands the problem that you created.
Yeah.
You need to understand that you can't make the problem worse, and you need to work to make the problem better if you want this to be a success. So everybody wants us to be successful. We understand that, but they've got to properly resource us and not burden us unduly if they want us to be successful with this.
Hopefully that will continue. And I think
Yeah.
El Dorado County benefits greatly from your leadership in this arena across the state and even across the nation. I mean, we're so blessed that you are, plugged in to state leadership and in helping guide these policies that work for our county.
Yeah, it turns out a lot of things happen at that level that have a
Exactly.
major impact on us locally. And if we aren't in the conversation, we become part of the results of the conversation.
Yeah.
So your expertise is a tremendous benefit.
Yeah,
in
thank
this
you.
arena.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Brian, some of these houses that are popping up all over the place, especially housing these youths, like Summit View, for example, there's one particular house that's up on China Hill Road that's housing these people. Are you aware? Because a lot of these kids are just getting out of prison or whatever, and then they go to these facilities. Are you aware that that's going on, or?
Yeah. So the establishment of group homes in any county is done with the knowledge of the Health and Human Services Director, the Child Welfare Director in some counties, and the Chief Probation Officer. I come from a county where group homes became a significant problem in the county, where they were creating lots of delinquent acts as a result of kids coming from all over the state, sometimes all over the country, and being placed in large group home facilities or in multiple group home facilities that were not well run. And in that county, the Chief Probation Officer had to take a very proactive role in helping get group homes shut down in the county because they were a nuisance to the quality of life. We have not found that to be the case here. That is not to say that we don't have individual issues that occur occasionally where youth placed in group homes create issues usually in the immediate neighborhood, but sometimes beyond their immediate neighborhood. And we're generally made aware of that because we're the ones receiving the youth in custody, or we're the ones receiving the report about the youth. And so I begin to see a trend. Then I can begin to start having conversations around why is this group home accepting kids that are creating hate and discontent in the community.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially in residential areas. That's a big concern to me. And that's where a lot of the people live around this particular area, but that's just not that one. There's a lot of them that are popping up all over in El Dorado County. And
I just want to interrupt you real quickly. There are homes that have moved from place to place in El Dorado County, but I would probably push back a little bit and say there aren't homes popping up like multiplying in El Dorado County. That's not happening. Mm-hmm. There may be one or two added over the last couple of years, but any group home operator that wants to operate in a jurisdiction has to apply for licensing to do that. And then that comes through our office and comes through the Health and Human Services office. And so if we started to see a trend of increasing applications or licensing for that, we would become aware of it. And law enforcement obviously has a vested interest in there not being a large crop of group homes coming up. Our county should not have to support a percentage of group homes that outweighs other parts of the state because we happen to have inexpensive land or we happen to be in a rural remote area, which frankly group home operators tend to move toward those areas because it's cheaper to operate.
Yeah, I know there's another one too that's right next to our cemetery in Frenchtown. There's a concern there too. So I'm just asking, that's all.
Yep, appreciate that. Thank you, Supervisor. Moving on to our
Brian,
operations.
can I piggyback on that? How are the local residents informed that this group home is coming in? Because I've had concerns expressed to me from various people of all of a sudden it looks like there's a big transition. They don't know what it is, what's happening. Is there any formal notification of the local residents that the transition is occurring?
There really isn't, Supervisor. Community Care Licensing is the state agency that provides licensing support to what we call congregate care homes or group homes. And there's no requirement that I'm aware of unless it's been a requirement that's been added by local legislation for group homes to make a notice to the community that they're opening in a particular area, as long as they're a 6-bed facility or smaller.
And Chief Richard, I know you have a time limit here,
Yeah,
so I want to be sensitive to that. If perhaps we need to, revisit this topic for another day. Want to make sure you meet your time
Appreciate
deadlines.
that. Thank you. We also have our Operations Support Division, which is the division that handles all all of those things that go into making us be able to do the supervision effectively. So our training, our hiring, our discipline, our excuse me, our tools and equipment, all of those things that go into allowing the department to actually run more efficiently and effectively. Those are handled by our combination really of our operations support division, which has both sworn staff and non-sworn support staff that pay attention to data, all of our clerical, so all the information into our systems and all of the information out of our systems for reporting purposes all lives within our operations support division. And then of course we have our fiscal administration division, which as the name implies, supports all of our budgetary needs, ensures that all of those things that the department requires in order to run are taken care of, and amazing process that they go through each and every year. It seems like budget is now a year-round process where we're operating sometimes 3 budgets simultaneously, our old one, our current one, and the one we're projecting. Phenomenal job that these people do ensuring that everybody gets paid and everything gets paid and all of our contracts are taken care of. So hats off to all of our non-sworn professionals in the organization as well. I'm going to quickly go through the numbers with you. Your department is not a small department. Your probation department is one of the larger departments in the county at $21.7 million in change. That is broken down into almost $5.9 million for the juvenile treatment center, $7.5 million for adult services, $3.5 million for juvenile services, and almost $5 million supporting the administrative services of the department. Net county cost is 12 million of that, almost 22. About 4 million of that in the juvenile treatment center, 2.7 in adult services. And as you can see, a very small contribution, relatively speaking, for juvenile services in the county. Much of the juvenile services in the county is provided by state subvention grants. So our juvenile justice prevention grants are the lion's share of the dollars that go in to pay for juvenile probation officers and the contracts that we have to support families and youth. And then, of course, the big ticket item is that the general fund tends to support administration in departments. It's the same in the probation department. As far as our revenue is concerned, this is where hopefully the distance vision and the close-up vision starts to begin to match up a little bit. Operating transfers of about 5.6 million. Realignment interest of 156,000, a small amount of money that comes from our Board of State and Community Corrections, the BSCC, public safety sales tax commitment, of course, the 172 tax that gets split up amongst the public safety agencies, our federal administration fees that come in through our foster care work, institutional housing, that's revenue that we generate housing kids from other counties, and then miscellaneous other revenue. Our state other, I'm going to break down our state other and our operating transfers here real quick. Our operating transfers include our 1869 backfill, which is our 143 allocation, our SB 678 performance incentive grant, which has been around for about 13 years now. It's an investment by the state into adult probation specifically that was negotiated with the state through CPOC back 13, 14 years ago as an incentive. The fewer people we send to state prison, the more money we get. Now, that doesn't mean departments aim to not send people to state prison in order to generate revenue. That would be silly. It's simply as the collective system, the courts, the DA, the local law enforcement and probation have an impact on the reduction of crime and the reduction of the necessity of sending people to state prison. All of that coordinated work realized in an incentive that comes back to the probation department for us to be able to provide services, because when those people don't go to state prison, where do they go? As I said before, probation. So it helps us fund the services we provide to those people that don't go to state prison. And then, of course, as I mentioned, the majority of our funding for juvenile comes from state subvention grants, including our JJCPA, our Youth Offender Block Grant. The lion's share of our juvenile services are paid for through those and our juvenile reentry money. And then, of course, we have AB 109. Our AB 109 and our AB 109 planning and implementation funds pays for a good deal of our adult probation services to support PRCS and those mandatory supervision commitments. And then there is our new SB 823 block grant, which is helping defray the cost associated with us now housing kids that were going to go to DJJ, which we paid a fee to the state to house our youth, a small fee, relatively speaking to their actual cost. It was about $25,000 a year. Now the state pays us in order to keep kids local or to send kids to other local jurisdictions. They pay us through the SB 823 block grant. And then there is our state other revenue, about $1.2 million, which is part of our federal 4E claim, which is the money that goes to support foster care. I like to remind you of this, as is with child welfare, where they serve an at-risk population of abused and neglected children and sometimes have to place them in foster care or put them through adoption services. Your probation department does the exact same thing, not with an abused and neglected population by status, although I would submit to you, most of, not all of them are abused or neglected or both, but through delinquency. So as they've transitioned out of perhaps the CPS world, the child welfare world, into probation, we now take on the same federal responsibilities as your child welfare department. So we do all of the placement, we do all of the foster care support, we do all of the federal intervention work that has to be done through child welfare. We're under the same obligations and we provide the same services, just on a smaller scale than child welfare does, including through AB 12, which is youth no longer on probation, but federally and state eligible for services after the fact because they were a foster care kid. So eligible for residential services, behavioral health services, college services, et cetera. We have probation staff that provide all those support services and connect those kids to the entitlement grants that they have so that they don't fall into homelessness. They don't fall into prison. They don't fall into what those pitfalls that so many foster kids tend to fall into, including things like human trafficking. We also receive our juvenile camp funding from the state, our juvenile probation funding from the state, substance abuse focus grant, our pretrial money from the state of California that flows through our local courts, our federal behavioral health justice intervention services grant, which is paid for a lot of our Stepping Up initiative, and our juvenile reentry grant, our SB 23 Part B that is helping fund some work on the JTC. Last slide, and then I will close, is that we pay actually very close attention to the county's strategic plan, the county's strategic goals, and the county's core values when it comes to developing our own strategic plan, our own practices and policies. We reference them all back to what the county expects of each of its departments. And so relative to all of those core values, they are either baked into our core values or our strategic plan, or something that we reference when we are building new things in the department. And as far as strategic goals, we believe the probation department, because it's sort of the Swiss Army knife of a service department, we're law enforcement, we're health, we're human services, we're education, we're a lot of things to a lot of people in a different way, depending on how they come to us and what their needs are. But without a doubt, we support economic development through creating enhanced public safety in our community. Our good governance model internally follows strongly certain philosophies and practices that we believe keep us in alignment with what the county expects of its departments and expects of its staff and the services we're providing. Certainly contribute to healthy communities by trying to build healthier people. We believe that people that are well suited to be engaged in employment and education and activity come because they have the support that they need from the safety net that should be out there for them to keep them from being in that place where they're committing crime and causing further victimization in our communities. Infrastructure, the public safety piece, I don't even need to touch on. The infrastructure piece, we are a big part of your infrastructure, from the JTC to the two facilities that we operate out of for the community services we offer. It's a big part of your infrastructure. It's costly. We pay very close attention to it, and we think that that it's a big investment by the board. So with that, I will pause and answer any other questions you have, and then I will get out of your way.
Well, we've kind of asked questions along the way, Chief Richard. We always enjoy your presentations and appreciate knowing what your department is dealing with. Any other further questions for Chief Richard?
No, I'm all right.
All right.
And
And
always feel free to get in touch again, because a
Thank you.
lot's going on. I think
There
that
is.
a theme that we're hearing is that the state is always impacting counties. We always,
Mhm.
that's been the theme for several years lately. So always feel free to get in touch so that we feel informed and can help support you.
Absolutely.
thank
Thank
you
you
so
very
much for
much.
being with us. Really appreciate it. We're going to take public comment. And I know you have a 10 at 10 a.m. that you're already late for. So I apologize that we
Sorry
held
about
you
that.
up.
Yeah,
Chief
thank
Richard.
you.
Thank you so much for being here. All right, Kim, we're ready for public comment.
Now taking public comment on general government elected, the auditor, and law and justice probation. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Morning,
Chris
Chris.
Payne, Diamond Strengths. Good morning. Let's take it in reverse order. Probation first. If you were modeling the optimum department head, Brian's it. He's candid, articulate, and he's sensitive. He reads people. He reads the room. I think it's from his education and his experience in what he does that he has to be that way. It was funny, I was outside when he came in and he goes through this routine around his vehicle in order to prepare for coming here. But he says he prepares that way every single time he gets out of his vehicle. He has this routine that his firearm is getting ready. What I'm trying to say is that if you were looking at someone as a model to show others, it might be him. I would leave that to you. Group homes, potentially you could do some legislation to tighten this down if you wished. You'd have to prepare it correctly, obviously with county council support, and then you could do that. So that's pretty much about probation. Let's go to the auditor controller. I ran out because I wanted to tell him what I was going to say. The auditor controller, he's an unusual personality. Like him or not like him, he tells it like it is. He's a storyteller in a sense, comes up here and can say a lot of things about subjects. He held up the Phoenix project because the chart of accounts wasn't correct. The vendor wasn't providing to the county what he felt was necessary. So he held it up for months. And I remember I shared this with him out in the hallway in case there was anything I had gotten wrong. I'm telling the truth that that's the type of auditor control you have, that if he sees something wrong, he just stays on it. And I think that's a pretty good quality. I said there was a financial triad: assessors, treasurer, tax collector, his office, and he said, don't forget the recorder clerk. So there's actually 4 that constitutes, and we had the other ones, so we know what they do. And with his office, that makes the difference. One of the things, he mentioned the county charter. He's probably the only one here so far that's talked about the county charter. He mentioned it, and also county service districts. I said, you seem to have some issues sometimes with county service districts. And he said, yes, it's the way they're run. You know, they're either running it correctly or they're not running it correctly. And we have a lot of county service area or districts within our county.
Anyone else in the room? Not seeing a mad rush. All right.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly Nalawala.
Good morning, Kelly. Kelly? Can you unmute yourself, Kelly? She dropped off. We need to give her a minute to get back on. Or- She drop off or did we?
Hello?
There we go, Kelly. We can hear you
There
now.
we go. I'm so sorry. My Zoom does not cooperate with y'all. Thank you so much, Kelly Nelavaya, El Dorado Hills. I understand fully this was not the direction of the entire presentation. It was lovely to hear some of the information regarding juvenile services, which is a passion of mine in helping our youth understand law and order. I do hope that we will have some flexibility to continue to instigate law and order with our youth, as it's very sad to me to even hear down in El Dorado Hills Safeway of them talking about the amount of petty theft that our youth is participating in on a daily basis. And these are children that certainly know better. But as in my case and many others, sometimes a little bit of law enforcement helps reiterate that fact that that is not acceptable here. But rolling back, I would really thank George Turnbull for bringing up group homes in our county. I would plead to either Mr. Supervisor Heidel on my behalf as a District 1, Wendy as somebody who does have some of these group homes in her jurisdiction, or George, to please bring this to a actual agenda item. I have done a lot of research on this lately. I believe these homes are being misclassified. I am convinced. I've been talking with Assemblyman Joe Patterson. He agrees with me that these are crossing the line between the limitation of what is a medical treatment facility and a group home. A group home may not participate in medical treatment. These children are often under the psychiatric care of Kaiser Permanente. Some are individual insurance referrals for psychiatric care. And our law enforcement is being very inundated with issues of neighborhood threats, vandalism, harassment, and we don't want it to become something of the worst case scenario. So I encourage you to bring this back to the table, discuss clearly what are we letting happen in our county, not for just the protection of our neighborhoods and our homes, but mostly for the protection of these youth to make sure they are being supervised correctly by our juvenile services. And I thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kelly.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. Let me do a check-in with my colleagues. Do you need a minute? Are we ready to jump into general government?
Let's go. I'm sorry, there is another person who just raised their hand.
Okay,
Now taking public comment from Blake Popejoy.
good morning, Blake.
Good morning. So just going off what Kelly said, my house was actually vandalized and by one of these group homes. Well, they're classified as group homes, but they're technically mental health facilities that are being allowed to be put in our communities. Summit View is the one I have down the street from my house. There's been dozens of incidents where sheriffs have been on our street with kids handcuffed, kids walking down the street saying they're kidnapped, showing up at neighbors' houses, claiming, kidnapping and different things like that. These kids have severe mental health issues. I had a kid show up at my house in December and bang on my door at dark and say he had killed someone across the street from my house. And, basically it was a gang initiation. He killed someone, buried him. Totally believe the story. Definitely freaked me out. The next night, we had called the sheriffs. The next night he came back and put holes in my front door. He was hitting it so hard. My roommate was sleeping in the back room. I have a 3,200 square foot house. So he just heard loud bangs. And the kid ended up busting through my front window. A 4x4 foot window cost me $1,000 to get fixed, and coming into my house. And this kid was crazy. He ended up getting moved to a secure facility in Utah. Basically, essentially a future school shooter. I talked to the kid for 4 minutes out front while I waited for my roommate to grab a gun. And he decided to come back the next night because we called the sheriffs. I wasn't mean to him. I sat and listened to his story, but eventually went inside. We had called 911. The sheriffs didn't even take a report that night. They came and got the kid and brought him back to Summit View, which is about a couple hundred yards from my house. And he came back, and then I guess after he busted my window, my roommate came out of the back room with a gun. So this kid could have got shot. And we have elderly neighbors. There's about 40 young kids on our street. So if this kid showed up at someone else's house, I don't happen to have kids, luckily, but there is 4 young girls that share a street with this house. And he has pleaded with them to leave his street. Long story short, this kid, the sheriffs went back the next day because he was threatening to do it again on Saturday. He wasn't arrested, even though I asked for him to be arrested after vandalizing and coming to my house. And he attacked the sheriff, tried to take his gun, and told him he would have used it on him if he got it from him. This kid's in a secure facility now, but these kids are, they said the worst of the worst. Some of you told us when we had a meeting. So you guys need to review why these homes are being allowed in
Thank you,
our
Mr.
community.
Popejoy. Thank you. And once again, I am aware of this terrible incident. And I'm so sorry your family had to walk through that, as well as your neighbors. I want to assure the public that we were aware of it, and our law enforcement partners, as well as probation, engaged right away. I know that we've had a community meeting with the neighbors, with the provider, with our law enforcement partners, with the sheriff's office, with myself. And I'm glad that the immediate situation has been rectified and that we are continuing to follow up on this incident. So I want to assure the public this is not outside. This is that we have been fully engaged in this issue and will continue to do so. So thank you for your comments. All right, that's the end of public comment.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, thank you. All right, we now move into our next functional group, general government. And with that, we have a clerk of the board, Miss Dawson. You get to be on another side of the platform
Feels
today.
different. Good morning. So I will go ahead. Oh, let me share my screen. Sorry.
We look forward to seeing what you do.
Surprise. Okay, so basically, the clerk's statement is a statement for the county. Our office really strives to provide excellent customer service as a reflection on the county, and in particular, the board members. I think that the staff in the clerk's office, probably most will agree, goes above and beyond. And I continually hear from other departments how impressed they are with the service they receive from the clerk's office. Our organizational chart is small, but I just wanted to point out the wonderful people that work in the office. I would see them as dedicated, patient, warm and caring, and again, providing exceptional customer service. HSA brought up about how they're often amazed that people come to work and do what they do. And I say the same thing about the staff in the clerk's office. We're often the first line of people that are very frustrated, that are upset, and the staff in our office are always so patient and kind. In the past, we had board members and their assistants, and I didn't include them this time because there is a little bit of a separation. Assistants really report to their supervisors, but I wanted to point out how exceptional our board assistants are. A couple of weeks ago, I saw a board assistant sit out in the lobby with a constituent for over an hour, just listening to their concerns. And I think assistants sometimes maybe get a little bit forgotten because they're behind the scenes, but I just wanted to acknowledge them because they really are committed to the constituents of the county and their district, looking for answers and providing that level of assistance that our constituents deserve. What we do. So we do quite a bit for a little department. We are the official keeper of the records. We handle all the board's, obviously, agendas and minutes. We handle assessment appeals. We process claims against the county, liability claims. We support the clerks and the Board of Supervisors homepages. We also provide assistance to our committees and commissions. We administer public records requests, And our newest responsibility, which at first I was a little resistant to, but now I'm more excited about, is the management of the county's record center. So we are predominantly general fund. You can see the amount that the Board of Supervisors, a little over 2 million. Our record center is right at about $150,000. Since we're predominantly general fund, we do get a little money back from assessment appeals filings, and then the state reimburses us a small amount for the administration of assessment appeals, or probably more people know it as for the Board of Equalization. And then one of the things that our performance is that we timely post all of the agendas, minutes, and the videos. I think as far as when I look to other counties, our turnaround time is exemplary. We really strive to make sure that they're accessible to the public. And one of the really nice things about how we conduct our meetings in the hybrid format, and also including with the YouTube stream, is that people that maybe can't participate in the meetings at the time, immediately after the meeting's over, can jump on YouTube and be able to catch up on an item that they maybe missed. As far as the strategic plan, most of what we impact is under good governance. And one of the things that we strive is to provide online and in-person trainings. We just had an amazing workshop with our committees and commissions. Supervisor Parlin participated along with our county counsel, David Livingston. And between online and in person, we had approximately 70 committee and commission members attend, which was beyond what my expectations were. This Thursday, we're going to have a staff training with our Public Records Act requests with myself, IT, and county counsel to really help our departments and our staff to understand the impact Public Records Act requests have and what are the consequences when we don't adhere to some of the requirements. We also provide in-depth cross-training for staff, and a lot of what I'm a very firm believer in is professional development. Everyone in the Office of the Clerks is enrolled in the prior series, which allows them to take courses on Excel, how to deal with difficult customers, just a variety of skill building sets. I want them to always feel challenged and give them the resources and the tools for wherever they may want to be in the future. And then we also, taking on the Record Center, one of our challenges is to where we're going to go in the future with the Record Center, and also understanding the confidentiality that goes with the records that we are maintaining. And speaking of the Record Center, as far as upcoming, I'm sorry, that's kind of difficult to read, upcoming policy and programmatic changes, part of our supplemental request will be an ask for funds to be able to support the Record Center. We're looking at a 5-year plan. What we intend to do is start off with, assuming that the funding is provided, start off with a couple of smaller departments. The board will be one of them, where we start to look at what is the digitalization and the indexing looked at. Our Record Center, Clay Russell, has done an amazing job with an audit of over 17,000 boxes that are in the Record Center, and rectifying what we have physically and what we have in the database. And for as many boxes as we had, there were over 1,000 issues. And as of the other day, he's almost halfway through rectifying that. So coming in with the background that he had in the CAO's office, kind of learning some of the downfalls or challenges with the Record Center, made him the ideal candidate for our Record Center manager, and be able to address where we're at before we start to say, where do we want to go? And I'm really excited as far as where we are going to go, and also balancing the historical value with the preservation. If you go down to the Record Center now, how it looked 4 months ago is entirely different how it looks now. Our records technician, Tyler Hartzell, has done an amazing job with organizing it. And it is an exciting, it's something so exciting to be part of, because we will change forever how the county takes care of the records. one of the things that kind of struck me was that we have these beautiful historical books, deed books, and they're just lined up against the wall. And some of them are already water damaged because they have not been taken care of. And I think with the right people in place and with the funding, we will be able to ensure that the county is never in this situation again. The Record Center has been kind of forgotten about for over 20 years, and this is somewhat what we're playing catch up with. And that's the end of my presentation.
Oh, well, thank you, Kim. And the five of us have a unique perspective because we work very, very closely hand in hand with the clerk of the board's department. And I cannot say enough about what a privilege it is to work with you and our staff. As you said, they are just deeply caring individuals that set the tone and the culture of, your office and our offices, as well as the interface with the public. And that just makes all the difference in the world in helping the public navigate the complexities of county government and knowing where to go and how to resolve the issues that they find in their daily life. And you are all a key part of that. And what you've done with our boards, committees, and commissions with Kaylee
Absolutely.
is nothing short of phenomenal.
Absolutely.
Giving the citizens of our county who are volunteering their time to support, county functions and government, but giving them the tools they need to succeed has been just a game changer. And what you're doing with the Records Center is another example of that high level of service that you and your staff have brought to this county. And just kudos to all of your efforts. And I'm sure my colleagues have other comments and perhaps questions.
No, I just got one word, awesome.
That's a great word.
You guys, you
As
and
far
your
as
staff are awesome, Kim. Thank you very much for all your help.
Thank
really
you.
appreciate
And I feel
that.
very supported by my board members and my CAO and our wonderful county council. And for our committees and commissions, Kaylee is almost done with having them all in Legistar and in a hybrid mode. Our next step will be working with our committees and commissions on their annual reporting to the board and getting them on a regular schedule as
Right.
far as having them come back, because I think it'll really help the board understand, like, what are our committees and commissions doing? Are they doing what we expect them to do? Do they understand what they're doing? And kind of having that more of a relationship between our committees and commission and our board.
And then Kira and Kyle, the support that they give our office, and people don't understand the depth of how difficult it is to develop the agendas and get all the timing and all the signatures and all that underlying foundation that's required to support what the county does. They're just incredible in their jobs.
Our office touches every department in the county.
It's
And
true.
I like to remind people when they need a rush on something, that Kira and Kyle, they handle the paperwork for the entire county. So every action that the board takes, there's paperwork that goes with it, and they ensure that it's completed and signed by our chair and processed according to the directions given. And they do it with a lot of grace and ease.
They sure do. Yes. Any other comments? Supervisor Heidel, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to compliment Kim and her organization. I do want to reflect on the fact that through our 360 annual reviews and goal setting and stuff, obviously the board has a pretty close association with the clerk's office and understands what's going, but that goal setting, I think, is key. And then the measurements of how we're accomplishing those goals, it really helps the board understand, do we need more staff? Do we need more dedication of services of some kind? And that's an ongoing discussion. And I think the net result of that is what I'll call just good governance. So thank you, Kim, for supporting all of that. Thank you for your ambitious can-do attitude. Without the motivation of you as the leader of the organization, we wouldn't be where we are, and we're making great progress.
Well said.
Yeah, I'm just gonna really quick say, I appreciate the team environment that we have in the office, and you keep tackling more and more things every time. I go, are you really gonna? And you do. And it's been amazing to see the committees and commissions were so out of control. And I can tell you that the committees that I interface with have appreciated you you and Kaylee helping them create some structure. They didn't have any. And so I think they feel more functional and valued. So that is amazing. And then going into your PRA conversation that you're going to be having, just maybe I'm just gonna point it out, because as someone that's done PRAs in the county in the past, I think sometimes when we're asking for records, the public doesn't understand what a record is versus just a question. And you get this blank, we have no records response. If we could do something a little nicer, just say, we don't have an existing record, but if you want to ask a question, there's a difference. And I think the public doesn't understand that. And then sometimes the response that the county gives doesn't help with that understanding. And I know that's, it's gonna be a tough one, but it's the way that we interface and stuff. And I get it. And we still get them. I see them come in. People are asking for things that technically aren't records, but they need answers. And so can you make that part of the process? I guess that would be really helpful.
And you are spot on. Actually, on Thursday, that's some of the conversation we will be having with staff as far as some of their obligation, responsibility is to reaching out to our requesters and helping modify or narrow in what they're asking for. So we really are responding to them. And it's a part of our job to help them. We're really here for the constituents. And I hope that after our training on Thursday, staff will walk away recognizing that we could do better, we can do more. And if we just take a little time and think about if that was a friend or a family on the other side and they're struggling to try to help us understand what they're looking for, wouldn't we take those extra steps?
Thank you for that.
That's a great attitude. That's wonderful. And that's exactly what sets your department apart. I mean, you do a phenomenal job. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Kim.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'm going to go put my other hat on.
All right. On to your other duties. And so with that, we have the CAO's office, and today's bittersweet. This is your last presentation on what your office does and the amazing work that your team does in leadership of the county. So
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Don Ashton, your CAO. I'll kick this off and then we'll have different people come speak of the different divisions that are within the CAO's office as well.
Are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Because how many slides is this?
We're gonna go quick. It's a lot.
Hey. I just had to, sorry.
it's his last hurrah.
I know.
So if we
This
go
is
to,
a book.
want to go to slide 2? There we go. So there's really 5 separate programs in the CAO's office as currently structured. I'm going to talk about admin and budget a little bit, and we'll have the different staff talk about EMS, emergency medical services, and emergency preparedness and response. The wildfire preparedness and resilience program, we're not going to spend a lot of time on that. We just had a presentation to the board on what they do. Essential services and then the parks division. So next slide. Next one. So the mission statement of the CA, the Chief Administrative Office Administration Budget Division, is responsible for the proper and efficient administration of the affairs of the county as prescribed in the county charter and by formal action of the board, as well as coordinating the work of all offices and departments, identifying ways to achieve efficiency and economy in all county operations, and recommending and administering the county budget. I often get asked, and it just happened the other day, guys, how many people do you have working in the CAO's office? And that's, I mean, we could add up all the divisions, but I want to break it out by the admin and budget division. What you see here is typically what is seen in every CAO's office in the state of California at a minimum. Once you get beyond this, CAO offices differ in what programs they have under them or not, but this is really the core of what the CAO's office does. That's consistent with the county charter, it's consistent with your county ordinances and things like that in regards to the role of your CAO. And you'll look that that's about, well, it's about 9.5 FTEs doing administration and budget. The one nuance to that is we do have our communications manager in there. And for the past 3 years, she has, as you guys know, she has been assigned full-time to emergency response and recovery efforts. And with some changes we're having moving forward and challenges we have with that, and I guess looking back, perhaps I should have asked for more support a year or 2 ago. I didn't think we'd have emergencies stacking up on each other all the time. But that doesn't seem to be going away. And quite frankly, one communications person for the whole county is not sufficient. So we want to build some depth there. So we're putting a management analyst under Carla to help with that. We anticipate the recovery efforts for emergencies are going to go on for at least another year or two. And that's assuming we don't have any more emergencies. So there's some split workload there. The rest of the office is truly on the admin and budget side. And what do we do in that regard? Next slide, please, Kim. Well, one, we do what we're doing today. We administer the budget and we recommend the budget to the board. I think there's a good understanding of what that entails and the transparency behind that. We also review all board of supervisors items. Per our ordinances, the CAO is required to make a recommendation on every single board item, except those that come through the planning commission or those that come from an individual board member. So you can do the numbers. Our agendas are 40, 50, sometimes 60 items. The CAO's office touches every single one of those because we're required to include our recommendation with that. We also facilitate the strategic plan, not only the updates of the strategic plan, but how county departments are building those priorities into their departments and their programs and things such as that. Coordinating the work of all offices to achieve efficiency and economy, trying to find out, trying to eliminate any redundancies that we see happening. What I see in this section is our support to those departments. They need to, when they come to us with an issue, I feel our job is to help them solve that issue. Sometimes that's more money, sometimes that's more resources, sometimes it's shifting responsibilities. The records program is the most recent example. 15, 20 years ago, it was put in IT, was never really managed appropriately, and that's not a criticism of previous IT directors. It's capacity and time. And we just identified if we want to do it well, we need additional resource. And the board was generous enough to support that. And I think you're already seeing the gains of that. Very similar to the committees and commissions. Kim and I were talking a few years ago. How do we support this? Well, we needed a resource. And where does it go? And I think it's proven to be a good addition. So it's things like that we coordinate all the departments. The next one, I'm going to say we administer the policies. I don't like the word enforce unless we have to enforce. Sometimes we have to enforce policies on departments. By and large, most of our departments are very willing to comply with policies. The reality is we have a lot of policies, and I don't think any single person in the county knows every single policy. So, sometimes I forget about a policy out there, and we have to check and balance on each other to make sure we're all following those. So I like to emphasize the administration of the policies, not the enforcement as much. And then board directed projects come up that really don't have a place to fit in the organization, especially when they're new ideas. So an example, biomass is one of the more recent ones. The board put in our strategic plan biomass and implementation or exploration implementation. Well, there's not really a department that belongs in when you're in this phase of it. So we take that on. We support the Parks Master Plan. These are just some examples. Parks Master Plan, the MOU with the American River Conservancy, Chili Bar, ranch marketing, redistricting that comes about every 10 years. The CO's office was heavily involved in the implementation of the community choice aggregation or pioneer energy that the board identified as a policy. And then can't forget about mitigation fee act and the compliance with that. A few years ago, well, 7 or 8 years ago, the county wasn't complying with that. That's a workload that has fallen on the CO's office. That's where it belongs, but there's a lot of work that goes with that. So those special projects that don't really belong in a department that we need, or they're so new, we have to kind of get them going and then figure out maybe where they end up belonging once implemented. That's where your CO's office comes in to assist with those efforts.
It's also been the Office of Wildfire and Resiliency. That was a huge one.
That was a huge one.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that. And that's one that's now become its own division. For now, that's in the CO's office. The board's going to need to think long-term, where does that really belong in our organizational structure? Next slide. So the total appropriations and the admin and budget side it's 99.9%. It's 100% net county costs. That's what it's similar to many of the other central support departments. The admin and budget side doesn't bring in revenue. There's $1,000 of revenue, that CCP funding, community corrections partnership funding for training and purposes like that. But by and large, it's $2.5 million, all net county costs. Our role in the strategic plan, we could have listed all the goals and the core values. It's the CIO's office that really administers that and drives that process forward. So, and we're starting that process now. So the public's aware, we have a retired CAO from another county assisting us and doing a major update of our strategic plan and looking at with the governance. He's met with most department heads and all the board members this week. He has a few more left, and the public will be hearing more about that in the coming weeks. One of the biggest programmatic changes or challenges facing the office and quite frankly the county as a whole is the impacts of emergency response. I told people this before. I went for the first 25 years of my career and was not involved in any emergency declarations. And that's true in most counties. We weren't unique in that regard. That was kind of the norm. They didn't happen very often. Well, they're happening every year now, sometimes a couple times a year. And we have to figure out what our long-term approach is going to be, how to staff that. And it's not what we forget. It's not just the emergency. That's when everyone's paying attention and all eyes are on it. And that's when the crisis is occurring. But when recovery efforts take 2, 3, and 4 years, that's a staff resource that needs to come from somewhere. And we've really been patching that together with support. We're going to have to figure out, I believe we're going to have to figure out a more sustainable way to help assist those efforts, because what's happened is we've pulled staff from their normal jobs to assist in the recovery efforts when their normal jobs don't get done. And then there's a service gap there that is created. But you have to balance that with costs, right? So that's where the balancing act comes in. So that is it on the core function of the CAO's office. I'm happy to answer any questions, and then we'll turn it over to, I believe, Laura Shorts for Central Fiscal.
Are there any questions at this point?
Not at this time.
No. Just very briefly, Don, what are other counties doing in response to ongoing emergency management? Are there best practices emerging, or is this kind of a new frontier that counties are figuring out?
It's a new frontier and it's split. Because it's new, I don't think there's one common way to do it. Even if you look at OES and those functions, they're organized differently throughout the state. You're going to hear a little bit today about emergency preparedness and response. And when you hear those words, you think, well, they should have a role in that. Well, they do, but the funding is public health funding that is very restrictive as to how it can be spent. So if we want to use them beyond what those funding streams allow, it's going to require some general fund contribution to give them flexibility to assist in those areas where their funding streams can't be used. And
it's a complex challenge. And so I really appreciate you kind of giving this board a heads up so we can think about how we might need to tackle that.
Yep. And that's something most people don't understand is counties have so many funding streams coming in that are so restrictive in how they can be used. To me, it's logical. Emergency preparedness and response, they should be able to help with the continuity of operations of government plan. Well, they can't. So if I have those staff spending time in that space, we need general fund dollars to support them in that. And that's where the challenge comes in.
All right. Yeah. Lots more discussion to come. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Laura.
Good morning, Laura. Welcome.
Good morning. Laura Schwartz, Chief Administrative Office, to go over our Central Services Division. So our mission statement of the Central Services Division is to provide a centralized and consistent service model, resulting in the highest level of customer service to internal and external customers. The main focus obviously is on internal. We do primarily work with our departments to provide fiscal, facilities, procurement and contracts, but there is an external component as well. The consistency is really something that we have seen huge gains in by centralizing these services. And it has resulted in efficiencies, cost savings across the board. Whereas before we had a lot of departments that, for examples, were very small departments that maybe had one fiscal person, that had to know a very large, broad knowledge basis, and maybe turning things in, for example, to our auditor's office differently. Each of those departments was turning in something, their work in a different manner, which meant the auditor's office, that creates more work for them. So by centralizing these services, we really have seen efficiencies, and that we're now able to allow those departments to have a very broad reach of services, because they kind of get parts and pieces of multiple people versus just one person, and provide real consistent services for all of our departments and auditor's office, county council, just by bringing all of that internal. So consistency is important. Our organizational chart, real briefly. So overall, we have 87 full-time equivalent employees within this division. We have a central fiscal division that is led by Carrie Williams-Horn, our agency CFO. We also have what we refer to as CDFA, and that's our Community Development Services, Finance and Admin, led by Becky Morton, another agency CFO. We have our Procurement and Contracts Division, led by Michelle Weimer, Facilities with Chuck Harrell. And I also have an ERP analyst. ERP is our Enterprise Resource Program, Katie Neisdahl, that also works with me. So we have a total of 87 folks. So what we do, we're going to start with Central Fiscal. Again, provides fiscal and administrative services to 8 departments. Those range from the district attorney, public defender, human resources, information technologies, the surveyor, the board, the CAO's office, a large variety of different programs that they support. They do the budget and development and monitoring, revenue and expense projections, accounts payable, accounts receivable, payroll, grant management, contract administration, human resources as far as the paperwork that goes through when we're doing our initial recruitment, financial reporting, purchasing. So just I'm sure I've missed some as I go through there, but really a lot of the finance and administration. CDFA, very similar unit. They provide the same types of services for transportation, building and planning, and environmental management. They're kind of centrally located over in Building C, so that works out well to have those resources easily available. And the same types of services. They actually also do some Mitigation Fee Act reporting. We do have a few of those that in building and planning and transportation. They also do a very large billing component. We have all of our Caltrans billing, our FEMA billing, things like that for transportation, especially our utility billings. There's quite a few actual of those billing services that run through this unit. The Transportation Capital Improvement Plan, internal auditing, reconciliations, grant management, basically anything fiscally related we touch. Facilities. Facilities, we basically have about 4 different functions under facilities. We have our core building maintenance, and that's basically kind of those projects that are under $25,000. Those fall under our building maintenance or deferred maintenance projects. That budget is about $4.1 million. We maintain over 900,000 square feet of buildings across both slopes. That's approximately 80 buildings. Seems to be getting more and more every day. And as well as emergency response. So when something goes wrong, we have the flooding, we have a pipe that's burst, that 24/7 response that team is responsible for. We also have a grounds maintenance division, where it's about a $1.1 million budget, and they are responsible. We have actually 90 acres of improved parks that we maintain, 10 miles of trails, 16 cemeteries, and obviously grounds for basically all of our county-owned buildings. So our government center, the library, all of those are also maintained by the grounds crew. Just recently, as you may recall, we did contract out the majority of our custodial. We still do have one custodial supervisor that kind of helps manage those contracts. So we have about a $1 million contract for multiple custodial services across both slopes that we manage within the facilities division. Our capital projects, you'll also sometimes hear that referred to as our ACO, or our Accumulative Capital Outlay Fund. Those are for all of those projects that are over $25,000 in nature. And it's a building improvement. So it's something that we're actually adding value to a building. We're building a new building. We're doing tenant improvements on a building, projects of that nature. There is a deferred maintenance component in there as well. And again, that would be those deferred maintenance projects that are over $25,000. So oftentimes that's replacing HVAC units, replacing our roofs, things of that nature. So we have a $6.5 million budget with that. And our deferred maintenance, we do plan that out. We try and do a kind of a 3-year look ahead when we're putting together our budget each year, but that's also based off of those facility assessments. So you'll often hear us refer to the facility assessment. Vanner did the first one, I think back in 2013, and we've kind of continually updated those throughout the years. So those very in-depth assessments kind of go through, and we look at fire life safety. There's basically a whole process that we go through to kind of prioritize which projects we're going to tackle first. So this year we've got about $6.5 million budgeted for those types of projects. And then our capital projects, such as things like the jail expansion project, the buildings that we just purchased in South Lake Tahoe, the Barton buildings, Carlton building, all of those types of projects. We've got a budget this year of about $47.1 million in our capital side. Keeping in mind that sounds like a large number, the way that we budget is when we budget for the full project upfront. So even though a project may take multiple years to take care of, for example, our jail expansion project, that's a $25 million project. We budget that full amount every year because we don't want to start a project and not have the funding to finish the project. So even if the project is going to go over multiple years, we still include the full amount in our budget, and then we simply do a reconciliation and a true up and carry forward the next year the amount that has not been spent. So that $47 million does encompass multiple years. And then contract administration within facilities, we see a lot of contracts flow through our facilities unit. Currently, we have over 200 open contracts that we are the contract administrator for within that division. And some of those may be on-call emergency contracts, as an example. Some of those may be specific public works projects that we have going on. So a fairly large contract load that flows through there as well. In what we do, procurement and contracts. So going back to my last statement, when I say that there's 200 contracts within facilities, departments are the contract administrator on their own departments, but procurement and contracts is the one that takes those contracts in the beginning, basically. So when a department says, hey, I need a contract, there's obviously things legally that we have to make sure that contract has in it. So procurement and contracts is where those contracts start. So they basically take those contracts from inception to completion. And then once they're completed, the department is the actual contract administrator for those contracts. Procurement and contracts also works on things like requests for qualifications, RFQs, requests for proposals, RFPs, bids, requisitions, purchase orders, contracts. So again, it is all centralized within procurement and contracts, but the departments are the ones that provide that information and then ultimately are the ones responsible for administering. We're responsible for implementing and updating the county's purchasing ordinance and policy. We also have a stores and mail component. So we receive and distribute all the county mail and stores orders, and we manage the county's surplus program. Our ERP team, I did want to touch on that a little bit because it's pretty exciting. We have there are team members. This is a a new model for the county, and that it really is a team approach. So we have one person from the auditor's office, we have one person from information technologies, and then myself in the CAO's office, and there are ERP analysts that report to the three of us. So it's basically kind of a team of 6. We do pull in some additional help every once in a while when we need some specialty information. And we work together. We meet every couple of weeks. There's a whole priority list that this team goes through. They troubleshoot issues with Phoenix and Kronos. You heard the auditor this morning talk about the issues that are going to be coming up with Kronos. This team is going to be integral into, looking at how we move forward with that. So it will be a very important piece to that. They test updates and new versions of Phoenix software. So we continually have patches or things that are pushed where we have updates to the system. Before those go live, there's a whole testing process that happens outside of that live environment so that we make sure there aren't any issues before we do go live with that. And that takes a significant level of time. There's a whole test plan that's been developed. It's very prescribed as they go through that. Update training guides. Every time we have an update, it kind of changes the look a little bit of the system. So they are responsible for updating those training guides and providing training for county staff. They've developed live trainings for staff, and they have actually video recorded those. So there's a whole library now of trainings that are available online for Phoenix. And so we're continually updating those. And special projects as they come up. So for example, there's a project going on right now where we have a department that wanted to find kind of a more robust grant management program. So this team is helping to do the research and look at that to see if this grant management program can be implemented and how it can help departments countywide. Our total operating appropriations for all of those divisions was $68 million. The majority of that is our capital fund, about $54 million. Within that, our central fiscal budget's 2.5, CDFA 2.8, procurements and contracts 1.6, and the facilities budget outside of the ACO fund 8.1. Net county cost of approximately $17 million. I briefly want to touch upon that little asterisk there where it says partial cost recovery through the A87 cost plan. So what happens, as an example, with our procurement and contracts division, that $1.4 million cost does get spread eventually through our cost plan. And what that means is there are departments such as HHSA that have federal funding that is available to pay for a portion of that cost. So at the end of the year, the report that the auditor's office prepares, as an example, with procurement and contracts, they may look at, for example, the number of requisitions that were processed that belong to HHSA. And then they take a percentage of the costs of the overall procurement contracts division, and they charge that to HHSA. And in that way, HHSA can get some cost recovery from those federal and state funding sources from that cost. So while it appears a net county cost on the books, there is some cost recovery that does happen for those departments that have an outside funding source for these types of services. Same thing with both of our centralized fiscal divisions. They time study, so they know we've spent X amount of time on the risk fund, as an example. So if there is risk funding that is available to cover those costs, we're able to recover those. So it starts out as a net county cost, but there is through the cost plan some of that cost recovery. So our net county cost by division, ACO fund is about 5.5 million. And that's really the general fund piece, the general fund contribution. Central fiscal 2.4, CDFA $1 million, procurement and contracts 1.4, and the facilities outside of the ACO fund 7.4. And again, every single one of those facilities, fiscal, procurement are all through pushed through the cost plan. So we do see recovery on each and every one of those. Our revenue sources, right now with CDFA, we've recently just gone through a shift with this year where we are still including direct charges to the Department of Transportation, simply because when we created our Caltrans rates, we still had, it's more of an accounting issue. We were still anticipating charges through the central fiscal unit. And we don't want to have a large variance at the end of the year, but we are eventually going to be moving all of those charges through our A87 plan. So next year, the Department of Transportation will see those charges flow through the A87 plan versus the direct charges. So that's just kind of a one-time blip this year. Within facilities, we have some recovery of our cumulative capital outlay fund. So when we have staff that are charging or working on projects within the ACO fund, there is some of that funding that comes through to cover their time. Also, we have billable service requests. So oftentimes a department will reach out to facilities, ask for a certain project to be completed. They have a funding source that can pay for that. So we do bill them for that particular project. Our ARPA, we do receive some recovery for our central fiscal division because they do provide the fiscal support for the ARPA reporting. So we are able to use some of that funding to help recover those costs. The courts, we do have some shared costs because they share Building C with us. So they do pay for some of our custodial contracts and some of the building maintenance as well. And then we have a few miscellaneous lease, such as our Verizon cell towers and things like that, that come through this division. Our service and performance indicators, these are kind of some, just throw out some real quick workload indicators for you. Our central fiscal and CDFA divisions processed almost 20,000 invoices over the course of fiscal year 21-22. Completed payroll every other week for 607 employees. That takes quite a bit of time. And prepared and monitor and department budgets totaling $323 million. So just to give you a sense of the amount of the county budget that these groups are responsible for. Procurement and contracts processed across approximately 1,550 requisitions, 364 contracts and 134 change orders, 37 RFQs and RFPs, and 26 bids. It's a sense of what they're doing over the course of the year. Facilities completed 717 billable service requests, 4,288 non-billable service requests. And those non-billables is when basically a department such as, we have a problem with the lights on in the building, or, a sign is crooked, or the water isn't coming through, things that are really more countywide that are handled under that deferred maintenance component. So that's basically somebody goes in, they fill out a facility request and says, this is wrong, I need you to respond to it. So we responded to 4,288 of those requests over the course of a year. 312 preventative maintenance service requests. Those are things like we need to have the fire extinguishers checked. We need to have our sprinkler system checks, pest control, things like that we do on a monthly basis. Completed approximately $4 million in deferred maintenance capital projects, acquisition of the Barton properties in South Lake Tahoe this past year. And we're finalizing our due diligence for acquisition of Carlton, which should hopefully happen in the next 30 to 45 days. Roles in the strategic plan, obviously good governance, implement systems that improve system-wide processes, data sharing, and department collaboration. One of the big things that we accomplished this year was the rewrite for the purchasing policy. Obviously, that's something that affects systems and departments across the board. Approach large, complex, and our system-wide matters as one organization. We kind of try and do that with all of these centralized units. The ERP team also has a very large role in that. Evaluate requests and recommendations based on complete assessment of the best available information. The finance team has a large part in pulling together that information, oftentimes for their departments, as well as procurement. And create and maintain a supportive culture for all employees through staff engagement. Training is really something that we are trying to work hard on, especially on our procurement and contract side. Our fiscal team also provides a lot of that support across all departments. And again, infrastructure, analyze need, coordinate, and plan for county facilities, parks and trails, including ongoing maintenance, operations, and replacement. It's kind of the core of what our facilities team does. Upcoming policy and programmatic, I'm going to say challenges, really, I guess, versus changes. The implementation and training on the new procurement policy. One of the big changes we had was the requirement for the competitive process for services over 100,000. We are working very hard with departments right now to kind of help them understand the tools that they have available to them to try and make that transition as smooth and seamless as possible. Obviously, we have a really heavy load of capital projects and building acquisitions right now, the largest that I've seen in my 20 plus years here. And, you know, we still are seeing issues with resources and supply chains issues. We've just received a generator that we ordered well over a year ago. We just received it last month. So we're still seeing those types of timelines out there right now. And obviously there's new financial tracking and reporting needs related to the new revenue sources such as ARPA, TOT, one that I didn't have up here, but was reminded this morning, the wildfire grant, potentially if we get that, it's another 25 million. That's going to have quite a bit of financial requirements attached to it. So we continue to take that on. And with that, that completes my presentation. If you have any questions.
What your division tackles is nothing short of mind-boggling, actually.
It's a great team. I can't stress enough what great employees that we have, and they're just couldn't do it without them.
That's incredible. Any board comments or questions?
I just want to say, Laura, thank you very much. God, you got a lot on your plate. I didn't really realize that. You do a great job. And I just want to thank you for that, especially all your departments, you know, and stuff and all your staff. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Laura. Appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, board. I'm Michelle Patterson. I'm the EMS agency administrator by working title, although I'm the lucky one to have the absolute longest title in the whole civil service. Joey, maybe we should work on that.
Congratulations, Michelle.
So today I am here to discuss what we do in emergency preparedness and response in EMS. There was a tiny little omission on our mission statement slide. So we have two different programs that work synergistically. So I will read both of their independent mission statements just to represent both of them. The EMS mission statement is to ensure that those experiencing a medical emergency in the county of El Dorado have the best chance for a meaningful recovery from their illness or injury by way of high quality, cost-effective, sustainable, collaborative, and data-driven EMS. And our emergency preparedness program, which I'll speak to a little bit, Dawn mentioned it, some challenges with that. We like to prepare El Dorado County effectively to respond to disasters, focusing on the medical and health related disaster planning, education, and training activities. So here's our organizational chart. We are small but mighty. We report to Sue Henneke, our Deputy Chief Administrative Officer. And within our organization, we have 8.5 FTEs broken down by sort of, I guess, division of our division. Emergency preparedness and response has a full-time manager and 2 full-time staff that work in that program. And then the EMS division has 4.5 full-time staff in that, in addition to a 1 full-time staff for ambulance billing. So one of the very unique things about our EMS agency here in El Dorado County is that we are responsible for ambulance billing, which no other LEMSA in the state of California is. So we have our ambulance billing technician that works in our office on the programmatic side, and then we work collaboratively with Central Fiscal on just sort of ambulance billing in general. So what we do in emergency medical services, we are the regulatory agency over the provision of emergency medical services in the community. So we regulate the contracts that provide ambulance service. So with our West Slope JPA and our East Slope JPA ambulance providers, we coordinate all of the transportation services, evaluate, implement planning and various activities around regulating the entire EMS system, including we are the agency that licenses and certifies emergency medical technicians. Paramedics are licensed by the state of California. So we do all of that in our office. An EMT can be certified in any LEMSA in the state and work anywhere. They like to come here. Largely, we have very low fees compared to other LEMSAs. So a lot of people like to come get certified by our LEMSA, and we have very good customer service. So they appreciate that as well. We also discipline those certifications when somebody behaves badly, gets a DUI or something like that. We also discipline those and have recently been keeping County Counsel's office very busy with some of our disciplinary actions. So appreciate all of their work. Like I mentioned previously, we manage the contracts for our ambulance services. So Dawn mentioned previously that emergency preparedness and response maybe kind of is a misnomer, right? You think emergency, well, you can do all the emergency preparedness and response things. Our emergency preparedness and response program focuses specifically on the medical and health aspects of emergency preparedness and response. So with that, our funding streams start at the federal government level with the Centers for Disease Control and funneled through the State Department of Public Health and then down to the counties. And so the activities and restrictions on those funding streams are pretty significant. Staff are limited to focusing on the grant activities and deliverables within those funding streams. And there are three of them. So there's various different activities for public health emergency preparedness, hospital preparedness, and sort of overall bioterrorism preparedness, which is how this funding originated back in 2001. So we don't really plan and prepare for that necessarily anymore, but it's still part of our work plans and our objectives. Let's see, this program also works collaboratively with the Emergency Medical Services Program in that the EMS agency administrator by statute is the medical health operational area coordinator. So any medical and health issue that occurs within the jurisdiction, hospital-based, healthcare-based, in an emergency centralizes through that position, that program. So the EP program works as sort of the duty officer for the medical health operational area coordinator, and the EMS agency administrator works collaboratively with the health officer to then to do that function in an emergency. So they work well together and are placed well together for that function.
Actually, quick question on
Yeah,
that, Michelle,
sure.
and forgive my ignorance.
No
because
worries.
This is a complex
Very.
arena. So how does that officer coordinate with our public health, division in terms of an emergency?
So
Who's in charge?
well, I guess that's debatable. That's a very hard. Who's in charge is a very hard question to answer, but I will say that myself and Olivia Byron Cooper and Nancy Williams, when there's something going on public health related, COVID, very good example, communicate regularly. There are still therapeutics and other sort of things coming from the state to our jurisdictions that require the Mohawk program to sort of disseminate into healthcare systems. And so when we receive the notification that we've got some sort of antiviral or something, we communicate with the health officer about, distributing that, which was obviously more of an issue when there was less of those things available to address COVID. Yeah, so it's just, coordination, communication. There's no I don't think we've ever had a who's in charge situation. We've been really working well collaboratively to address the public health situations, especially
intense integration.
Yeah, especially since we're not under the same organizational structure.
Right.
So we're not all under HHSA. So sort of ensuring that communication and that coordination continues is really important. So
Something I haven't considered before. So thank you.
Yeah.
And I'd just like to, this is an area I think the county needs to look at going forward. When emergency preparedness and response and emergency medical services, and ambulance services, we pulled those over to the CO's office to address some challenge. One, HHSA has a lot, as you heard yesterday. The ambulance function, I believe, needs to stay in the CO's office moving forward, just simply because of how we're set up and relying on the fire districts to actually run the ambulance program. The emergency preparedness and response needs to be part of a bigger conversation in regards to overall OES response, recovery efforts, and things like that. We brought to the CAO's office because of those types of issues and some challenges, just say in the relationship between HHSA at the time and the sheriff's office. I don't know that it really belongs in the CAO's office moving forward. So I would suggest the county have conversations in that regard. And I think we're set up to do that over the next few months.
Good, that's a helpful reminder. Thank you, Michelle.
Sure. So total operating appropriations is a little over $21 million, which seems like a very hefty amount. And the majority of that does go to our ambulance contracts. I think it's about 18-ish million goes towards our ambulance contracts. So the provision of that service. And then the rest is a little less than $1 million to sort of with all of the emergency preparedness and response grants and other revenues received, which I'll go over shortly, and just general administration of the emergency medical services system. So Dawn also mentioned earlier, sort of, you know, in respect to the really restricted funding streams, there is a net county cost for the emergency preparedness programs, and this generally covers the emergency preparedness and response activities that are not couched in the grant activities and the grant funding streams. So activities like our alert media tool that we use to alert staff of building closures and late starts and things like that is paid for out of net county cost. Some of the COOP activities, the continuity of operation plan activities, and sheltering activities that are not covered elsewhere are covered in this net county cost. So we have a variety of revenue sources in our division. We receive a little bit of public health realignment funding, and that is, Dawn mentioned when the two programs came over, so that helps sort of backfill some of that, the grant funding. So that came with the program. We get state reimbursements, and those are the Maddie and Ritchie funds, which go largely back into the hospital system for trauma care of pediatrics and indigent populations. The tribe contract, we contract with the tribe to provide ALS service to the Rancheria. And then we have pretty substantial property tax and ambulance service fees are our largest revenue source there. EMS fees is the fees that we charge to for EMT licenses and things like that. And then our grants are only the emergency preparedness and response grants that we receive. So there are no other grant funding sources right now in EMS. So the emergency preparedness and response and emergency medical services programs support the county strategic plans of public safety and healthy communities through a variety of their activities. And I didn't mention earlier, but we'll mention now that the EMS agency is embarking on a whole EMS system evaluation starting this year. And the result of that, you know, we'll have a strategic plan and some of those performance indicators. So we're excited about that. And an evaluation like this hasn't been done since 1995. So we're a little overdue to kind of see how we're doing in EMS and noting all of the changes demographically and otherwise that have occurred since then. So it'll be a good opportunity. And I'm sure as the process gets going, you'll have an opportunity to speak to our consultants about the EMS system in our county and some other things. So that should be a really good opportunity, and the results and recommendations from that will come back to the board for consideration. So I am happy to answer any questions you have at this particular moment.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
Sure.
Any questions or
Yeah,
comments?
I got a question. How many contracts do we have with these different agencies and ambulance services, different fire districts?
So it's two primary contracts. The West Slope has a JPA, the Emergency Services Operations Authority. I forget what we just refer to them as the West Slope JPA. So that's one, and then they contract with the fire districts to do the actual ambulance service. So they subcontract, but for the county, it's just one contract with the JPA on the West Slope, and then on the East Slope, we have one contract with the JPA, the Cal Tahoe JPA, and they have a contract with Lake Valley Fire. So they're sort of a hybrid model as far as EMS service provision is concerned. And then we do have a contract with the North Tahoe Fire Protection District to cover that little tiny sort of North Shore part of the basin.
Okay, thank you.
This isn't for you, Michelle, it's for Dawn.
Oh, okay, yay.
But I feel like all this conversation on this particular presentation is opening the door. So I'm just gonna go there now. This has been on my mind for the last year, and there hasn't been a good opportunity to talk about it. So, given that we're doing this assessment evaluation of the EMS, and we talked about how we've been hitting with emergency after emergency, disaster after disaster. Recovery takes years. Our staff's being pulled in different directions. It just feels like we need to do a similar effort for OES as a whole in the county. And I'm trying to figure out how to navigate that and start that conversation. And so I'm going to do it now. And how do you see us as a whole? Because OES touches so many different parts of the county, and we said it earlier about how we're doing it kind of in a patchy manner because it's unprecedented, the number of disasters we've been having to deal with. And they just keep, 2 in 1 year was really difficult. So what do you see? How can we perhaps go about getting to an assessment of OES as a whole in the same way so that it pulls everybody in? And because, EMS interfaces with OES, we all do. So what do you see? Where can we go and start that? I really think we need to get started on it. Things have changed so much.
I think the way you would start is do a review of how OES, emergency response preparedness, that whole umbrella is managed in each county throughout the state. I say each county, maybe not Alpine and things like that, but medium to large size counties, how that's managed, because quite frankly, I don't know that I have not been able to find, I don't think it exists, a place where you can go see how every county manages their OES emergency response functions. I do know that it's pretty split between OES reporting to the sheriff or to the CAO. And there's pros and cons to both. I will share that straight out the gate. There's pros and cons to both, but I don't believe this county has ever looked, or at least especially at the board level, had that information to make, even to have an informed discussion on it, much less make an informed policy decision. So getting that information would be the first start. How do you do that? The board gives direction to my office to do that. It will require a resource to do it. We don't have that here right now. And that could be done in a number of different ways, but that would be the first step.
So can that direction come out of presentations today? Because it's just direction, or is that something? Yeah, we're looking at county council. Or is that something I need to bring another item to do that? Or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, today's item didn't contemplate any specific direction being given, though the Brown Act does allow for direction to staff on non-agendized items to return at a later date with an item. It sounds like you do need to have a broader conversation. So whether you choose to do it through some formal motion, or perhaps the CAO acknowledges that there's a need to have a conversation, I think that this would have to come back at a later date.
Okay. And I think that I like the habit we've gotten in of putting direction in our meeting minutes. So we need to formalize that. So I guess at the end of the day, then when we close everything up, because this is one long agenda item, is that where we give that direction perhaps? Or
if the board desires to give some formal direction to staff to return with an item, then yeah, you would do it at the end.
Okay.
And that would, just so for my clarification, that would like direction to the CAO to bring an item back to the board for discussion.
Correct.
To get further direction.
That's
basically.
correct. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it would be
That-
it would be
exactly.
premature
Right.
and perhaps
Yes.
beyond the scope of what the Brown Act would allow for you to give direction to staff to take some action.
right. But to direct staff to bring something back so we can talk about it and move forward. I just really think that the conversations that we keep having and the things that just changed so much in just the last several years alone, I think it's time for that conversation. So, okay, so help me remember at the end of the day, because it's gonna be a long day, that I really want to get that included in their direction as we close today. If
And I
you can
would
do
think
that.
that maybe part of that, our ongoing discussion about this is not only an analysis of models across the state on how counties are handling this, but also, perhaps an assessment of, what's worked, what hasn't with our current system. I mean, that would be a critical part of it. Or I'll just kind of, get together and figure that out. So we can make an informed decision across our county in a proactive response rather than a reactive response, which is what the position we've found ourselves in. And I'd like to, this is no reflection on any of our responses, in the past. I mean, our county has done, I think, an amazing job, responding to the inordinate challenges that have been thrown at us. But I think we do need to think critically to recognize what's worked, what hasn't, in order to ensure that our residents have the best possible resiliency in terms of these challenges that keep happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just recognizing that it's unprecedented
away.
and it's not going away from
Right.
what we're hearing. So it's just time to take a good look at it. So thank you for that. You triggered me, Michelle. Sorry.
Sorry. Maybe I'm sorry. I don't know. You're welcome. I'm sorry.
But it's like, it just seems that that's been this theme in these topics. So I appreciate that. Okay.
Yeah,
So we'll
problem.
figure out how to word that at the end of the day. And other than for you specifically, I'm glad that we're doing this. That's looking at EMS as a whole. It's very exciting to take that on.
Very much.
And thank you for your comments, Supervisor Perlin. It was a good place to address that. And thank you,
Okay,
Michelle.
thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it. So we have the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resiliency. Good morning, Sue.
Good morning, Sue Henneke, Chief Administrative Office. As Dawn said, we just gave you a pretty comprehensive update, so we'll just kind of quickly run through some of the numbers. As it stands right now, we have about 3.2 FTEs. So we've got, as we discussed, we had added a deputy CAO to head the office with the idea they'd kind of be all things fire, shifting to relying on the advisory committee as that subject matter expertise. It indicates a principal management analyst here. We recently went through a process to try to underfill that deputy as a principal. We're still struggling with that, so we may come back with a further recommendation there. We've got an admin analyst that came over from the vegetation management, which we're now shifting to calling that the defensible space program. As we had heard a little confusion yesterday with DOT's vegetation management program, so we think defensible space is a better way to refer to what we do. And we do still have on the books a senior defensible space inspector. We've held that on the books as we've gone through and through the advisory committee, a review of the defensible space ordinance and the defensible space program. We're waiting for the final recommendations from that group as to, do we hire county staff to do those inspection services, or do we continue to contract those out in some form as we currently are? So once we have those final recommendations, we'll clean up our allocation there a little bit. I also want to mention we have 2 extra help employees. They, of course, are not each working full time. We have Ken Pimlott, who is been essential to our advisory committee. And we also have Janet Berenson, who has come on to really help us with this grant that we're potentially receiving. Okay, sorry, we're already there. Obviously, we support the creation and maintenance of fire adapted communities through county wildfire,
It's hard to say.
fire protection strategy. And that's straight out of our strategic plan, and then other wildfire preparedness activities. And as we discussed the other day, those span quite a range. So overall, our total appropriations are a little under 1.1 million with our net county cost of 900,000. So again, that folds in the office that you created last year in the budget, which was a little over $300,000. We added some money for the wildfire strategy, and then the pre-existing vegetation management program that was shifted over from under preparedness. So all those programs meshed together just under $1 million. And that includes a grant funded position from the California Fire Safe Council. So our role is pretty clearly laid out in the strategic plan, as we mentioned. And so, we're basically the office to facilitate that goal of leading and facilitating the creation and maintenance of fire adapted communities. We talked about our goals for the year last month, but generally we're going to continue to get the office to gel together, get those allocations, the structure exactly right. Our short-term priorities include, of course, finalizing wildfire strategy, doing a countywide risk assessment, completing that review of the defensible space program and the ordinance changes. And then we've got a couple of task groups that are well underway that we're going to continue to support, which, mainly are creating the GIS hub for the county. We're going to be that data hub. And then really enhancing our community outreach efforts, which are being led through the advisory committee, mainly by our CAL FIRE members on that committee. So there's a whole task group that they've got up and running that we're going to keep going on that. I think that's all I have to say today.
What you have accomplished in the last year and a half is incredible. And what you have planned for the near future is also incredibly exciting. And just really, really pleased with the headway that the county has made in this arena. So, any other questions or comments?
I got a question and stuff, especially when we're talking about a lot of the homeowners are doing, they're doing their property appropriate cleaning around their property, making sure, all the brush and everything is removed. But there is problems with that because it's impacting the insurance, especially for a lot of people, especially people that their property buttons up to BLM land. And the problem is one particular residence or winery just got hit with a brush wildfire area surcharge of $62,000. And the reason is because of the BLM land that's not cleaned. Is there anything that we could do to make sure that we push back on them? Because it's impacting residents, especially a lot of these ranchers and stuff. And it's gonna hurt because what it's gonna do is gonna put a lot of these people out of business.
So it's an ongoing problem that we've heard a lot about. I think we are making really good headway with the U.S. Forest Service and with the state-owned properties. And, we've got a really good partnership there. BLM is one we have to work on a little bit more. But what a lot of people don't know is that if you do go and you work directly with BLM, it isn't going to sound ideal, but they will oftentimes allow you to go on and do that work on their property. So in some cases, it is beneficial for the landowners to say, in order to reduce my insurance bill, I'm going to work out an agreement with BLM and I'll go in and clear that land because they might not be able to get at it for a while. But that's exactly the type of issue that we're able to bring to the advisory committee. And, we've got all those agencies sitting there. They've all got connections. They've all got close ties with those federal agencies as well. So it's the type of issue that we're exactly set up to try to deal with and help. So if you wanted to send me any specifics from that, we could see how we can help out that property owner.
See what you can do.
Yeah. Happy to.
You bring up a good point, Supervisor Turnbull, and that's exactly why we created this office, is to have that kind of expertise and coordinate with the respective agencies and bring them into the conversation and collaboration, which we hadn't done before. So it's really very exciting.
It's just sad they have to suffer, especially when this particular person now has to sell some property because they have a loan on the property. They're required to hire fire insurance. Their fire insurance went from $18,000 to $108,000 in 1 year. And that is just for the vineyard and the two outbuildings that are on that. That is not including their home.
Yeah.
And
the insurance piece is another area where we're hoping to be able to make some headway. I think the insurance commissioner has done some good things with requiring that insurance companies consider the actual risk. So then the problem is, how do we help people manage and mitigate the risk? That's another area where we hope to keep moving and making progress on.
So the insurance commissioner's done a good job?
Well, I think.
No, I'm asking
you can take the fifth, Sue.
Stepping into that.
All right, I understand, but I had to throw that out there.
I think that the needle's moving a little bit with some of the regulations, but the exact implementation of a lot of those is up to. We'll see how it happens.
Lots more work to do in that arena.
There's definitely a lot of work to be done in that area.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate it. All right, with that, we're moving to parks, trails, and rivers. Who doesn't love our parks, trails, and our rivers? Good morning, Vicki. It's still morning, isn't it? Yeah.
It is.
Good
It
morning.
is. We'll get through this. Vicki Sanders, your Parks Manager. Our mission statement of the Parks Division is to promote adequate recreation opportunities and facilities, including parks, trails, and resource-based recreation areas for the health and welfare of El Dorado County residents and visitors. It sounds so formal, which parks are just fun. Our organizational chart, we have Tiffany, an assistant CAO, is who keeps me in line. And then we have a fairly new position, which is a parks program coordinator. The idea behind that position is that position will manages the river program and the Rubicon program, because those are two very unique programs that most people cannot grasp their heads around. Those two programs, they have state and federal regulations on them. So the hope is that, as I promised Dawn for succession planning, I would try to make this to where it works when I leave, because all of it's in my head. And this is, I think, is an important piece, is that somebody knows how to operate these two programs that I have grown up with, basically. We have an admin analyst that is an open position. I have not filled that position as of yet. We have an admin tech, and we have two parks and trails maintenance workers. Those workers, one is primarily on the Rubicon Trail and also works on the SPTC. The other individual is a support for the Rubicon Trail, also is support for the river program, support for all of the parks programs. And as Sue was just talking, one of the big things that keeps coming up for us is with these storms and the vegetation management, the SPTC rail corridor is overgrown. So I'm getting calls. I met El Dorado Hills Fire Department the other day. So we have a lot of vegetation management to do in the corridor. And I have trees going down in parks every time we turn around. So what we do, we implement the river management plan, which runs the river management program, which is for commercial whitewater rafting and education for private boaters. We have the Rubicon Trail program. We are maintenance and operations, so we provide the maintenance activities and the operations of the kiosks and education to the public, and parks and trails development, operation, and grants. What do? We operate 4 county parks. We do the rentals. We do seasonal staffing out at Henningsen Lotus Park, because that is our most widely used park. It is a community park, but regionally it is the draw because of the river. And we make sure that they are safe and they are clean parks. So we do a lot, mainly because like HLP is such a busy park, our staff is out there making sure the restrooms are always clean, the garbage is always done, which has to be done several times a day in the summer. We also develop new county recreational opportunities as we work on Chili Bar, as we work on Diamond Springs, as we work on improving Forbay Park, as we try to finish up the bike park. So we have a lot of really exciting things right now going on in parks. And we write and administer the grants. So we have 4 Prop 68 grants right now, and I have 3 OHV grants. We're waiting on a boating and waterways grant, and I'm in the process right now. I have till March 6th to write 3 more Rubicon. So what we do, we implement the river management plan, providing education. We don't provide safety, but we provide boater education, which a lot of it has really turned into what we refer to as the C to G, the Coloma to Greenwood section, where more class 2 rapids, and we get a lot of visitors to the area that come in inner tubes that do not wear life jackets, do not behave responsibly. So we have no enforcement, but we're there to educate. You should put your life jacket on. We also run a lot with the Sheriff's Department. Sheriff's Department is our enforcement, so we can warn them. And it's wonderful when you warn them, and then about 2 seconds later, the sheriff whips around and, oh, there he is. I told you could get a ticket. So it's a great cooperation with the sheriff. The sheriff's office a lot of times doesn't have enough officers, so their one officer can run down with us. So it's a great partnership. We do maintenance and operations of the Rubicon. So we have an educational component. So we have staff at the Loon Lake kiosk that provides oil spill kits. How do you use them? Your maps, what's a wag bag? Here's your garbage, and send them on their way. We also do the maintenance. So we pump the toilets once a week. We do, when there's a problem on the Rubicon, we discuss it with DOT. We're the workforce that goes out and puts the rock in that spot or builds that gabion or does the stuff to keep the trail in the quality that it needs to be to ensure public safety and to ensure the sediment does not go into the waters of the state as designed by the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board when we got the cleanup and abatement order. So that's what we do for the Rubicon Trail in conjunction with Department of Transportation. So we write and administer those grants annually. So like right now, we're in the middle of writing those grants. We discuss with DOT, what do you think we need? Where are we going to focus our efforts? And that's what we write. We write educational grants. We also work with the basin. So we did a grant to pave the parking lot over in the Tahoma area, working with the Lake Tahoe Basin, and DOT did that for us. Now they want to do a planning grant and expand that parking area. They have not been as successful, so that's why they've turned to us for a partnership with us. And we are staff for the Parks and Rec Commission. Our total appropriations is about 4.7. Our net county cost, as you can see, is a little over 800,000. We have a lot of revenue sources, fortunately. So we have our Prop 68 this year that is a large portion of our fundings. We also have the OHV grants, and that is how the Rubicon Trail is not general fund. It is OHV grants, and its matching funds are either from the green sticker or from the SMUD funds. So it is not, over the 22 years I've been on the program, I think there's only been, I wouldn't say more than 100,000 of general fund ever put into the Rubicon. It's always been funded from other sources. We have also have fees that go into from use fees for Henningsen Lotus Park, rental fees from the parks. We also have Quimby fees. So at park in lieu fees, we have 5 different rec or Quimby zones, used to be called rec zones, and they pay in lieu fees to those, and we have to use those for the area to which they were collected. So of course, we don't get as much in the, for such as El Dorado Hills, those funding go to the CSDs. So it is in the unincorporated areas. So our role in strategic plan is for infrastructure and opportunities in El Dorado County as identified in the general plan recreation element. Strategic element is infrastructure and healthy communities. So one of our biggest challenges right now is over the years, we've always applied for our OHV grants. And when the Rubicon, when we took the easement in 2012, they did an environmental impact study. The state has always accepted that. Now they have decided that we have to develop a habitat wildlife prevention plan. So I spent 3 months writing the plan from the 2012. Well, then they asked for mapping. Well, there was no mapping done in 2012. So they've waived that for me this year. I mean, that for the last year's grants, but this year I have to try to find a consultant. The Forest Service is not interested in helping at this point because they don't want to do the plan either. So therefore they are not applying for grants. So I have to figure out how to find a consultant to help us do the wildlife surveys that are required for the plan. So that is one of my biggest challenges right now. I will be able to put funding for this into future grants, but last year's grant, they didn't tell us this requirement till it was done, till they had already been submitted and you couldn't make any changes to the grant. So that's one of my major challenges right now.
What kind of funding do you anticipate needing for this?
I'm thinking that it will be anywhere from 50 to 100,000, but I'll put it in the grant. So it can go in.
Okay.
So I approached El Dorado National Forest to see if perhaps they had a biologist on staff that we could fund them and do a cost share agreement. And they're not interested at this point. I mean, they're willing, I know they've had a lot of turnover there. They've got the new supervisor is there.
Yeah.
So I'm still trying. I know they've been really, really busy, but I'm going to run out of time. So I'm going to search for outside services.
But the heads up on this. Yeah. Any board member comments
Yeah, I
or
just want to say,
questions?
Vicki, thank you for bringing it. You've done a great job. You really have. And I'm really concerned about this too, because that's just one way that the Forest Service can shut down the Rubicon Trail. And they've been wanting to do that for years. I've been a big advocate for that since I was a kid in 1971. I think I was my first ride up through the Rubicon Trail. We used to do the night ride.
Mhm.
Night runs,
Midnighter.
which was unbelievable, especially the lights on the bottom of the Jeep. You couldn't see anything, but it's an adventure, trust me.
Well,
So
I think we will be okay it's only for my grant funding.
Yeah.
So we'd lose grant funding. That would be our biggest problem. It wouldn't close the trail down. It's just we would lose the grant funding if I
Yeah.
can't meet this requirement.
Right.
So I'm, you know, I don't cry uncle very easy. So I'm not a biologist by any
Yeah.
account, but I managed to piece the information
Yeah.
through the 2012 plan. And with the help, the state gave me a consultant to work with. So she helped me write it. I just couldn't get to the mapping because they didn't do any mapping in 2012 on it when the Forest Service did the EIS. So I still think there's hope. It's my biggest hurdle right now.
I totally understand. It's frustrating.
And this is
It
a
is.
requirement from the state, not the Forest Service, right?
No, it's a new
Yeah.
grant requirement, and it was probably a requirement on others, but they took the EIS and they accepted that because it did all those studies, but now they want them all looking in a, you know, painted a different color and then mapping them. And so the concern is, even if I find that biologist, my questions to the Forest Service is, but I can't go on our property is a 50-foot easement. Now I have to go 1.5 miles. That's on your property. Am I authorized to go on your property? So it's those type of agreements. So you'll probably be seeing some agreements come before you as we come to that, come to something. But I've also can go to the regional office and work with Jim Bacon. So I'm not worried about it. It's a hurdle. And it's another one I want to solve.
And if we can help with any of those conversations, you know,
Thank you.
we're open to helping in any way we can.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Vicki.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, Vicky, have you had a chance to talk to our Fish and Wildlife Commission? Because I know they deal with a lot of wildlife biologists, state levels, wardens, that sort of thing. Putting out the word that we're looking for somebody to put together that plan might be helpful.
No, that's a good idea. I will check with that. I was also going to check with the ag department and make sure if there's somebody, consultants that they can give me, because I believe I'm going to have to get authorization from the Forest Service to hire that consultant because they're going to be on Forest Service land. So I don't know what requirements there are at this point. I've honestly, Supervisor Heidel, just getting through the hurdle of getting the plan done so that I could execute the grants from 2022 that you guys approved for us on the 24th. And now the cycle started the 1st of January. So I have till March 6th to write the new ones and have this solved. So yeah,
That's a good
Thank you.
suggestion, Supervisor Heidel, because I know there's some expertise on the Fish and Wildlife Commission on a bunch of different subject matters. So
that is a
good
great suggestion. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right.
Good stuff.
Thank you so much, Vicki. Appreciate it.
Yep.
That's all, unless there's any overall questions you have. We can move on to.
Any other questions for the CAO divisions and CAO's office?
I'm all right.
Just so appreciate all that you do. And, you know, we know, I think we recognize how much is under your purview, but seeing it in writing and what you touch and the amount of people that you have to manage and lead these efforts is really helpful for us to understand. And just, you know, deep gratitude for all your work at administrating the county, which is a Herculean task. Appreciate all that you do. So to touch base with the board, do you need a quick bio break before we go on to county council?
Are we going to take public comment or not
What
yet?
are we,
After county
yeah, what do
council.
you, is that what you want to do is county council,
do-
public comment and then lunch?
Should we do that? Does that sound good to you? Let's see, we have county council, I don't think we can do county council, HR, IT, and registrar of voters before lunch. So
Okay.
should we tackle one more CAO? Do you have any recommendation, knowing the demands on our staff?
I would suggest we hear from county council.
And then we'll take a break for lunch?
It'll be like 2 seconds, huh?
Exactly.
Harlan.
I'm
Yeah,
kidding.
it's not as big as book anyway.
Yes.
Let's go on to county council and then we can break we'll do public comment on
And then
what we've
go,
heard this
okay.
morning and then
Perfect.
break for lunch. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds great. County council, we look forward to hearing from you.
Excellent. Well, I'll get Kim to pull up the presentation.
All right.
All right, so I'm Dave Livingston. I'm the county council. And we'll go ahead and jump right in on the next slide to what we do. You heard yesterday from the district attorney that anybody who watches television knows what a district attorney does. The same cannot be said for the county council's office.
Correct.
And
That's
frankly,
correct.
if there was a television show documenting the county council's office, I think it would be less Law and Order and more The Office. In short, we are the legal advisors to the county. We have a number of statutory responsibilities, and I've listed here. We represent the county and its officers in civil actions. We're the legal advisor to the board. We attend board meetings. We represent the court upon request, though that has never happened in my tenure here. Though we do, in conjunction with the district attorney, represent the civil grand jury. We represent the Assessment Appeals Board, Air Pollution Control District, and the two resource conservation districts, Georgetown and El Dorado. By ordinance, we review all contracts, proposed ordinances, and resolutions. That tends to take quite a bit of our time. A couple of things that aren't listed on the slide that we do that kind of some more of our day-to-day responsibilities. We provide training and guidance to departments on their statutory obligations as well as the new laws. We draft the impartial analysis for all ballot measures. We represent the county in administrative hearings, including code enforcement hearings and the Civil Service Commission hearings. And we represent the county in court on a number of items, primarily dependency and conservatorship matters. In conjunction with risk management, who you'll hear from soon, we oversee, share responsibility for overseeing the county's claims administration program, and we manage the associated litigation. So next slide, Kim. So our department is fairly small, so it's a pretty simple organizational chart. I have an assistant county counsel, Janice M. Pedro, and an administrative analyst, Lisa Blake, each of whom have responsibility for either the attorney side of the house or the administrative side of the house. We have 4 senior deputy county counsels and 6 deputy county counsels, then 3 senior legal secretaries and 1 legal secretary. We currently have 1 vacancy on the attorney side that we are currently recruiting for, have interviews scheduled for later this week. So we hope to get that filled up pretty soon.
Good luck with that.
Thank you. So we've tried to organize our office into functional groups that generally match the way that the county has organized the various departments. So as you can see here, within the Health and Human Services functional group, we have 4 full-time employees, land use and development 3.5, general government 2.5, and we've kind of combined law and justice and human resources that's shared over 2 full-time employees. The vacancy we have is within the Health and Human Services group, one of our dependency attorneys that we're currently recruiting for. So here's our total appropriations and net county costs. You can see that for the current fiscal year, our total appropriations are just over $4 million. We do have some revenue, which I'll get to in just a moment. And you'll see that our net percent net county cost is 88%. And that's held relatively steady for the last handful of years, as far as I can recall. So some of our non-general fund revenue sources, we do from time to time get court-ordered attorney's fees. We also directly charge departments that have independent funding sources. This is primarily DOT, risk management through the risk fund, EMS, environmental management, and AQMD. And though we haven't had any of these cases in probably the last 2 years, when the county does end up defending a development project, to the extent our office provides the defense of the county, not the developer, but the county, the developer through their indemnity agreement with the county is required to pay our costs. Again, this hasn't happened in recent years, but it has happened probably within the last 5 years. And some of our service and performance indicators. So I do want to apologize for there being a gap in time as we were transitioning our law office management software. We didn't track some of the numbers, but I actually think it provides a good picture of kind of a pre-COVID versus post-COVID time with respect to some of these indicators. So you'll see both for the juvenile dependency and public guardian cases that we've seen since the kind of pre-COVID time now, and kind of an increase in the number of cases that have been opened, but also curiously a decrease in the total number of cases for both of those. So I talked with our attorneys to get a sense of why that might be. And as you would expect, when you're dealing with cases where during COVID, kids weren't in school, they weren't in front of the mandated reporters that tend to generate these new cases. So there was a decrease in the number of new cases that were opened. However, there were already a number of cases in the system that continued to proceed during that time. So some of those cases started to drop off. And we are now starting to see the uptick in cases now that kids are back in school, and our Adult Protective Services unit is more engaged with potential clients for conservatorship matters. So we are starting to see this trend back upward in new cases. Another reason why, though, it is unlikely we'll see a number of juvenile dependency cases at the level that we saw pre-COVID, not only because of the impacts of COVID, but also because of some changes in the way that Health and Human Services is delivering services to this particular group of individuals. Back in 2020, they built up a family protection unit that tries to provide services and support before there's any sort of judicial intervention. So we staff those with the social workers, but those don't get reflected in the case numbers the purpose of it is to avoid actually having to file cases on things. So we still remain engaged, but we'll start to see perhaps that the total number of cases will not reach the levels that they were before. And so our role in the strategic plan. So for this one, I would say as county departments go, so goes the county counsel's office. We are a support division, and we play a role in supporting all of the various missions that other county departments have stated. Maybe I could very simply just say ditto here in response to what is our role, because we are engaged with all the county departments in furthering their strategic planning goals. Perhaps our direct contribution is through the pursuit of litigation and defense of claims. For example, very recently, your board authorized the initiation of litigation concerning the mosquito fire, so that is one of the kind of things that we might do independently of some of our department clients to pursue some of the strategic plan's goals. And that concludes it. But I realize I omitted a slide on some of our upcoming challenges that we may face. And again, this is another one where it's a bit of a ditto. Since we do support, we're largely a support department. As other county departments face challenges, we are there to support and advise them through that. So some of the things that you've heard previously are going to have direct impacts on my office. For example, implementation of the care court. I think as the pilot counties get through their time with it over the course of the next year, I think that'll give us a better sense of what impacts that's going to have to the county counsel's office as well as other county departments. We are seeing a significant uptick in code enforcement activity and code enforcement hearings. That has kind of shifted the way that we allocate resources within our office. And I think that's a trend that will continue given the board's increased focus on code enforcement. As Karen Garner alluded to in her presentation, there's been a slew of new housing laws that have come down over the past few years. She indicated how challenging it is to keep up with. Again, ditto. It's very challenging to keep up with that, but we are trying our best to do so and to work closely with Karen and her team to make sure that we are aware of what's been implemented and what's coming down the pike so that we can prepare. And then just more generally, as far as some challenges, it's like every other relatively small department in the county, and that is maintaining adequate staffing. With such a small department, even a single vacancy can be really impactful for our operations. We've been pretty fortunate, but it's just part of running a small department in the county is acknowledging that that's something you have to do and be prepared for. So we take steps to try to make sure we're cross-training everybody so that we can ride through any times where we're a little bit depleted. And like I said, we do have a vacancy now. We have another one that we expect to occur in the next month or so, pretty significant one. And so that's just the other ongoing challenge we have, but I think that we're well equipped to get through it. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much, Dave. And I see Supervisor Heidel online with his hand up. Go ahead, Supervisor Heidel.
Thank you. David, you didn't mention PRAs, Public Request Acts, and it seems to me like we're seeing an increasing number of those. I know you have a role in that, but could you explain what your role is as county council and where you see us going as an evolution of that? Because as we get more and more of those things, it's a huger demand on our staff, on county council, on the CO's office. And so just to put that in a framework of challenges.
Yeah, Supervisor Heidel, that's a great question. And I think you're 100% correct that we've seen an increase in the number of Public Records Act requests that we've been receiving. And it is an obligation of government to respond to those in accordance with the law. And that is, it requires a significant amount of resources to do so. The role my office plays is primarily through consultation with the departments that are the custodian of the records. We assist with guiding the department through the process to respond, to communicate with the requester, and to identify exemptions that may be applicable or records that might need to be redacted to ensure confidentiality. So that's the primary role my office plays. But it's quite frankly, there's a team that's required to get through that. It's a team that includes my office, the department, IT, and the clerk's office. And in recognition of the work associated with it and the importance of responding, you will see in as a budget request coming before you, a request to add a position that will be in the CAO's office to assist with coordinating these responses and to kind of keep track of them, to bird dog the responses, to make sure that we are doing what we need to do to ensure that the public is getting the documents that they're entitled to.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other comments or questions for County Council?
Just a big thank you. I mean, really, your staff, like so many, is the CEO, they touch every aspect of the county, and as do we in our offices. And so when we get something and I'm just like, what? Thank you for, your staff is so responsive and helpful. Some of these things that we are asked to engage in are mind-bogglingly complex. And I think some people forget that we have areas in our county projects, whatever, where, there's the county, there's the state, there's how many different departments in the federal government that we have to navigate all together, personal property rights. I mean, all of these things. And so your staff is just always so responsive, and I really appreciate that. And then just on a personal note, I appreciate you as our county council, just for being responsive to us and helping us, as you said in an email to me the other day, to help us govern up here, because I feel sometimes we get stuck, and you notice that, and you intervene and guide us, and that's really important. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate those kind remarks directed towards me and my staff. It is truly the staff in the office that makes things run. It is hard, almost impossible to know everything that happens for any one individual to know it. Frankly, when I was preparing for this, I was looking through a listing I have of all of the various mandatory and discretionary responsibilities of the county council. It's about an 18-page Word document. Nobody can know all of that. So you have to have staff that can fill all those gaps. And thankfully I do. So we're happy to be the place you go when you don't know where to go with the question. Frankly, I think that's between my office and the CAO's office. I think that's a role we often play. And it might be that we can have an answer. It might be that we kind of direct you to where we think the answer may be found, but we're happy to play that role.
Yeah. And I just want to say thanks, Dave, especially when there's a lot of questions that I come to you with, and you help me in the right direction. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'm going to say ditto to all those compliments, and the level of expertise and professionalism for you and your staff is just really gratifying to know that not only do we and all of our departments have that level of support, but the citizens of El Dorado County have that protection, regarding the liabilities that come against a county, and knowing that arena is so expertly handled is a tremendous benefit to our taxpayers.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to work with you, and you'll be a pivotal role in the transition as we transition, with our new CAO too. So
Understood.
yeah,
Yes.
thank you so much for your role.
Thank you.
So with that, Kim, we are ready for public comment on the clerk of the board, the CAO, and county council.
Now taking public comment on the general government, county council, clerk of the board, and chief administrative office. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when you're called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne demonstrates. Before you start my timer, can I have a minute per section?
No, 3 minutes total. Sorry, Chris. You need to be consistent on that.
No, you have been consistent, and this is my opportunity to ask you for additional time.
3 minutes per. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you
Public
know,
comment.
obviously that's not nearly enough for all the information that we've gone over here, and I don't see any other public coming up here. Clerk of the board, record management, I believe she's correct. We need to do more. What you've done is great, and I believe it's important for our county in the long term. As an historian, you and I have talked about records and those historical documents and protecting them. I would talk to the recorder clerk. She's been doing all that work, so maybe that'll help you. The new department's going to be called Preparedness, Response, and Resilience Department. This is taking those different departments that we've talked about through the CAO's office and bringing them together. It'll create a much more broad perspective of and the importance of that department. And I'm talking about Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience, and also the EMS and the other ones. So that's our new department. Doesn't need to be titled that, but that's what I mean. The Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Reclamation, U.S. Forest Service, SMUD, PG&E, these are all the partners in wildfire. And that's, I know that this department knows and understands it, and their participation in the El Dorado County, come on, Chris, take a breath. The fire safe councils, and that's important. SPTC, Sacramento Placerville Transportation Corridor. It's got a potential that hasn't been taken care of. It's not been fulfilled, and the potential is it could be a buffer for fire safety. It could be what I'm talking about is completing the track all the way through to Sacramento. It could be for economic development. It certainly is an important contribution. It has an important contribution in the future of this county if it's taken as something similar to airports. You know, we could make airports better than it is in terms of economic development. We could also, we look at trucking, railroad could be the same thing. I have much more to say, but I'm going to give you the 20 seconds. Thank you.
And you are welcome to email us your comments, and I will distribute that, Chris. Thank you so much. Anyone else in the boardroom? All right, go online now.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, thank you. So board members, it's 12:05 now. Would you like basically an hour to come back at 1 o'clock?
Yes, please.
All right, I think that sounds good. Does that work for our staff, Don?
It does.
All right, so after lunch, we will start with HR risk, then IT register our voters, and then we will finalize the day with land use and development with agriculture and environmental management. So have a good lunch, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you all. Well, good afternoon. We are back from the lunch hour and looking forward to finishing up our budget presentations from our various departments. So welcome back. And with that, looking forward to welcoming HR and Risk. Welcome, Joey.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Joey Carrasco, I'm the Director of Human Resources. Have several slides to present to you today. And I was thinking, since it's right after lunch, I might try to sneak something into my presentation just to see if you're paying attention. I won't do that. But today I'm going to talk a little bit about where we've been in the last year or so, what we've been up to, where we're planning on going over the next year or so, and how that all kind of ties into the county, the strategic plan of the county specifically. So with that, we can move on to the next slide. Our vision: as an employer of choice, maximize individual and organizational success through strategic partnerships and collaboration by implementing and supporting programs, processes, and services that add value to both the County of El Dorado employees and the community. And I want to draw your attention to that very first part of that, employer of choice. That's critical to me and my department. And I ask that you kind of put a pin in that, because I'm going to come back to it later, talk more about that. Our mission statement: promote the power of public service by fostering a positive, productive, and collaborative workplace where all employees are qualified, empowered, respected, and valued. Next slide. So our guiding principles: this is what we in HR and Risk live and breathe on a day-to-day basis. And I'll go through each of these briefly and just give a little detail of what's behind each of those 8 principles. Accountability: we take ownership in what we do. We take responsibility for our role and the outcomes, and we proactively address and resolve problems. Integrity: our decisions are based on impartial, equitable, and reliable information. Our customers are confident in our solutions and responses and can trust our high-quality deliverables. Collaborative business partner: we proactively work with departments to understand their mission and work together by sharing ideas to devise effective strategic solutions. Professional excellence: we achieve success with our internal and external customers through both communication and work products. Our internal customers, we all know who those are: current employees, board members, department heads, our current staff. Our external customers are just that, members of the public that we interact with. Many times job applicants. So we take that very seriously. We treat all of them with respect in our interactions. Competent knowledge resource: that one's self-explanatory. I don't think I need to go into detail on that. Solution-focused customer service: working with our customers from the perspective of understanding their needs, finding viable solutions, and following up to ensure the customer's needs have been fulfilled. Consistency: equal diligence and ethical consistency in all aspects of HR and Risk. And last but not least, transparency: open process when possible. There's certain things that we can't be too transparent about initially, and clear communication as to why decisions are made in the manner in which they are. So those are our guiding principles in human resources. You can go to the next slide. Here's our org chart. We have several different areas under human resources. Over on the left, you'll see risk management, recruitment and selection in the middle, employee and labor relations and the benefits group over on the right. And in the middle, kind of towards the top, is our administrative function. So we have 4 primary areas in human resources and risk. I'll be going into more detail about what each of those 4 areas do in a minute or so. Right now, we have 24 FTEs in risk and HR combined. It's coming up to budget time. People are requesting additional allocations. I thought about that, long and hard. And, I'm balancing my staffing needs, looking at staff morale in my unit, their workload, balancing that with the county's financial position and where we're going to be in the future. So I made the decision. I could always use more staff. I think every department can use more staff. I'm not making any requests for this next budget year for additional allocations. We're lean and mean, but I think we're going to be okay with the way we are right now. You can go to the next slide, please. What we do. This is arguably the most important slide because it illustrates to the public and to other employees even exactly what it is we do in HR. And there's quite a few bullet points on here for each of the 4 sections. I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but I do want to call out a couple from each category that in particular to me are critical to the county as a whole. Recruitment and selection. Obviously, this is our recruitment efforts, our advertising for jobs, interviewing employees, screening their applications, and all the way into getting them in the door on their first day of work and even beyond that. So we're working closely with them. Classification and job analysis. We commonly get requests to look at job classifications and determine whether that they may need to be updated or changed. That's a constant battle. We have 450 different classifications in the county, so we're always busy. We're always busy with that. We conduct background checks. We have our own live scan machine in-house now, which we're fortunate to get a couple of years ago. That speeds up the hiring process, at least for the that piece of the background. And one thing that I really want to call out here was that we now do in-person new employee orientation. To me, this was a huge accomplishment that we achieved last year. It was a group effort. We had a lot of people involved in this, but there's really no substitute for having employees in person on their first day on the job. We have board members that have showed up to speak to these folks and welcome them on their very first day. Dawn has done the same. That goes a long way. We've got positive feedback from these folks, and that's the way that we want to start them off. With a lot of them, it's their first job in any kind of government organization. So to the extent that we can get them engaged right from the onset, I think our chances of keeping them long-term increase. And there's many other pieces that go into that. But I want to call out new employee orientation was a big deal. Our administrative operations folks, they do a lot of training and organizational development, health and wellness. I'm going to go into more detail with those pieces later. Risk management. We have our workers' compensation and leave management programs that you'll see listed under there. These bullet points include the administration of all employee disability management programs. For example, early return to work through modified work programs, reasonable accommodation in accordance with the ADA, coordination between employees and their supervisors on returning to work. Many times they come back to work and they have medical restrictions that we need to account for. And lastly, risk staff administer all employee protected leave, such as FMLA, CFRA, pregnancy disability leave, and military leave. So we've got, you don't have to go to the last slide, but the last slide, we have 5 staff in risk management. So they're swamped with, because you can imagine almost 2,000 employees. There's a lot of these issues that come up. The other piece of risk management I want to mention is our liability program. We focus on mitigating the county's exposure to accidental losses, analyzing the risk factors associated with those losses, and identifying trends in losses. My risk folks also procure county insurance for example, excess insurance, airport liability, medical malpractice, property, and other types of risk transfer. And lastly, risk also reviews all county contracts to ensure that regulations are followed and that risks are transferred to the extent possible in protecting the county's interests. Let me jump now to labor and employee relations and the benefits section. We obviously work on labor negotiations, as all of you are well aware. We just wrapped up a couple contracts, big ones, in the sense that we have a lot of employees represented by those two bargaining units. I know that makes the board happy when we're locked in a contract, makes Dawn's office happy too. But unfortunately, right when we get it done, sometimes we get an agreement after the actual contract expires. So we're perpetually in this negotiation cycle, and we're going to be entering it soon again with some of our bargaining units. So it's perpetual. So later this year will be added again. My staff in this group also answers questions from the various departments on different MOU sections and the interpretation of them. We conduct personnel investigations, and we also respond to employee grievances. Let's see, our benefits folks. This is a year-round endeavor for them. There's constantly questions that come up from employees about their health care, dependents they have on their plan, you name it. We get a lot of questions that come in. We work with new hires to make sure that they're signing up for what they want and what meets the needs of them and their families. And my staff also conducts annual open enrollment for all county staff. So those are just some of the key bullet points I wanted to highlight. This slide there's a lot of information on there. We're a busy group, but that's what we do. Thank you, Kim. The human resources budget is just under $2.47 million. It's funded entirely by the general fund. Approximately 80% of that goes to employee salary and benefit costs. And then we have the risk management budget. It's just under $41 million this year. And that's an internal service fund. So there's no general fund contribution to that pot of money there. It's all funded entirely through other departments. We're a self-insured county for workers' comp and general liability. So it's imperative that we have money available to pay for those claims. And we have an internal process of approval process for paying those claims. I'm sure you already know that anything over a certain dollar amount, $25,000 or more, we go to, obviously we're working with Dave's group, but we come to the board and seek approval for those. Our accomplishments. This is where I get to kind of not pat myself on the back, but maybe my staff, because these are some of the things that we've done in the last year. Hired 469 employees, reviewed 6,053 applications, sometimes more than once. It's not always just one set of eyes on them, it's multiple people. We conducted 425 recruitments, processed 119 workers' comp claims. We started the Supervisor Training Academy. That has been a huge success, and we've got a lot of positive feedback from staff who've attended it. We try to get in about 20 people or so, maybe a couple more for each session. And at some point, we're hoping that every county employee who's interested in this cycles through and takes that. It's a 5-day class, 5 half days. Our next one is scheduled for this spring. So I'm really proud of that. Let's see, we reconvened the Labor Management Committee. We've reached, I mentioned this, multi-year collective bargaining agreements. We revised the personnel rules, conducted a ton of compensation studies, usually around negotiations. We updated our telework policy. When I say we, this is, again, it's working closely with other department heads, the Labor Management Committee in this case. So there's a lot of people that work on these things. We completely revamped our HR website. We started attending job fairs again now that COVID seems to be the new normal. I mean, we have to work around it. I talked about new employee orientation, and we have a health and wellness program that just kicked off. We send out a monthly newsletter to staff. We're starting book clubs and doing a lot of fun things to engage staff. That's the other piece. Once they get here, new staff that have been here, you want an engaged workforce, and that type of thing, along with training, providing avenues for employees to work their way up in the county if they want, or maybe get promoted and go to another department in the county. We're okay with that. We want them to stay in the county, and the more opportunities you can provide people, the more fulfilled they are and the more they want to stay in that organization. So that's kind of where I was going when I said employer of choice. By creating opportunities, having a good culture, paying good wages to employees, those are the kind of things that we need to continue to do. And on the health and wellness program, I wanted to mention that we've been working with 3 different fitness instructors, outside fitness instructors, and they're going to be coming on site to do training activities for staff. So I'll see you all there.
You bet.
And we also, could have been moved to the very top, actually achieved a competitive compensation. And that's due to you, Dawn, your office. We went from being well behind the median to bringing virtually every employee up to the median recently. So that was a huge accomplishment, and it just strengthens our status in the community to attract new employees. Next slide. Okay, how does all of this tie into the county's strategic plan of good governance? Improve information delivery and responsiveness to our customers, update human resources policies, procedures, and programs, increase knowledge and collaboration within HR and partnerships with other departments, improve retention of staff countywide. That's a huge one. And when I first got promoted to director, that was one of the things that everyone made very clear to me, Dawn and the board members. We need to figure out a way to retain staff. It's great. I think all of the things that I've mentioned, not just the pay, but the other things that we're doing, that all contributes. It all has an impact on retaining staff. So I think I know we're headed in the right direction in that regard. We're going to expand the supervisor training to focus on leadership, going to review classifications for pre-employment medical. And on that, right now we have quite a few classifications that we send to be medically screened before they can be hired. It's possible that some of those may not actually need to be medically screened, or it can be to a lesser degree, which would speed up the recruitment process. So we're looking at paring that down as much as we can. Certain classifications, there's legal requirements, they have to be medically screened, but with the others, we're working to limit that. Countywide training on retirement and human resources training workshops. We're working on, outside of the Leadership Academy, on quite a few things that individual pieces of that, where it's not a 5-day training and staff can just come for an hour or 2 and get trained on different aspects of their job. So with that, I think, what do we have next? I think that's it.
All right.
I'm sorry.
No, please.
I was just going to say, it's really an honor to be able to speak with you all. I appreciate the support that all of the board members give us. Dave, Dawn, your offices, it's a pleasure to work with you guys. I'm really happy to be here. And I also want to thank my staff, because this is the most dedicated group of people. I think a few of them might have snuck in here. I'll talk to them later about that. But they want to do a good job so badly. They're professional. The effort that they put into it, the hours they put into it, I've never seen anything like this. I'm impressed every day by each and every one of them. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Joey. And, you know, the feelings are mutual. That we are just, you know, so grateful to you and your staff for your expert leadership and mentorship of our county family. And you and your staff has just, my goodness, what you've done with the department in the last, you know, couple of years has just been so inspiring. From the, you know, I think we were all hungry for a deeper level of engagement after the pandemic, and you've done that. You know, the new employee orientation, that's a brilliant way to start someone's career at the family, to make them feel and understand that they're a part of a larger whole, that they're valued. And from your employee newsletter, the wellness newsletter, which is fantastic. I look forward to plugging into some of those activities, to your expert management of our labor negotiations and risk management. It's just a privilege to work with you, and I just appreciate all that you and your staff do.
Thank you. Appreciate
I see Supervisor Heidel's hand raised.
Yeah, Joe, I just want to kind of compliment you as well. You and your staff have done a fantastic job. Your leadership, your adaptability, flexibility, creativeness, and finding new programs and ways to enhance our recruitment process. It's just all really well appreciated, because without that, we wouldn't have the organization we have. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Any other board member comments?
Yeah, I just got one. And you know, I've been beating the drum on this for a long time. We need a gym here. We really do. And we talked about that, Joey, and I've talked about it with Don and Dave a little bit. I think it would be great for our county. I really do, especially for the employees. You know, coming from a public sector, the biggest thing that I have is making sure that the employees are appreciated. And we used to have barbecues and everything every Friday, especially my mechanics that work for me and stuff, because they're the money makers for me. You know, without them, I wouldn't be making any money. And it's the same thing with the county. So when I go out and visit the DOT workers that are working so hard and stuff, you know, I go up and thank them, and I'll bring them Gatorade or whatever, because show that they're appreciated by the county for all the hard work they do. That's just the aspects that you know, that's just me.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. And we have a giant barbecue that we can use.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really, I mean, I like that idea.
Yeah. So I think we need to show more, I feel, appreciation, you know, towards those workers. In fact, one of the DOT workers has been with the county for 35 years, and he has never seen a supervisor even come out and thank him for the hard work they've done. So he really appreciated it very much.
Great. That's good feedback.
So we need a gym. Just focus on it.
Well,
health and wellness.
We'll be talking about it.
I'm gonna go find my workout outfit now.
Let's get those leg warmers, right?
Yeah.
But your enthusiasm for this county, Joey, and what I've been noticing, and I think it came through yesterday and today again, is the team building that's happening in our departments, and then it goes interdepartment then. It's very exciting, and that's what I enjoy about coming to work. So thank you for being a big part of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Joey.
You got it.
Done a great job.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation, and thanks for being with us today. All right. We are now moving on to our IT department. Let's see, is there a?
Got a new one.
So Madam Chair, our IT director and our ag commissioner are both participating via Zoom today.
Oh, great.
Due to, well, they can share why.
No problem. Zoom makes that
She sent
possible.
them-
That is the benefits of Zoom.
She sent the new one out.
Okay.
Yeah, revise.
When was that?
Tanya,
Just
are you
got it.
there?
Oh, just now.
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tanya. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members, county council, and chief administrative officer. Pleasure to be here today. My apologies for not being there in person. You do know how I love an audience, but I unfortunately have, I'm at the tail end of my COVID, and I'm feeling much better, but I think I'll stay away for a few more days.
Thank you.
Been good.
Much appreciated.
So, my name is Tanya DiGiorno, and I am the county's IT director. First, I'd like to begin by saying thank you so much for bringing these presentations back. They've been very informative. I'm finding a lot of conversation openers when I start meeting with the department heads, when it comes time to talk about their strategic plan for those departments so we can support them from an IT perspective. So I really appreciate it. I think it goes a long way, not only for the public, but for each other too, to hear what our counterparts are doing. And it's truly interesting to hear how passionate everybody is with what they do for the county. Serving as leaders in this organization, and the passion that I see is an amazing thing to be a part of. So I thank you guys for that. For me, it's been a big pleasure to serve this county for the last 3 years, and I'm proud to present the services and our accomplishments of this amazing IT team. So our mission is to help provide secure, reliable, sustainable, modern, flexible, and effective information technology infrastructure to support our objectives of the county departments. Our vision of the IT staff is a commitment to deliver these creative, practical solutions and services in support of the current and future technology needs of El Dorado County. The organization consists of 5 disciplines. Our network, server, and telecommunications area consists of 13 full-time equivalents. We also have our customer support, which consists of 10 customer support specialists. Our application development teams has 11 full-time employees. Our security office now has 3 full-time employees. Thank you. And our project management office, which I like to refer to them as more of a business relationship management office, we have 7 full-time equivalents. And I, again, thank you for that as well. The security program and the project management office are new to the organization within the last 3 years. And it's due to your support. And I really appreciate your support in those areas. We would not be successful without those. So moving along to our project management office, again, more of a business relations. The PMO was created less than 3 years ago, and it continues to mature and grow with the organization. Our project management office manages the entire life cycle of a project. We no longer look for solutions and then hope they meet our needs. We actually focus on the business needs first. We define our business objectives, our requirements. We conduct the market research. We understand what our business really needs and then go find that solution. But first, before we do that, we look to ensure we don't have any current existing solutions that we can leverage in-house already. We don't want to continue with the technical sprawl, as I call it. We want to make sure we're leveraging our current investments first before we go out and buy net new. And that's part of our governance model that we've created within the last 3 years as well. And then we want to make sure that we're aligned with our security requirements for sharing any type of sensitive data, or making sure that we have the right security controls on any application that does have sensitive information. Let's see, if you, I'm sorry, can you go back? One of the things that I want to mention is planning is so very important when it comes to delivering applications. And you've heard of the saying, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. We in the project management office and in IT understand the importance of planning, and the team has done a wonderful job ensuring that it happens to ensure the success of the delivery of that product. So the project office is responsible for project prioritization as well. We look at your stakeholders' needs, we look at the strategic priorities, and then we look at the fine balance between those and the availability of resources, not only from an IT perspective, but from the business as well. It's a partnership, and we need to ensure that both parties have the available resources to make the implementation successful. So that's that delicate balance that I'm talking about. And it's worked out really well, working with these departments to ensure that we have those available resources before we embark upon an effort. And the goal is to really leverage our IT governance process that we have in place to ensure that we're working on the right projects that bring the most value to the county. Next slide. Our application development team provides both custom development and support for vendor applications. This team works closely with the project management office, supporting the 7 phases of the system development lifecycle. As you'll see here, the bullets, the planning, analysis, design, development, testing, implementation, and support. Very critical that we have a process in place. We now have policy to support this as well, and it has done us well in our implementations. We've had very successful implementations while following these process. And I appreciate all the departments who support this. And I do believe it's building a lot of trust with the departments as we are able to successfully deliver to these organizations. Next slide. Our infrastructure and telecommunication team provides network services countywide. We support over 300 servers and 200 databases, and upwards of 400 terabytes of data. We recently hired our first cloud administrator in support of our cloud solutions, which includes Microsoft M365. That was fully implemented in October 2022. And we also support many vendor solutions as well that are in the cloud. So it's very important that we have a resource that is knowledgeable and can help support that. So thank you again for your support for allowing us to hire that type of skill set. Our telecommunications team of 1 right now supports over 2,300 phones in over 35 locations. They support voicemail services, eFax, and they also coordinate local long distance services. And we recently implemented soft phones, which is very instrumental for those that are working remotely to be able to still have access to your work phones while at home. We are currently rolling out replacing 900 aging devices. I'm happy to report we've already completed a big majority of that. We're almost to 300 right now, so we're making really good progress. Next slide. Customer service. So our customer support, they are our first line of support for all IT related requests. And we support over 2,000 desktops and mobile devices, printers and scanners, video conference rooms, the board rooms. We've also established hardware standards, which is very critical. Without hardware standards or standards in general, you tend to have the sprawl that just continues on. This helps us be able to manage and become experts at the standard equipment that we are providing services to. So we now have those published on our website and accessible to anybody in the county. We also administrate software subscriptions, and I just mentioned a few here that are the most common: the Adobe, the Microsoft, and our Apple device enrollment program as well. That's just to name a few. And I just want to say one last thing with our customer support. Rarely does this first line of support receive the credit that they deserve. They're generally, people have a problem and they're here to call us to help them work through that problem. But I want to mention, according to the Gardner Group, the suggested employee to desktop ratio is a 70-1. We have been operating at a 200-1 ratio. And I have to say, the team is doing a great job. They're learning, they're growing, they're able to handle their tickets and support tickets in a timely manner. And I'm always impressed at the work that they do. And I hope the county is recognizing that as well. Next slide. Security and compliance. This again is a new program within the last 3 years. We now have 3 staff that support this program. What they're responsible for doing is continuously scanning the environment and remediating any vulnerabilities or any vulnerabilities that they find. Actually, they're not remediating it. They're coordinating the remediation is what I should say. They also are responsible for the annual security awareness training, which is mandatory. And they conduct several security investments on a daily basis. They ensure we are in compliance with our audits and our standards. They monitor our network access agreements. They're also responsible for our video surveillance system. We used to have 6 to 8 different video surveillance systems in the county. We have now consolidated to one, and we now have over 158 cameras in 12 different locations throughout the county. And we have a single pane view of those cameras, and we can monitor those and pull videos and have eyes on our county to make sure that we keep our employees safe and the facility is safe. The team also manages and mitigates device loss and theft. So if a laptop is stolen, they have the capabilities of wiping that device to ensure there's no data loss. And we also manage the facility's key card access. You know, everybody has a key card to enter into the buildings. My team actually manages those access cards. And of course, security always has a component when it comes to risk management. And they do a great job at identifying the risk and helping with the mitigation strategies to mitigate any issues coming forward. Our total appropriations this year is just slightly under 13 million. And I wanted to show the net increase that has occurred. These FTE numbers are just a little bit off, my apologies, but you can see an increase of growth in the full-time employees. And again, that's largely due to the establishment of the security office and the establishment of our project management office that has been instrumental in the success of the IT department. We've also moved some things into our budget for devices. Devices used to be distributed. Departments were responsible for replacement of their devices. We're moving devices and phones into our IT budget. It is really important that we are able to ensure that we do not have aged out devices or unsupported devices on our network. You may have heard the saying, you're as strong as your weakest link. So it's really IT's responsibility to ensure that we are up to date on all of those. So it made sense to me to bring that into the IT budget to ensure that we have a work plan to be able to manage the work and ensure that we have all of our devices are supported or supportable. I have to say, you know, COVID, when the pandemic hit, it was a terrible, terrible experience, right? When I first came on board, the pandemic hit within 3 months of me being on board. The county didn't really have teleworking prior to the pandemic. So receiving some of the funding for CARES funding was actually a blessing in disguise for us. We were able to replace over 900 devices, allowing people to work remotely in a secure fashion. And that gave me the ability or the IT department, the ability to bring all of our devices up to speed. And that also gave me the opportunity to make the argument that IT should be fully responsible for this, in which means we need a budget for it and we need a plan for the workload. So we are now planning the work of replacing 300 to 400 devices on an annual basis. So we have a rolling work plan that we will be able to accommodate going forward. Next slide. This is our net county cost. We are fully general funded. We used to have a chargeback model when it came to application development, but once we established the IT governance model, we just said, you guys tell us what's most important for us to work on. It'll be my job to ensure those projects get completed. That has worked very well. The leadership is who decides on what's most important, and therefore that's what we work on. Regarding the net county cost, as you can see, our project management office is a big portion of our budget as well as the server team. You will see security has increased over the years to a 9%, but that was necessary just because we need to keep up with the landscape. Cyber criminals are at the forefront, and we need to catch up or get in front of them. So we're doing our best we can to ensure that we're working in the right areas when it comes to security, and we are protecting our assets within the county. Next slide. Our role in the strategic plan both includes infrastructure and good governance. Infrastructure, since without technology infrastructure, our county wouldn't have the environment to share information and provide the services that we provide. As far as good governance, it's important that we implement systems that improve system-wide process, data sharing, and departmental collaboration, and evaluate requests and recommendations based on complete assessments of the best available information with the goal of reaching well-informed decisions. And we do this by doing the analysis, understanding the business needs, and making sure we find a solution that will meet your needs prior to any type of implementation activities. That analysis is so very important to the success. The planning, I will say I've seen projects go forward without planning, and it's not a pretty sight. The implementation tends to last much longer. When you do the right amount of planning, your implementation should be the simplest part of your project. And I do believe the project management office is demonstrating that time and time again with their projects. Next slide. This is our governance model. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I wanted to make sure that there is some awareness as to what our structure looks like. Of course, the Board of Supervisors sit at the top, and IT Steering Committee is consistent of all the department heads and elected officials. Everybody's invited to those steering committees. And that's where we make decisions, or things bubble up to us to make decisions if necessary. We do policy reviews, and we use that as a method to communicate our major initiatives and what IT is focusing on based on the input from our subcommittees. The subcommittees is that third row there. It says IT portfolio review. We have 4 different subcommittees. We have grouped them into general gov, health and human services, law and justice, and land use. The various departments within those areas get together on a monthly basis, and they assist us with prioritizing our IT resources. If there tends to be a conflict in any way or discrepancies, they will raise that up to the IT steering committee for a decision. This has worked really well. What I find works the best is if you push down and empower the lowest level that you can, is where you end up benefiting. So what we've been doing is we've been ensuring that we empower these subcommittees to make decisions and only come to the IT steering committee if they're unable to make a decision amongst that group. It's worked out really well. My assistant director runs those subcommittees, and it's been a really good experience. And oftentimes people are learning from each other when they're in those subcommittees, learning about what's happening in the organization during those subcommittees. So I think they're beneficial. It's providing a different level of transparency, and it's working well. Next slide. This is our 5-year IT department strategy from 2020 to 2025. We started off with a lot of stabilization efforts. It was absolutely critical when I first came on board to look at this and make sure that we are getting rid of technical debt and that we are focusing on simplification. Then we moved into providing more governance so we can make sure that we're making good informed decisions as we move forward. This year, we're focused on asset management. We have a request for a proposal out on the streets right now, and we will be implementing an asset management system this fiscal year. And then in the next couple of years, we're going to be looking more at risk management, policies, procedures. We're going to refresh the 3-year security strategy. We're just at 3 years right now. So once our infrastructure project is completed, we will bring in the third-party vendors to refresh that security strategy and redo our assessment. And then we're going to be really focused this year on understanding the business strategies throughout the organization so we can form up the refreshed IT strategy. Next slide. This here is I just want to give you a little more detail to the previous slide. Stabilization, it included, again, I talked about reducing the technology footprint. We decommissioned Google. We had both Google and Microsoft. I presented to the board, asked them if after doing quite a bit of analysis, we asked if we can remove Google because it made more sense to stay with Microsoft. They agreed. And I believe we were going to save about $6 million over the next 5 years just by decommissioning Google. That's been completed. We will not be renewing our Google contract this year. So savings will start this year. We decommissioned our virtual desktop infrastructure. It was not a very well done implementation. And it was causing a lot of havoc, not only with the business, but with IT as well. So we decided to decommission the virtual desktop infrastructure and move everybody to the virtual private network. I am pleased to report that's been completed. Communication and transparency. Again, we established the technology governance committees. We now have a project portfolio that has dashboard views that anybody can go in and look to see what IT is working on, where we are in the project, whether there's risk associated with that project. And this is providing a new level of transparency that was never offered before by IT. And the project management office is managing that portfolio. Security and compliance. We just recently implemented multi-factor authentication. As we rolled out Microsoft M365, we implemented it multi-factor authentication in the cloud. Now we've done it for our remote users. We're also working on our DMV and IRS audit action plan. We're hoping to have those completed by July, but it's a work in progress, so we're continuing to work through that. And we will be replacing our annual security awareness training, making it a little more user-friendly for security and compliance. And then as it relates to our policies, we've implemented several policies or updated the policies. And I'm proud to say we have implemented our first time ever in the county, our electronic messaging retention policy. Before we just kept things forever. And now we only retain for 10 years. We are looking to do some education in the next couple of years to get that down to a more manageable retention policy, maybe a 3 or 5 year policy. So look forward to some information planning coming with that. As far as 2023, we had a lot of planning activities for the asset management system. We had to gather requirements, create the solicitation, and now that's out on the street. Our infrastructure refresh is happening right now. It's a 7-year refresh cycle. So we are in the midst, knee deep in it right now, or David might say up to your eyeballs in it. But he has a great team that's running that. It is a large effort, but it will provide better storage and faster servers. That project is due to complete in the March-April timeframe. And again, I talked a little bit about replacement of phones. We did the planning last year, and now we're in the midst of rolling out those phones. We will be looking at a call management solution as well to implement before the end of this fiscal year. And we also have our public website redesign. It was something that was mentioned to me as I first walked in the door. However, COVID hit, and then we had a couple of fires that hit, and we just didn't have the capacity to move on that. Now we are moving forward with the public website redesign, and we're making good effort. We plan on having that complete June 30th of next year. M365 implementation, security and compliance, data classification. We're still working on our data classification, making sure we understand where our sensitive data is and that it's protected. And some new policies. We will be implementing a security incident response policy. And we actually just implemented a cellular phone wireless policy and our network usage policy. Next slide. And I'm not going to go too much into all of this, but a couple of salient points that I wanted to mention is, again, for this year, we're going to be aligning our department's business with our IT projects, making sure we have a strategy going forward and that strategy is communicated. We'll have metrics associated with that as well. We do have a payroll system replacement that's coming, as you heard from Joe Harn earlier. It is going to be, Kronos will be end of life in December of 2025, which means the planning needs to start this year. So we'll be starting the planning once we finish some upgrades on the Phoenix system. This does require the auditor's team to be fully engaged in the Kronos replacement, and the timing's not now. So we do need to start that process as soon as we have our Phoenix upgrades in place. Let's see, M365. We're still planning on looking at that cloud storage and how we're going to make best use of that cloud storage. We're looking to implement single sign-on for our cloud applications. Very important that we understand who has access to what. So when there's offboarding that occurs, that we remove those access. And by offering a single sign-on solution, it makes it much simpler to manage and maintain that. Couple other salient points. As far as governance, we are continuing to plan for the refresh program of primary devices and phones. Like I said, this year we are replacing 300 devices, and we will roll to 300 to 400 devices per year. Talked about the payroll system upgrade. We will be continuing to educate on the M365 and cloud utilization. This has been requested by several departments. As you know, we really don't want to implement tools that we don't have the full understanding of how to best make use of them. And so we will be continuing our education. I'm bringing on some augmentation to assist with helping organizations fully utilize those tools. And again, business strategy and IT alignment is going to be very important going forward. As far as security and compliance, we will be looking at a privileged access management solution in the next couple years. And we will continue with our vulnerability and penetration testing to ensure that we can identify vulnerabilities and remediate them before they become problems. And this next slide, I'm really not going to go into this, I promise you, but I did want to provide you with our performance indicators and some of the things that I want to just draw to your attention. The removal of VDI has been huge. We went from 1,034 VDI issues in a year to 7 last year. That's a big relief on the IT team. We were able to redirect those resources to other areas, and that's been instrumental in our success. We've migrated 1,700 users and over 2,000 inactive users from Google to M365. That was a huge lift and shift, but we are there now, and we're able to now rid of Google. Our communication and transparency, again, I talked about the IT steering committee and our dashboards that we have available. Another area that I think is important to mention is the migration of the library to central IT. The library was not supported by central IT 3 years ago. And it was around the time where a lot of libraries were getting hit with ransomware and getting hit with some bad, cyber attacks. We worked with the librarian. She was been wonderful to work with, and she agreed, let's partner, and we did, and we were able to move over library to under central IT, and that's been makes me sleep better at night, and I'm sure it helps her sleep better at night too. And then a couple other things to mention is we did implement an intake process for projects. We have received over 40 intake tickets. We have 76 projects that have been generated from our processes. And that has been really helpful in understanding the business and understanding how we can help the business be successful. I'm really trying to ensure that our project office has a really good understanding of our business and their strategy and what we need to do to support them. And by having this office, putting the proper procedures, policies into place has been very helpful in making sure that we are taking the right steps to, again, make the right decisions and successfully deliver defined systems. Let's see. I mean, these statistics you can read for yourself, but I cannot stress enough how proud I am of this team and how much they have done. You can see here over 17,000 tickets in a year that they've been able to work through. On top of that, as we were moving to M365, we put a training plan together, and amongst the staff, they completed over 2,500 hours of training just to be able to successfully support M365. And that's on top of their day-to-day work. So very proud that they were able to accomplish that and be able to support the migration and ongoing support of M365. And then in addition to that, we have on-demand training that we offer, and our employees on their own have accomplished over 300 hours of technology courses using that tool. And to me, that just shows how important growth is and how important it is to stay up on the technologies to be able to support our organization. And the last slide. So we will continue to develop policies and our practices and procedures just so we have a solid foundation that we can continue to do business in support of the departments throughout the county. Again, I think IT governance is always a work in progress. You know, we'll pivot and make modifications as we see fit. But where I see some more improvements happening is in the IT governance of hardware and software. We've already moved forward with hardware. Software is going to be the next thing once we have our asset management system in place. And it's really to look at how do we maximize our contracts. You know, we shouldn't have 5 of the same contracts, because in numbers you can drive down the cost. And Don will tell you I'm really good at working with our vendors to be able to drive down our cost of our contracts. And when you can consolidate and make things, do things in larger numbers, the better deals that you get. So we'll be looking at areas that we can make those improvements. Again, I talked about the infrastructure refresh, and though it's not a huge heavy hit on the rest of the enterprise other than in a positive way, it is going to be a resource intensive project for IT. So I just wanted to mention that. Call management and asset management they're both intended to be expandable to the enterprise. However, in order to successfully move in that direction, we'll likely need to resource for that. But what we intend to do is implement those within IT, build our expertise and our knowledge, and then be able to expand that to the enterprise if there's a need with the other departments. And then our last thing, and I purposely left this for last because it's going to be a shameless plug, but our public website redesign, we're taking a citizen-centered approach, which means we need the public's input to what they'd like to see. There is a survey out on our EDC Gov homepage. And if you guys have any input on how we can make the site better, what's missing, where we should go with it, please go and fill out that less than 5-minute survey to tell us your opinions and what we can do to make our internet presence and our services to the public better. And I'd like to end by saying this team has been amazing. Couldn't have done any of this without them. They are the They are the force, and I will tell you that they are not afraid to learn and grow and to continue to take on new things. And that is what you want in an IT team. And I am proud of them every day. As I look back on the accomplishments from last year and in actually the last 3 years, it never ceases to amaze me how much effort they've put in and how successful they've been in doing so. And that's a team effort. It takes the village and the support of the departments. The departments have been very supportive in our direction that we've gone. I know I've made a lot of changes in the last 3 years, and I might be frustrating some people, but I think in the end, people understand why it's necessary and why we're doing the things that we're doing, particularly when it comes to security, policies, procedures, governance. All of those are very important to the success of the entire organization. So thank you to a wonderful IT team. Thank you to the departments who have supported us. And with that, if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Tanya. That was a very, very comprehensive update on all that you and your team have accomplished this past year and the last several years.
Thank you.
Incredible list of accomplishments. Before I have final comments, do any of my colleagues have any comments or questions?
I just want to say, Tanya, thank you for keeping us safe. It's a big plus. It really is. And also, Mark worked for Google. So if you need any input, with the web design, that's what he does. So anyway, he can help you.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, great presentation, Tanya. And I know risk management is one of the things you've been involved with as well when you look at new software implementation, those kinds of things. So I compliment you on that particular effort. Kind of as a lessons learned, M365 migration with respect to the Board of Supervisors operations and the way the clerk of the board operate, that was kind of a unique situation, I think, in terms of how we all use those tools. And so from a lessons learned risk management perspective, I would just ask you to consider, if we get into a future implementation like that, that we look at special user groups, I'll call it, because we all have different needs and different uses of tools. And it has been a significant challenge to try to migrate through, get used to the M365 tools in the capacity we were in the past. So every tool is different, but this one's been a little bit more of a struggle to come on board with and understand how we can best utilize it, how to make it efficient. So I'll just put that back in the risk management category for future considerations.
I agree with that 100%, John. It was a little eye opener to us as well. And that was actually part of our lesson learned. And we will ensure that we have a little more of a velvet glove when it comes to the Board of Supervisors and these type of big implementations. And you're absolutely right. We didn't fully realize how you guys were utilizing the Google tools and how it transferred into the M365. Big lesson learned, but we documented that, and we'll make sure that we're in front of it next time.
Thank you.
Yeah, and honestly, Tanya, I tell people because we're still struggling with M365, honestly, as there's things that we still haven't figured out to make it work the way we want it to, and the help tools aren't there. So if you can find an expert that, if we could catalog all these things that I'm a big computer user, so the fact that I'm frustrated still to this day is a little concerning, honestly. And but I always tell myself, well, I voted for that migration, so there, I'm trying to because I appreciate the fact that we were working in two platforms, and that wasn't a good use of resources and the taxpayers' money. So I get that, but I still think there's some of it's still mysterious, quite honestly. And you can find some help there, but I will tell you, getting rid of VDI, congrats. That was huge. That was a mess and was sucking up so much of your resources. So I feel like you're making good choices on targeting, the low hanging fruits, so that we can move on and take your limited staff and put them on to other things. So thank you for that. And, when somebody's computer is not working, they can't work. And so I appreciate how responsive your IT support folks are, very responsive to it, as far as I know, to all the employees, because people want to be productive. And when they're sitting there with a piece of equipment that's not working, unfortunately, we're looking to IT for that. So I hope your team knows how much we appreciate them. I hope they get that message when they do show up, because I think we all go, yay. So,
Thank you,
for that.
Supervisor Carlin. Appreciate that.
Piggybacking on that, we just so appreciate the improved data management and enhanced security measures that you have implemented across our county. I think we all sleep better at night knowing the terrible attacks that continue to be levied, especially at government operations, and making sure that our county operations are secure. And that's just critical, as well as the development of hardware standards, so we get a better handle on all of our hardware needs, as well as our upcoming software needs. So made tremendous progress in this area, and we thank you and your team for all your work and support in securing our county and our IT needs, and look forward to further dialogue during our upcoming budget process.
Yep.
Thank you, Supervisor Thomas.
Hope you feel better.
Oh, thank you. I am much better. Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right. Great discussion. All right. And with that, we now turn to elections, and we look forward to welcoming our registrar of voters. Good afternoon, Bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, CAO, and of course, County Council, David Livingston. When you guys were talking about PRAs earlier, I couldn't help but smile at David because he's our backstop for all of that. So it's really my pleasure to talk to you guys today a little bit about elections. I'll go fairly quickly. We have a short presentation. I've heard a lot of departments talk about being small but mighty, and we certainly fall into the small but amazing category. But we truly have a lot of support from all the other departments. We get a lot of help from IT, from County Council, Recorder Clerk. A lot of departments pitch in, and on election night, we get a lot of people that come down and help us. Of course, we feed them free tacos, but
those are good.
They're really good. But we do truly appreciate that. So the first slide, we'll jump on to. So a mission statement is really to conduct transparent, fair, and nonpartisan elections to all candidates for offices, county residents, federal, state, city, districts. We're responsible for assuring compliance with all laws related to FPPC, which you all are quite familiar with, and voter outreach programs. Joe Zitzelberger, who worked in the election department for many years, coined the phrase "no ballot left behind." And we certainly live by that. Next slide. Is there a button I can, so I don't have to? Yeah, I'll do that. So again, here's our small but amazing department. Myself, assistant registrar, Linda Webster. We've got administrative technician, precinct planning specialist, which is new. A new person in that position. We've replaced 3 out of our 8 staff in the last year and a half. We had several retirements. So we went through a big change last year. So it's been pretty exciting, pretty good. We've got some incredible people. We got very fortunate in a lot of the folks that we got. There we go. What we do. I'm not going to read all of this to you. It's quite a bit. I think everyone's pretty familiar with what elections does. The biggest part, of course, is we do everything from voter registration, candidate filing, measures, and special elections, right through ballot layout and design, mailing ballots to all the voters, setting up vote centers, tearing down vote centers, and serving voters in any way that we can. And a lot of that comes from the registration comes from various sources like the DMV, the California Secretary of State's office electronically, as well as voter registration cards that come in the mail. We handle about 250 registration updates a day coming in from the various locations, as well as all of the petitions that are for statewide or local contests. So we do all the signature verification and validation on that stuff. We also do all the GIS mapping and updating, which is a pretty big task, especially as we went through the redistricting last year. And that went very well. We had very, very minimal issues. That went very well. And then Unfortunately, but also fortunately, Ted, who had been doing that, decided to retire. Did an excellent job getting us over. And then we've got a new person in-house last year who's also doing an incredible job. So it's went very well considering what we went through. Our total operating appropriations for 22, 23, 2.7 million. The general fund cost is about 1.7 million. We always go after state funding whenever available. The recall election last year, we did get reimbursed for that. They actually paid us ahead of time for it. So that was a good savings. And then we've got other state funds that we've been using the money to update voting equipment, bring in more security, generators, and those types of things. So we're certainly going after that as much as we can. Funding sources, as I mentioned, federal and state grants, we still have about $741,000 we have to use by the end of next year with this move and some of the additional security. We're going to be working on that. The second funding source is generally income from elections. So we get reimbursed from special districts. We have candidate filing fees and other miscellaneous things. We provide data to different election services companies, and then we charge for that. So we've got some income coming from there. And then, of course, the third funding source is the county general fund. And that is pretty much everything.
Okay, I think.
The prize.
Yeah, Bill gets an award. He gets the award for this.
Absolutely, you totally nailed it, Bill. Especially at the end of a 2-day budget presentation.
I've been watching them the last 2 days. I got to tell you, I really have enjoyed it. I learned a lot. There's a lot of stuff that other departments do, and I'm like, oh gosh, that's what they do.
Right?
Yeah.
It's been wonderful getting to know our county family, because we assume we know, but then there's always things like, I didn't know you did that, or
yeah. And I really hope a lot of people from the public were watching, because the amount of work, and you watch like Tanya's presentation and county council and sheriff's department, my gosh, what everybody does, people have no idea how much goes into running a county government.
That's so true. And the dedication and heart of our staff. I mean, that has come true time and time again across the departments.
It is so hard for me to go this late in it and follow up on all these, like Chief Richard and all of these incredible presenters. And then I have to show up and go, I'm not quite as good as all of them.
Well, that is not true, because talk about heart. You embody heart for our county, and the way you handle our elections, that they're flawless and they're trustworthy. I mean, it's just, you do an amazing job, and you also help, the average citizen get involved in local government and make that an easy, streamlined process, which is just such a wonderful service in our county. So
thank you. That is again, as you hear all our departments heads say, it's the staff. If it weren't for the staff, I would be nothing. The department would be nothing. They work so hard, and they're all as dedicated as the department heads that you've seen. It's really pretty amazing. It's fun watching the presentations. I kept going, yeah, they're as dedicated to everything. I mean, I'm an election geek. I'm obsessed with it. And the sheriff is obsessed with public safety, and Raphael's obsessed with roads. I mean, it's really impressive.
That's true. It's really what's one of the things that sets El Dorado County apart. Yeah. I see Supervisor Heidel has his hand raised.
Yeah, Bill, I just want to thank you for all the work you've done on election integrity, because that's the biggest question I keep getting, is how do we know our systems are safe? How do we know they're secure? And I think your openness and presentation to the public, your invitations for people to come and walk through and understand how our election process really works, I think that goes miles in terms of helping the public understand that we really do have a great system in El Dorado County. Not to speak for other counties or state level elections, but at least within our own domain, I think we're doing an outstanding job. And that goes to you and your staff for all the hard work to make that happen.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And we live broadcast our election this last time, had it live streaming on our website. And I was really impressed. And I'm sorry, Supervisor Lane isn't here. She was watching it as the process unwound near the end. And I got a lot of calls from a lot of candidates, and didn't even think of that as a great purpose for it. But the candidates were watching what we were doing to know where are we at with this process. So I was really pleased. I didn't know how it would go over, and it went very well.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I mean, I was surprised that you did that. And then I was like, oh, and it went great. So very well received. And are you excited about moving?
I am. We've been ready. We came up with a new building layout. We are ready. We've got a schedule. We're like sitting in our desks with our boxes in our hands.
It's gonna be really great. I think it's gonna be nice for you guys.
We're really excited about the new space. It's going to be an amazing space, and it's going to be really open to the public. The new design that we came up with is very transparent. There'll be a whole walk where they can follow the ballots from the moment we get them in. They can watch them through the entire process, right up through tabulation and sealing. So, and we'll also put the cameras in there and live broadcast it, but it's going to be a really excellent facility.
And it's good timing in preparation for the upcoming election. And we're in kind of the sweet spot that we do have time for you to move. And get settled. And
Yeah. We've got
so-
2 small elections we're going to be doing in July and November.
Okay.
But we're just kind of dodging through it. It's going to work out just great.
That's
So yeah,
very
we're
good.
very
That'll be fun.
excited.
Anyway,
We keep going over the building every chance we get.
Yeah.
yeah, Bill, thanks for all your hard work and stuff. And I think, isn't it your turn to buy this time for lunch?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
I
all right,
missed-
just want to
I-
clarify that.
I missed lunch last.
Yeah,
night.
we did.
Couldn't make it
There were
last
some
week, but
issues that came up and stuff. So,
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Some tacos.
well, thank you for all your work. Yeah,
It's always
appreciate it.
tacos.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much, Bill. Thank you to you and your staff.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
All right, see you later.
All right, so at this point, I think we're on public comment in terms of HR, IT, and the registrar of voters. Kim?
Now taking public comment. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating in Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I had lunch.
Good, Chris?
I'm
Good?
much more pleasant now than I was before. Just a couple of things I wanted to say. Those 2 departments that we've had now, IT and now Bill O'Neill in elections. Certainly, they're in a different way critically important to our county. I guess we say that about every department. Critically important to our county. Bill O'Neill is a celebrity. If you know, he's on TV. You know, he gets interviewed. He gets to talk about El Dorado County. They turn to him as an expert, usually in discussions about elections. That's important that we have a person that has that capability. You know, Carla is responsible information officer, but Bill does his own thing at election time to be able to talk about why we're important, meaning El Dorado County. And I think you all agree with that. The other thing about Tanya, I didn't know she had a criminal justice background. You know, yesterday we had the district attorney, no, it was the public defender talking about the software and the ability to control data and be able to manage it and have it do what we need to have it do. Certainly Tanya in her background probably has maybe some ideas. Maybe she's already talking to them, but if she was still on, I would have, you know, be emphasizing that I think that's important where she can use her education and experience. And I didn't know that she was involved with statewide Department of Information Technology, excuse me, Department of Technology. I read after she was hired, Dawn had, if you go online and look her up through the county, it gives a little bio. And you said at the time, Dawn, that she was one of the most experienced and knowledgeable individuals in this subject, meaning information technology. My question to her would have been, how much now is the county using, are we in the cloud? And then how are we being protected if we have data in the cloud? In what way are we in the cloud? Is it department by department, separately? Is there some kind of a consolidation that goes on that you can go in based on coding or whatever and enter your information, not on a server, not within the county system? This has to do with the protection of data and the ability to have data at our fingers and be able to deal with maybe electrical power outages and things like that, where you need to get access to it. So my question to her would be is, I assume she has made some changes. We talked about a little of those today with her presentation. But I was wondering in the case of data and controlling data, which is no different than Bill O'Neill, he has to worry about data also. So that's my two comments about these departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Is it okay if I answer that? This is Tanya.
Yes.
Those are very good questions, Chris.
Go ahead, Tanya. Yes.
Yeah, very good questions, Chris. Yes, we do have some applications, and it is based on the solutions chosen by the departments that are in the cloud. We are currently ensuring that we have security assessments on those applications based on the data, and that the security requirements are being met. Unfortunately, that wasn't a practice previously, so we're catching up some of these at renewal to ensure that we have the appropriate controls on those applications. As you know, there's the liability shifts a little bit to the vendor, but we still have full responsibility of that data. So it is very important, and I think that's a wonderful question that you asked. We are getting our arms around those, but anything net new, we are definitely making sure that it meets all of our security requirements, even before we even select the vendor at this point.
Thank you, Tanya. Appreciate it. All right, we'll now go online. Kim, any questions?
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There is no additional public comment.
All right, well, thank you all. And now we move into our last functional group, land use and development. And we will be hearing 3 presentations, one from agriculture, one from environmental management, and then last but not least, the surveyor's office. So with that, agriculture is up. And I believe that would be online.
That's correct, Madam Chair. Leanne, can you hear us?
I'm there. I'm having problems sharing my screen.
Thank you for being with us online, Leanne. We appreciate it.
Well, I apologize that my first presentation to the board and to the board is going to be on Zoom. I unfortunately not like our IT director. I am at the very beginning of COVID, and thankfully yesterday, I'm better than yesterday. Yesterday, I thought I got hit by I felt like I got hit by a semi truck. Today, it's just a small truck. So please bear with me if there's any thing that seems crazy on this.
We've all been there and we understand. So we just appreciate you being here.
So anyways, if there's questions, let me know. This is a department that I have worked for 20 years. And I guess I should introduce myself, Leanne Mila, Interim Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures. I have a big passion for this department. And unfortunately, as I'm feeling, I probably won't show that, but I welcome any questions and am always here to answer them. So our mission statement. I struggle with this one because it's kind of a run-on sentence, but I can't figure out how to do it any better. The Department of Agriculture Weights and Measures mission is to protect, enhance, and promote the preservation of agriculture and the environment while sustaining the public health, safety, and welfare of all citizens, and to provide consumer and marketplace protections through the fair and equitable enforcement of laws and regulations. We are a regulatory agency, but we have just so much that we do. We do enforce the California Food and Ag Code, the Business and Professions Code, the Health and Safety Code, the Government Code, the Civil Code, the California Code of Regulations, and of course, all of our El Dorado County codes pertaining to agriculture and weights and measures. Next slide. So I'm going to go on and tell you how many things we do, and I know I've missed some, but we do it with a very small staff. We have an Ag Commissioner, a Deputy Ag Commissioner, 4 ag biologists, 3s, which are really senior ag inspectors, 2 number 2 inspectors, so I have 6 licensed inspectors who do the heavy lifting of much of the work. We have an ag technician and 2 office people. We have 2 wildlife trappers, and I should point out that one of our wildlife trappers is partly funded through the USDA. It's a cost share with our department. We also employ seasonal trappers and noxious weed people to get our programs done. And they work usually May through September. Next slide. So as I was compiling this, I know that I've missed some. And when we look at the agricultural side of our department, we have over 20 programs that we work in, and I know that I'm missing some. And I'm going to highlight a few of them for you. Pest detection. We employ every year since the 20 years that I've been here, it hasn't really changed. Over 1,000 insect traps to protect our growers, our wildland areas and our urban areas from bugs coming in. We are able through that program to say that our crops are free from if we don't catch any of those bugs, and therefore some of our growers are able to ship their stuff out of state, out of the country due to that. We service those traps. I have numbers in some coming slides, but I believe it's over 9,000 times a pest detection season, which is roughly May through November. We are the pesticide use enforcement program for or regulating agency for your county. We, every grower that is going to put pesticides or utilize pesticides in their program, and that can be organic pesticides or regular pesticides, must by law come in and get an operator ID or a restricted materials permit every year from us to be able to do it. They have to report to us what they do, and we go out and inspect them to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. We also hit in the urban areas all of, and not just urban, but all of our pest control businesses that are out doing applications around buildings, homes. Those we go out and do surveillance. We try to catch them and make sure that they're do inspections, make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing to protect our environment and the people of the county. We are also, we do all nursery inspections. So every plant shipment that comes in pretty much from out of the county, I would say the majority of the things that are grown in Southern California, and they're infested with things like the glassy wing sharpshooter, and they're monitored and treated. And when those shipments come into our county, to Home Depot, to some of the, down in El Dorado Hills, to some of the new developments, to all of our nurseries, we do nursery inspections. Also, if they come from out of the state, up in Tahoe, we're up there quite a bit checking the nursery shipments that come into that area. We are also, we do agricultural grading. We're staff to the Ag Commission, so we're dealing with a lot of land use issues. We certify ag producers. So going on from that portion of our, and I would say one of the biggest portions we do, and all the way throughout all of the things that we do, is outreach and education. We are a regulatory agency. I don't think I have to tell anybody that the laws and regulations in California are hard to understand. They're constantly changing, and we strive to help our customers, our constituents understand the changing regulations and meet them. And we found that most people, if they understand them, really want to work within them. Next slide. So we are also your weights and measures, sealer of weights and measures. And so that means that anything that conducts a commercial transaction that charges someone for a commodity via weighing it or measuring it, we certify those devices. Every year we certify every gas pump in the county for a slow and a fast draw. That means we pull 5 gallons at a time, slowly, and at a fast draw, full open, to make sure that every consumer is getting what they are paying for. We do all the grocery store scales. We do cordage scales. We do grape scales. We do cattle scales. I think if pretty much anything that conducts a commercial transaction, we do. We do all of your sub-meters, meaning that someone is submetering out electricity or water or gas or propane. We check and make sure those are accurate. We also are quality control, quantity control. We check and see if if you're getting the correct amount of a commodity that you purchased at the grocery store, to make sure that it's accurate, the weight statement that's on there. We look at gasoline. If it looks like it has water in it, we're the agency you would come to. Next slide. So our budget, we do all this with less than a $2.1 million budget. Our salaries and benefits make up over 70% of that. We're a pretty frugal department. Our net county cost is $890,000 right now. Next slide. So our major revenue sources, we have something called the pesticide mill. There is a 0.021 cents per dollar in the state of California for all registered pesticides. And based on the workload that we do in pesticide use enforcement, we get money back for that. Unclaimed gas tax fund, that is the money that is taxed and used by agricultural and landscapers. And a lot of it is not claimed, and that is used for many things in California, but one part of it is distributed to the California Department of Food and Ag, and it comes back to our departments based on the work that we do. Next slide. We also have device registration. When I talk about our weights and measures program, unfortunately in the state of California, it is not very well funded. And one of the ways that we have to be able to fund this is we do have a device registration fee. These are state approved and county approved fees, but we have an annual fee, and it's an actual cost that we do. We can never make a profit off of this, and the fee amounts are set in our state code. So as you can see, here we go with our major revenue sources: unclaimed gas tax, state contracts, the pesticide mill, device registration. We also get federal funds, other government funds. We actively write grants to fund some of our programs. So here's just some of our service and performance indicators. So pest detection, I talked a little bit about. Last year it was 1,340 insect traps were placed. They're checked every 2 weeks, over 9,000 service scenes. Vegetation pest management, and this is noxious weeds. I want to be clear, this is not like roadside treatments or anything like that. These are for weeds that are rated in our California Code of Regulations, and they are yellow star thistle 100 years ago. We actively write grants to fund this program so that we can treat these weeds and protect them in an early detection rapid response, so that we can get them before they're yellow star thistle in our area. We treated over 500 sites, utilizing an integrated pest management technique multiple times a season last year. We do farmers market inspections. We inspected all of the markets in our county for compliance. There's 13 of them last year. We had certified producer certificates. We did 70 registrations last year. Those are people who are growing crops in our county and selling at farmers markets or selling to an end user customer. We inspected 604 weighing devices and 2,147 measuring devices. In our pesticide use enforcement program, we issued 338 pesticide permits. We did 24 notices of intents and 48 inspections out in the field. Notice of intents are when someone's going to use a restricted material, they have to let us know 24 hours in advance, and we don't have that many anymore. We've worked really, really hard to get all of the majority of our growers down to very low toxicity chemicals that do not require a notice of intent, but I would say a large portion of these would be fumigations on houses or structures. So the role in the strategic plan, as far as economic development goes, we do our farmers markets. We help them comply with all the rules and regulations. We issue certified producer registrations, which allow our growers to sell their commodities to the end user. We are actively working on the industrial hemp pilot program. We do pest detection, so that allows our growers to be able to certify that they are free from a disease or an insect and are able to send their commodities out. We do weights and measures, which allows us to certify weight and measuring devices so people can conduct their commercial transactions. Good governance. We work really, really hard to have collaborative relationships and do data sharing with our other departments. I would say some of our biggest collaborations are with the planning department and the surveyor's office. I'm really proud of how well we work with them and the way that we work to make sure that our constituents get the stuff they need, or the decisions, the required paperwork, whatever it may be, in a timely fashion. And we are out looking for other ways to fund our programs. One of the ones that I would say we've done the best at is our noxious weed program. Right now, it is fully other source funded through either grants or agreements with other agencies. Our public health and safety, we do pesticide use enforcement and inspections to keep our ag and residential communities safe. We are actively working right now on the National Disaster Access Program for ag communities. We partner with federal, state, and local agencies to try to facilitate as many needs as we can with our communities, and we do quality control with weights and measures. So upcoming things, I think you are all probably aware of the majority of these. I'm going to start from the bottom up because that's kind of where we're at. Hemp, we passed the pilot program in November of 2022. I have just finalized the hemp best management practices. They went to the Ag Commission last month and were supported for movement to the Board of Supervisors. So you will see those coming shortly for you. And then we will move on into getting the license application up and going. When we go up to ranch marketing ordinance and winery ordinance updates, we are actively in that arena right now. We had our ranch marketing and winery ordinance update with the ad hoc committees last week, and we are looking at, I may have that date wrong. Sorry, I'm fading on my COVID stuff here, but we just had our ranch marketing and ordering update workshop with the public. We are now moving forward to the Ag Commission on February 8th, and then we will go to the Planning Commission on March 9th, and then it will come to the Board of Supervisors. We've had a lot of community input on this one and are trying to really, as Lori Parlin would say, create a balance. The next one is Ag Livestock Disaster Access Program. During the Caldor fire, that was something that was extremely important, that the producers were able to access their crops and their livestock and these are commercial producers, during that disaster, because of course it happened right at harvest for a lot of crops. And it happened at a time where livestock producers were moving their stock. So we're working to get that as a formalized process, and I'm hoping to be able to bring that to the board within the next few months, working with OES and all of our, the sheriff and highway patrol and CAL FIRE. And so that's my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Leanne. I think there's been a lot of mystery as to what the agriculture department does and the depth and breadth of your services. I had no idea that you inspect every nursery delivery. My goodness. And like you say, your lean but mighty team that has quite a reach in our vast county. So thank you for helping us understand all that you touch and all that you do. So do I have any questions and comments from my colleagues?
I got a question.
Turnbull?
You know, this livestock disaster access program, I thought we were already done with this and we were still working on it. Because why isn't it in place? Because we talked about that right during the Caldor, just after the Caldor fire, to make sure this gets in place. And here we're still talking about it today. So I'm kind of frustrated with that. It kind of bothers me, especially when we need to get this in place ASAP and not wait for another disaster. And the other thing is what about these, the issues with these outside vendors, especially selling their oranges or their peaches or their cherries or things like that? Are we monitoring any of that? Or is there any kind of action we can take to prohibit them guys from doing that?
So as far as the disaster access program goes, previous to me, it was, we had it in a kind of informal process. I think it's AB 1191. It was the regulation that came through the state that said we needed to put a livestock program together, but we want to have a livestock and a crop producer program in place. I totally agree with you that it needs to be done ASAP, and we're trying. I believe that if we had a disaster, we already have the informal process in place, and I think that we would be able to ASAP get that in place again. What we're trying for now is an actual codified formal process that will that will really legitimize it. That's probably not a good word, Supervisor Turnbull, and I apologize. It's like I told you, I'm working on half a brain here, but so this is just really gonna solidify it. I don't believe that if our farm producers needed something right now, right this minute, we could get it there because it's already been in process previously. And then as far as those roadside vendors go, I can tell you that that is a bone of contention throughout the state. It's a much bigger issue than us. There's human trafficking issues that are going on with that. There's threats to inspectors that are going on with that. In Placer County, one of the roadside vendors, when they tried to seize their commodity, got in the vehicle and pulled a knife on them. Environmental management, I know, has had some issues. We work in tandem. There was, I believe it was a year and a half ago or so, the department heads got together that were involved in this and tried to get a group to work on this together and work on it in a cohesive manner. But these threats to our staff are a problem. I am pushing CACASA, which is the Agricultural Commissioners Agency, has been pushing California Department of Food and Agriculture to look at this on more of a statewide issue, because these people are coming in all over. If you go to Yuba County or Sutter County, it's the same people, it's the same group, and they talk about human trafficking and just really some awful things that are going on with it. And I am just super worried. I have no problem working on it. We have tried going out. We have no problem confiscating their fruit. We have no problem pushing them off, try to push them off the street. But I'm really concerned about staff safety. And I haven't been able to come up with a good solution to that. I'm hopeful that the California Department of Food and Ag is going to come forward with a statewide solution, because like I said, this is it's prevalent throughout the whole entire state. I don't know if
That's really where it belongs. And maybe we can help with that conversation.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. We'll do whatever we can to help you on that situation. The thing is with the passes and stuff is, I think a lot of these ranchers should have those passes up front, because if there is a major disaster, they don't have to go through all these different roadblocks to go to your organization, the county, and get a pass and then go back up. So if they had them already on them, especially, Nielsen Ranch and some of the other ranchers and stuff that have cattle that was, impacted by the Caldor fire, especially, I think if they would have got up sooner, they would have been able to save a lot of their cows that were involved in that incident that happened in Park Creek. So I think that's something we need to work on to make sure that they get the passes up front, because I don't think they need to have to come to your department and get a pass to be able to go up there. I think it needs to be done ASAP and get it done now. So.
And it's actually on my, it's in my workload for this week to talk to OES. It's in the, hopefully within the month, you may not see something, just trying to get things on the board agenda, but I'm hopeful by the end of March that it would be all ready to go. And we're partnering with Amador so that they've already got theirs in place, but they just did livestock. We're doing crop, and that puts another level into it. But I'm hopeful that we'll have all of these into the hands of our commercial producers quickly.
Excellent. Thank
Okay,
you so much,
thank
Leanne.
you.
Wonderful. Any other board comments or questions? All right. Well, Leanne, thank you so much for this really helpful update. We wish you well in your recovery and look forward to talking with you soon, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right. And now moving on to environmental management. Good afternoon, Jeff.
Good afternoon, board. Supervisor Heidel. Good afternoon. What a way to segue in from fruit vendors into me.
Yeah, there was.
Sorry, Jeff.
Nice setup.
Set you up.
Well, good afternoon. This will be my first time doing my presentation towards the board.
Well,
So
welcome.
thank you very much.
We promise to be gentle. Don't make it too hard.
I've
on
dusted
you.
off all the archives.
Wait a
I've dusted
minute.
off the archives from Greg Stanton, so I've been able to update some things, but we'll go ahead and get started. Okay. Might be able to do this without glasses today. Well, first of all, I'd like to go over our mission statement for environmental management. The mission statement of environmental management department is to protect, preserve, and enhance public health, safety, and environment through a balanced program of environmental monitoring and enforcement, innovative leadership, community education, customer service, and emergency response for the citizens and visitors to El Dorado County. To go over some programs, we have it divided up into two. We have general fund, which covers our administration, our environmental health, which is our consumer protection program, which does all the restaurant inspections, our land use and West Slope Vector. Also our hazardous materials section for our Coupa program and emergency response. Our non-general fund side, we have solid waste and recycling, Union Mine landfill, Union Mine wastewater treatment plant, household hazardous waste, and our East Slope Vector. So we got off here, but as a time of publication, our org chart has changed with a few other vacancies and the retirement announced today. But this is our org chart that shows the division between our environmental health side of a consumer protection program, which I was previously in, which handles the vector and consumer protection program and land use. Mark Moss is actually on a mosquito call for the department right now, but he handles the solid waste and hazardous materials side of the house. And right now we have about 36 FTEs to the program. So a brief overview of each of the programs. So environmental health, we focus on food safety when we do our inspections. Recreational water safety, which is the pools, spas, recreational areas that are swimming pools. The private water wells and public small water systems. Septic systems for land use, body art, medical waste, epidemiology, with inspections, complaint investigations, plan checks, food safety training. And in the past, we've had COVID-19 response and something called 1383 education that's starting. More on that later. Okay. Hazardous materials, that's where we have our certified unified program agency, which is called Coupa. We have underground storage tanks, above ground storage tanks, hazardous materials, hazardous waste permits, and business plans. We cover household hazardous waste, grant programs, inspections, complaints, again, plan checks, 24/7 emergency response, and household hazardous waste collection events. Emergency response is something kind of unique to the county with the fire. Usually some of the other counties and other cities will have their own emergency response built in with their fire departments, but in El Dorado County, environmental management is the only ones that can do emergency response for the fire departments. Just a little side note. For solid waste, this is our big one here. So we have the solid waste management plan. We also handle the construction and demolition permits for playing it with, if you're doing any type of building projects, recycling, ordinance enforcement, grant programs, the state mandated diversion programs such as AB 939, AB 341, and 826, and there's 1383 again.
A crowd favorite.
Yes. Along that, we have our long list of acronyms. So we have EDSWAC, which is our El Dorado Solid Waste Advisory Council, the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority and the Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority, which we participate with many of your board members on that one. Again, we do inspections, a lot of complaint investigations, roadside litter pickup and illegal dumping, which is one of the big tickets that we do on that. Temporary sign abatement, and we have oversight of the 3 franchise haulers and franchise agreements for the unincorporated areas of El Dorado County. Union Mine Disposal Facility, it's our wastewater treatment plant and landfill, which we handle the leachate and septic waste with processing and burial. With surface and groundwater monitoring, landfill gas monitoring, operations and maintenance, and extensive mandated reporting requirements to the state. Vector control is divided up into 2 sections. East slope is actually a CSA 3, which is an actual vector control program, unlike west slope. But on the east slope, we do mosquito, yellow jacket, and plague surveillance, source treatments, complaint response and service requests, investigations and surveillance, public education, and our follow best management practices. West slope is more reactionary, where we treat mosquitoes, and we're more complaint based. But we still try to do the public education when we can. We have our staff that go out and they see things, they're able to respond and kind of help educate to keep mosquitoes down. With the budget is just under $10.9 million. Of this, about 27% is general funding, general fund programs, which covers the administration, the environmental health, which is covered by permits and fees, hazard materials with permit fees, and Coupa and emergency response, and the West Slope mosquito control. About 73% is allocated is non-general fund, which comes from the CSAs 10 and 3, along with franchise fees. And the chart shows the breakdown, and I could have made that note a little bit bigger, but environmental management continues to operate at a net 0 county costs.
Thank you.
So our roles in the strategic plan, it's kind of hard when I end up doing staff reports to say where exactly do we fit with some of our items to try to fit the right peg. And it's kind of like, well, a lot of stuff we do is kind of reactionary, where we're out doing, investigations, complaints, routine inspections. So I kind of narrowed it down to good governance, because it's what we do to try to protect our role within the environment and the programs that we have. So promoting the development of resources to identify and pursue additional revenue, which we do through grants and other funding, which is heavily on our hazardous material side and solid waste. I think infrastructure, that's where we work with Union Mine, along with trying to get the projects to keep our plant running and being efficient. And we do have the ARPA funding that we've got, so we're starting that project. We've got the Headworks project starting to go on that one. So. And also with public safety, I think we hit on that one, especially with fires, being able to communicate efficiently with our other departments and the EOC and the ROC with constituents. Challenges and initiatives. SB 1383 for the organic waste program. The challenges that we've had over the past year. Waivers, the solid waste ordinance, franchise agreements, and procurement policy. And the procurement policy will be ongoing from here on out. The state mandated inspection frequencies and funding for general fund programs. As many departments have probably mentioned today, recruitment for vacancies. As going off our org chart, my previous position still unfilled, and we've been trying very hard, but we just can't get the right candidates with the licensing and the experience. And we've got another retirement coming up for our geologists. So we're going to be figuring out to either recruit for that or go out for a contract. So it is difficult to try to find the specialized people that we have that can fit the right mold for the positions. Union Mine compliance with the Regional Water Quality Control Board with their directives of maintenance, that's ongoing. And we've been hit with a lot of requests during the last storms with a lot of damage that kind of get hit with a lot of water runoff. So we've been trying to keep it up. I praise the team out there for the job that they do. We lose that retention, we're going to be in trouble. The other one too is litter and illegal dumping. That's a constant eyesore with construction, people wanting to just take it easy and just dump it off the side of the road, and it leaves it for our litter crew to pick up and dispose of. And I wanted to add one extra thing that I forgot on here, but fires. We've had fires the last 2 years, which has taken up a big chunk of environmental management's and other county departments' times of being out in this with mosquito, that it's a county-led program. We've been tasked with environmental management to run the debris removal program. So that's a new experience for us all. Some of the initiatives with 13.3 implementation, we're starting the reporting and tracking. We're looking at tracking software with Union Mine, with the wastewater treatment influent limit increases. Landfill solar project is always on the table. That was on a couple of years ago, but with Pioneer Energy, we're waiting to get some more information. So that's something we can definitely pick up in the future. With the ARPA funding with $2.9 million for our headworks, the contract was approved by your board a few weeks ago to start the project with getting a consultant on board to look at the plans. Household hazardous waste events, we had a lull. That contract was approved with the grant, so we'll be starting that up next month. And ongoing staffing and recruitment, like I mentioned before, it's a chore, but we're working with HR and trying to shift our focus in some different ways to maybe change our advertisement for the positions. Litter and illegal dumping program, that's ongoing. One of the vacancies we have is the inmate program for the work program officer. That's a vacancy. One of our other solid waste technicians that's out collecting solid waste recently left the department as well. So there's another opening. Some of the other things that we've looked at is the volunteer program, which we've kind of worked with the cleanups of the Carriage Hills, working with the constituents to do the cleanup. We've looked into surveillance cameras. My staff have done that to see where any type of illegal dumping spots are kind of the hot spots to see what we could do. There's limitations on the grants coming back of what we can, what we can't buy, and funding for third-party vendor contracts. And one of the other last ones is also we're looking at replacing our software that we use for our database. So we're going to start that IT project this year. With that, open up for any questions.
You certainly have a lot on your plate too, just like all the other departments in this county. It never ceased to amaze me, the complexities and the breadth of all that you deal with from all of our departments. Any questions or comments? Environmental management? No?
I was just I'm glad you're still kind of trying to look at those cameras, because I just wonder, in the hot spots, some of our dumping spots, I just wonder if they could really make an impact there or not. It seems like if somebody's watching, they might stop.
Sure would be nice to be able to
I
catch
know,
some of our
at least some of
offenders
those,
perhaps.
we just have some certain spots in the county where constant, so maybe we tried it there. I think the sheriff's office was doing some camera stuff too, right?
I believe that staff are working along with EDSO to try to figure out the logistics and legalities of it.
Okay, that'd be good.
I mean, even if you're putting up a dummy camera with a red blinking light to deter people, to say like someone's watching you, you don't really need to know if you are or not. But even diversion tactics like that could be beneficial.
That's a good point. So yeah, thank you, Jeff. There's a lot going on here. So it's good stuff.
Yeah, I got a question, Jeff. Union Mine, for example, I know we talked about that several times, what we could do with that, especially inducing the steam to produce energy for our county. But how much is it costing us, per year, for having an engineer inspect it and then a private contractor to go out? How much is it costing us per year for that,
For running it as it is?
Yeah.
Or if you wanted to change something?
No, for running it, how much is it costing us right now? I mean, because we have an inspection every year, correct?
I'd have to get those numbers. I can let you know. I'd have to check and confer with my supervisor at the plant to find out exactly what goes on. But I know we're constantly looking at the pros and cons of adding either solar. We've had those discussions about the steam and the limitations of, we're at the low end of the methane production, that it wouldn't be viable to put all that effort into it and then have to spend more. But
yeah, when I was on the solid waste advisory committee, I know we looked at different ideas, especially on vessel composting. There's all kinds of different ideas that we could bring to our county to help us. And I want to make sure that we do something to make it cost effective, but also to help our county, especially with, we're not supposed to be a revenue type base, but if it saves us money and costs, especially doing all these inspections would really help. So.
Okay.
And thank you, Jeff, for everything. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for being with us, and you nailed your first presentation.
Or at least I'm not the caboose.
Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
And speaking of that, last but certainly not least, it's a pleasure to welcome our county surveyor, not supervisor, that's us, surveyor, Brian Fraser. Good afternoon, Brian.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Ashton, Mr. Livingston. Here we go. Here to talk about the surveyor's office. So our mission statement is the mission of the El Dorado County Surveyor's Office is to use knowledge and experience to provide the residents of El Dorado County with professional level land surveying support. We strive to create an environment of integrity and accountability. In our organizational chart, I'm going to try to beat Bill here. We have 13 full-time employees, including myself. That's all right. We can go on. And what we do, we provide GIS services. We do addressing and road naming. We do technical review of land development projects and provide technical support to partnering departments and local engineering and surveying companies that do development in our county. And we assist the public as they come in and call. Our total operating appropriations are just about $2 million, with the majority of that being admin and operations. Our net county costs are 1.6 million. And our total revenue resources are 384,000 and some change. Big chunk of that being map checking, addressing for the most part. Our service and performance indicators, our map check is timely and efficient processing that meets state law and county ordinance. Map review processes and project completion meets required timelines about 98% of the time. Read up here a little better. No, I can't read this. Addressing, create and maintain addresses consistent with the county standards and public need. The current addressing requirements are up to date and accurate. Survey technicians review needs daily to stay current. Our parcel base, develop and improve the parcel base to provide the best possible product to the county. The county's parcel base is revised daily. 99% of all recorded maps, 97% of all recorded deeds are entered into the system. GIS services develop and maintain data management apps, create exhibits for county staff and public. And our public assistance, we assist El Dorado County residents by listening and providing information to develop problem resolutions. And our role in the strategic plan. The County Surveyor's Office takes pride in conducting its business in harmony with the County of El Dorado's strategic plan. Accountability, integrity, and good governance are the foundation of our role within the county. The Surveyor's Office staff play an integral part in economic development by aiding in the processing of subdivision maps, parcel maps, and land development. We also work with other departments on infrastructure projects within the county. That's it.
Well done.
Questions?
Well done.
Very good.
I'm impressed.
You and Bill need an award, right?
Money.
Yeah, exactly.
Do any of my colleagues have any comments or questions for Brian?
I got something.
Okay.
I'm gonna go first.
No,
I'm gonna
go ahead. You can go
Supervisor
first.
Parker, lead us off.
No, there's a couple of things I've been noticing, in every seems like GIS basically has seeped its way into almost everything we touch now for data. And I appreciate it. It seems like you've been really receptive and participating in helping with that. And do you see that that's changed your department a lot as your focus with the increase in GIS, or how's that going, you think?
It's going well. I don't think it's necessarily changed the department. I think we will work, our two pieces fit well together. And we have big plans to even more involve ourselves in everything that the county does. And in our GotNet program that we have right now, we're in the process of building something new that's even better.
Oh, very cool. That's
So,
exciting because
yeah.
GotNet's kind of like funky right
Yeah,
now.
I mean, if you are familiar with, or if you would like to look at Sacramento counties, their GotNet, we're kind of trying to model after that a little bit. They're one of the best ones out there.
Oh,
So
nice.
it's trying to put all the information in one place.
Yeah, exactly. Having data all in one place is just so helpful to
Yep.
everyone. So thank you for that. I
And easy
appreciate
to
it.
understand and easy to get to, and the constituents will love it. It'll be a lot easier place to get the information in one place.
Yeah.
And then as far as behind the firewall for all of the departments, county staff, we can all utilize it.
Very good.
So
That's very exciting. Thank you. I was hoping that's what I wanted to hear. So good. And the other thing I was just curious is we moved over that thing from planning with boundary changes or anything, or have you had much of that? Have you noticed it, or is it
they're
going
coming
well?
in on a regular basis, and it's going great.
Oh, good.
Fantastic.
That's good to hear, because I was like, when we do something like that, I was like, did we do the right thing?
Thank you for
So
remembering that. It's a good
Yeah.
follow-up.
yeah, thank you for taking that on. So very good.
No, I feel like it's the right place for it. It's working smooth, and I'm happy.
Good.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for that fire map, and also the president saw it. So I sent it to Kevin Kiley, and he had an interview with the president the other day, and we were talking about Grizzly Flat. So he got that fire map. So I really appreciate it. I guess it's gone through a lot of different water agencies because Ken
Yeah.
Payne has shared that too. So it's gone viral, that map. So just want to tell you that. Thank you. For that.
GIS is definitely our
Yeah, it's
shining
awesome.
star.
It really is
Very
awesome.
nice.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, Brian, one of the things that I get asked about quite frequently is how do I determine my property boundaries? Somebody took out the monument marker. Do I have to go to the surveyor's office to pay for a full survey? And I'm wondering that in conjunction with trying to determine where county right-of-way boundaries are on roadways, because I get into that with an architectural review process. It's got to be so many feet removed. Is there something we can do there that's relatively inexpensive through our GIS system to provide some kind of a mapping of a property? And if you measure from the center line of the road to this point and make an arc, that's where your property, something simple that we could do to help facilitate people understanding what those boundaries are and when people start encroaching upon them.
In a word, no.
Okay.
But
That's fair.
we have what you're asking in place. The parcel base does that. You can measure over, there's a measurement tool in there, but essentially it holds no water, and you should not use it for anything other than reference as far as planning from the 30,000 foot, view. So on hiring, we do not provide surveying services. You have to hire a local surveyor, private surveyor to get all that stuff done. We do right-of-way surveys. Not my department, but DOT does the right-of-way surveys, and we have all of the maps. But as far as on the ground, you still are going to have to hire somebody private to come out there and show you where all that stuff is.
Yeah.
So we do, I think actually we can delineate county property and right of way as a county entity. So we can go out there and do that. So I think.
Okay. Thank you, Brian.
Sure.
Right.
You're
And
welcome.
I think my final question is, looking ahead, what do you anticipate as the biggest challenges for your department?
Looking ahead, I don't foresee any big challenges. I have a lot of ideas and a lot of big things I would like to do as far as monument preservation goes, and a countywide network of all of our monumentation. Those two things, and I've been working with DOT and with the recorder's office. They can collect funds for a monument preservation. So, and all of that together, trying to implement that. It's exciting.
That is exciting.
Yes.
Opportunities rather than
Yes.
challenges. Love it.
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Brian. I think our county got a new look at your department with the whole redistricting process
Yes.
that went so very well. And I know our offices just continue to feel very supported by you and your staff. And, when we need maps or when we have questions regarding constituent, concerns, and just really appreciate all the ways that you support what we do as well. So thank you to you and your staff, and appreciate your presentation this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
So with that, Chris is already coming on down. We will do public comment and then we'll bring it back to the board.
Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. So I'll go in reverse order. So Brian, I have the same questions that you guys have kind of alluded to. .net, I think he told us today now that there's going to be something better, maybe .net Plus, which will make it easier to operate. But it has been integrated into a lot of our departments, assessor. You can link across department to, and you end up GIS, and the ability to negotiate through it to get the information that you want out of it. Remember yesterday we talked about the firewall. That is on one side of the firewall, which is the public side. You don't get the data, and it's prevented from you from obtaining the data. You only can get it from inside the firewall, meaning you got to go to the department, or there's got to be a way that we can get general information without having to cross into the firewall. But it has to do with, as Dave knows, has to do with laws related to data and the control of data. Related to environmental management, I noted on his sheet, which was the one called Challenges and Initiatives, SB 1383 implementation, reporting, and tracking software. This has been bothersome, I believe, because we talked about this when the franchisor came in, talked about it statewide, had to implement it. I still haven't received my garbage can. Why is that important? Because if I don't have that can, which is the green waste can, then I have no place to put my my food products, the things that would normally be composted. So I don't know if it's my fault that I have to go approach them, or whether they should, because I'm a customer already, be providing me that device to be able to meet the requirements, which relates then to how is it going to be monitored? And is the police going to come after me if they check my garbage can and find out I'm not doing it correctly? That's facetious.
Yes.
It's being facetious. To the Ag Commissioner, she talked about a number of things. She had her list of priorities, and on it is the hemp implementation, the pilot program. I'm
Chris,
just
30 seconds remaining.
okay. Thank you. I'm just hoping that we don't waste the time, that we get to the point so we can get to whatever it needs to be done at the farm level, so that we get the data that we need for the reason why we're doing this. So that's my thoughts today. Appreciate all of what's happened over the last couple of days. I think it's been very informative. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments and engagement. afternoon, Lyle.
Good afternoon, Lyle Curry, El Dorado Hills. Just a comment with respect to the Ad Commissioner's presentation. I think El Dorado County needs a stronger voice in Sacramento, maybe in conjunction with other like counties. With respect to Supervisor Turnbow's comment about pop-up roadside vending. There has been a pop-up roadside vendor in El Dorado Hills along Silva Valley Road for many, many years now. And apparently there's nothing that can be done. At least that's what the Ag Department told me. And I mention this because one day I had a rapid knocking at the door. A young man needed to use the restroom. And as it turned out, he is from Martinez, which is roughly 2 hours away, one direction. And he and his sister sell fruits and vegetables along Silva Valley Road from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And somehow they're also homeschooled. It occurred to me, are sale taxes being collected on these transactions? Do they have a business license? Is it okay to move fruits and vegetables from county to county? I don't know. I don't know. I did hear that the Ag Commissioner inspects the farmers markets, all 13 farmers markets. I suspect there's a few more pop-up vendors. I'm not sure though. Does this establish any kind of an unfair competition? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments. All right, I think we're ready to go online.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, thank you to all of our department heads and everyone that engaged in this process with us, and I will bring this back to the board.
Yeah, we had a couple of things for direction, and I just wanted to ask for clarification from the CAO. We got the impression from some comments, I can't remember if it was today or yesterday, that this is new and that we haven't done this before. And I completely remember doing this. So can you just provide some clarity on that? And I know we didn't do it last year, right?
No, we did not.
Okay, so
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, this is not new. We did this definitely in 2020 and 2021.
Okay.
We did not do it last year. That was a decision that was made by my office and the Budget Ad Hoc Committee. There were a lot of extenuating circumstances and time and availability. And I think the thought process, we didn't do it last year, is it was the same board that heard it the year before. We had a new board this year, but I think it is valuable to just remind all of us of everything that goes on, and then the public that listens. Everyone always asks me, how can we get more community engagement in regards to the budget? I don't know. Most people are not interested in the budget until you start cutting a service they have. Then they get interested. But leading up to that, we've had 2 or 3 people in the board chambers for the past 2 days, 40 to 50 people online. It's great. But I think the biggest benefit is to the board. So you guys it's fresh in your mind as we go into really enter into the budget cycle.
absolutely. Thank you for that. And I've already asked Shelley, we're thinking of maybe taking, I hope she remembers we talked about this, but making timestamps to the items and just throwing it out on our Facebook and our newsletter, just, say, in case somebody does want to know about one of the departments, we're trying to make it easy for them. So go Shelley. And with that, I'd like to make an attempt at some direction for the emergency preparedness that we talked about. So this is kind of what we came up with, and see what you guys think. Direct the CAO to bring an agenda item on February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. For the board to explore how to go about assessing and evaluating the delivery of emergency preparedness, operations, and response, given the increased workload that has developed as a result of the increasing number of disasters in the county. Do you guys like that?
Read it one more time. Sorry.
Really?
Yes.
Kim, can you put it on I emailed it to Kim. Maybe we'll put it on the screen.
I'm a visual person. I'm
I
sorry.
am too. That's why I'm reading it. So no, I totally get it. But if I did email it to Kim, so for shareability.
Oh, good. Thank you for
I agree,
that.
I agree
Thank
with
for
you.
that.
I need to see stuff. And that way we can wordsmith on the dais. We're
that's
so
fun.
good at it. To do it after 3 o'clock. talk. It's
Right. Oh,
terrifying.
thank you, Kim. Thank you. Appreciate it. So this is just a conceptual, an option, let me just, an agenda item for us to explore conceptually how to go about this, starting the conversation. I guess
Yeah.
my question is the timeline and the timeframe on.
Yeah, the way I read this is simply to give that formal direction.
Okay,
We weren't
got it.
set up today to provide.
Yeah,
formal
today
direction.
we couldn't say go. And this
Sounds
way
good.
the CAO can bring the item and kind of formulate it the way he wants to help us get direction on. We need to do some evaluation and assessment of the, how we do all this. And we haven't done it in a long
Yeah.
time. So we'll let the CAO take the lead and bring an item and then we can all talk.
So do we need a motion on this? Yes. Okay, so I take that as a motion.
And then are we going to do another direction?
We'll take them
also?
one at a time.
We can do
Yeah.
one at a time on
We'll do
this.
one at a time.
Perfect. Yep. I move that we include this direction in today's agenda.
I'll second
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Kim, can we have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
it. Aye.
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Lane being absent.
Okay, and I also have another one. I was not as good as you were, because I did not send it to Kim. Let's see, leave that one up on the board. Sorry, I'm gonna beg, borrow, steal. Bring back.
That's a good idea though, just
Okay.
because we are so visual.
So following the conversation around probation and juvenile residential treatment centers and the incident that occurred in our county, I would like to suggest that we direct the CAO to bring back an item to the board within 6 months. Because recognizing that we are in a time of extreme transition, I want to get this on our radar to discuss it, but I do not want to impact us in the immediate future. Okay, recognizing that that immediate incident has been handled. So let me start it over. Direct the CAO to bring back an item to the board within 6 months on the purpose and the difference between juvenile residential treatment centers and group homes, how they are licensed, and the county's role and responsibility in this arena. Does that make sense?
Could you back up and I'll try to get it?
You bet. I'm-
Difference between
Juvenile residential treatment centers
juvenile residential treatment centers
and group homes,
and group homes.
how they are licensed,
License.
and the county's role and responsibility in this arena.
I'm sorry, the county's role.
Role and responsibility in this arena. And I'm open to suggestions if there's, given the nature of the conversation today, if you have any additional direction.
I'm not trying to get rid of work or work for Tiffany and Sue and Emma and those teams. But I think the direction should be given to Health and Human Services and probation.
Okay, let's do
To
that.
adjust
All right. That
Okay.
does make sense. Recognizing those are the two. Yeah, might as well just streamline it.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Right.
How does that sound to the board?
And then, well, from that conversation, then we can
determine where we go
determine
from there. I
'cause
think
that's the biggest question. And
I think we need to be educated. We need to understand this issue.
Can we add in after how they are licensed? Can we add like and monitored or?
How they are licensed and monitored. I
Something like that. That's
I like
seems to
that.
be a bit that's missing is we don't understand
Well,
who's
the
responsible for that.
Biggest thing, regulations too. We need to understand what the regulations that required by the state of California too.
And that gets
That
into
goes
the
into that.
licensing.
That's how
Right,
they're
exactly,
licensed.
right,
and
Exactly.
monitored.
We need to
Okay.
understand that. So we
Right.
can have a thoughtful and comprehensive discussion on this.
Yeah.
I think that works for what the
Right.
conversation was earlier, right? Oh,
Yeah.
there's monitor closer.
Okay.
Sorry,
We're looking way over there.
we're all looking over there. It's like, there's one right there. Does that work, George, for?
Yeah, that
Our
works.
conversation
I will
here?
make this motion.
Very
Yeah.
good.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So I'll just comment, Kim, we need to ask after center treatment centers, is in plural, because I think there's probably more than one, but.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect.
definitely.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Are
Right. So we have a motion and a second, and we'll do roll call, please.
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Lane being absent.
All right, thank
Very
you.
good. I think that's
Yeah,
good
that's good.
conversations.
Yeah.
Those are big topics.
Those are
Thank you.
Big topics.
With that, we're finished.
We
And
are done.
just deep gratitude to each and every person in our all of our different departments and all your staff for the foundational work that led to these really comprehensive discussions over these last 2 days. I know we've all just been very enlightened, and look, it's a perfect foundation for our subsequent budget process as we move into that. So we can all work together to make the best decisions for the system that is county government. And so really appreciate everyone's participation and engagement in this. Any final thoughts?
No, other than, I think you said it very well, just kind of the timeline of where we go next with the budget. On March 7th, the board will be receiving the mid-year report. It was originally scheduled for February 28th, but we had to move some things around. So that's March 7th for mid-year report. And then I think it's April 18th or around there, we will be having the meeting with the board to hear your priorities. And if your priorities as the CEO's office prepares the recommended budget that will come back to you in June.
All right. Wonderful. Well,
We see Supervisor Hydal.
oh, yes, Supervisor Hydal.
Yeah, I would just like to single out and recognize our recorder clerk, Janelle Horn, for bringing forward to the board the fact that she's reducing her staffing from what it is currently. That's almost unheard of, but that's the kind of collaboration we need to look at where we can reassign work, make reductions, because we know the organization is going to want to always grow, but we need to make sure that where we can retract it and bring it back down consistent with the limited resources we have, we should be looking at those opportunities. So I commend her for bringing that forward. Most people would go status quo. I'm not going to change anything. She stepped up and said she can make a reduction. So that's extremely helpful.
All right. Well, thank you all, and have a good evening. It is 3:30 on February 1st. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.